I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just
Hello everyone, welcome to Defense Politics Asia Open Mic, DPA Open Mic, episode 42. And the title for today's Open Mic is ECOWAS prepping for war against Niger and Nigeria, coup, rumors, and Ukraine war. So welcome back to the Open Mic. I was contemplating whether to sleep, or take a nap or do the Open Mic because I'm sleepy. And then I thought, all the major news is mainly Africa related. Then I thought, okay, I think better do at this timing before the Africans and the Europeans all went to sleep. So so hi everyone. So I'm not going to go through the hi to every single person as I will do for normal life stuff. Open mic. Let's keep it short and sweet. So I'm going to put the links. Okay, so anyway, this open mic is a live telecast across multiple channels. the DPA main channel on YouTube, the DPA open mic channel on YouTube, the DPA open mic channel on Rumble, Twitter. So for those that are on Twitter, do come over to YouTube to watch. If you cannot find the link, you should be able to find the link. I will drop the link soon. Anyway, I'm going to drop the link to join. Okay, wait. Give me a second. This. Okay, so for those that want to join the open mic to come up to speak on the main channel, the DPA main channel, the Defense Politics Asia channel, you may want to head over to the open mic channel because because this is the open mic. So no, so I already pinned the message on the main channel to give you the link to the open mic channel, and so I'm going to also update it on Twitter. Maybe that's a good idea. Okay, so and then okay, I'm going to drop the link. Undo, wrong channel. Discard. This is the one. This is the one. I'm sorry. You guys have to look at me do random stuff. Okay, so I'm not going to drop the link to the open mic, the StreamYard. So the open mic is actually powered by StreamYard. So for those that want to use StreamYard, you can ask for promo code from me. There's no promo. I only earn money from it. Okay, all right. I'm going to put the link. And I dropped the link to the open mic channel. I have pinned it. And I also dropped the link to the Rumble chat. But Rumble cannot pin chat. So kind of stupid. Yeah. So, yeah. I for those that haven't checked it out, I also two episodes ago, two open mics ago, we have Jesse from Nigeria have a very passionate rant against neo-colonialism, and I have posted the a combination of the all the things that he say into the main channel as a highlight featured. So let me see like this. Hi, Maddie. For Rudy Joseph, you are in the backstage. Can you go to the private chat and need to do some verification?
How was your day so far?
It's actually a sleepy day. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the background to this one. Okay. So you're the first to comment on the chat, in the live chat. Today so lethargic, no one is here yet. That's so
I got to tell you, I'll probably drop down because at some point, because I want the fellows who know really what's going on in that situation to be able to speak. But I also would like to stay up here to ask questions so I learn more. So I hope that, like last week, I thought you had a good crew. I just couldn't be on screen because you'd be seeing a bunch of fat old ladies walking around behind me all day. So, and I couldn't do that to them. So, but this will be a good one.
Okay. We have Rudy as well. Rudy Joseph from Singapore. Rudy, do you want to introduce yourself? Do you have a mic? We cannot hear you. There's no sound. Yeah, you need to figure out your microphone. So everybody is like asking about open mic, and then when I start open mic, no one is here. Okay, Rudy is changing his mic. There's Drew. Oh yeah, Drew. Atrio is here. Hi, Atrio.
Yo, what's up? Tacha.
Yeah. Thanks for appearing.
Yeah.
It's getting really awkward here because no one wants to talk.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. Nah, I was just, because I want to go to sleep soon. So I'm gonna join real quick, say hi, show my face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people actually like your F-16 talk.
Yeah, I also received some criticism, but yeah, fair point. Some of them had good points, which I should pay attention to, because actually I just at that F-16 joint, I just finished work. I wasn't prepared, and then at some point I felt like I was going in circles. It got mentioned a few times, so I need to pay attention to that, not to be repetitive in certain ways. Because, if a point is made, I should move on or give space. Oh shit, Wyatt, move. But yeah, man, what's up, Vaughn? Rudy.
That's a turkey leg.
Oh shit, that's a good back scratcher.
I told Dan he should use that. I'd send him one. He could use it to like scratch his beard like he does. But he said it's probably impossible to mail something like that to Russia.
Oh shit.
Probably from America. You mailed Dan a turkey leg. We're gonna put sanctions on you.
Maybe I'm not.
You got me.
Maybe if Dan goes to Mongolia, I can post it to Mongolia.
We'll use the Belt and Road Initiative to smuggle Dan his turkey leg beard stature.
Yeah.
We'll have to dub in some like Mission Impossible music for the documentary.
Yeah, man, that will
or the
be
Netflix
dope.
special when they do the story.
The Netflix special. Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah. Why it's back? What's up, Shadowy?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Shadowy. So just now suddenly all of a sudden my USB suddenly all turned off, like all my USB connections all turned off. Then I was like, huh? What the hell happened? I was trying to connect to this earbud, then it's like something went wrong, and then the whole thing just disrupted. Then I cannot get back.
Oh shit! Why it got disconnected, man? FBI is on you.
Because it was connected to my phone, the Bluetooth. So I think it kind of like they are fighting for the connection between the phone and the computer. So I turned off the Wi-Fi for this one and the Bluetooth for this one, and then it kind of worked, I guess.
Oh yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. This is the struggle I usually have in my car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
man, what's
Rudy? How's your mic? No sound.
I think he's speaking to us, but we don't hear him.
Rudy, there's no sound. You go
Rudy,
to your settings.
We don't hear you if you're talking. Wave if you can hear us.
He can hear us, but the thing is, you go to the setting, you press to see that is your mic actually get set to the correct microphone or not. If you go to the setting, there's a audio, and then actually you can set it right. Yeah, today is an awkward open mic. It's just so weird.
Oh, right.
Rudy.
Is there a lot of you there?
Look at the camera, damn it.
Yeah.
So he hears us, but we just don't hear him.
Yeah, his mic is not working. It's not connected. Yeah, but it's normal. The first time is always there's always some issue here and there. Shadow V, is France going to go to war in Niger?
Never going to happen.
Not going to happen.
No.
Or are
So
you
do
just
y'all-
using?
To make war. To make war, you need several things. You need an army, and they haven't. You need logistic, and they haven't. And you need to clear a goal. Or that you could try with that, but it's complicated. There is absolutely no way that Nigeria, for instance, could make war to Niger. If you look at the map, the nearest base from Niamey in Nigeria is Sokoto. It's a military base in the north of Nigeria. And I asked Emmanuel, who is from Nigeria, and who really know well the north of Nigeria because he traveled there a few times already. And he know about the road. All the roads are dirt road in this area. Okay? There is absolutely no railroad anywhere in this country. Very few of them, in fact, but in the south. So you could not have your logistic. But there is one thing which is important. It's a very flat terrain, and the ground is very hard. So if you use, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20 pickup, you could try to make some kind of raid and to avoid a large city, to go around the city and directly to attack somewhere. But it's more like some special operations that through war.
Would France try to stage out of Nigeria, or would that be a no-no?
I have a very special thinking about that. You have to understand that about 20% of the total power production in France come from Niger, from the Niger Uranium. 20%. Okay, so that means that for speaking to you, when I speak to you 5 minutes, 1 minute is coming from Niger. That means that France is never going to let the uranium mine to go somewhere else. Never going to happen. But the uranium mine, we are lucky, they are very far from the center of population. The large cities are in the south of Niger, and the uranium mine is in the north and in the center of the country, where there is most of the French military, of course. And where is also the largest military base for drone in Africa, or maybe even in the world. And what I think the new junta is going to do, they are going to make a lot of political things and to do a lot of things in the south of the country, where there is most of the population, but they're never going to go to the north, where there is the uranium mine. So the French are never going to do anything against them if they don't cross some kind of magic red line in the desert. Because above this
Do you
line,
think they'll offer a better price? Do you think they'll offer a better price to the new regime instead of $11 a pound?
You have to understand one thing about the
Maybe
company
20?
who mines the uranium in Niger. It is one of the worst companies in the world. The method to extract uranium from the ground is very, very dirty. And we are speaking about radioactive material. Basically, Orano, that's the name of the company, is building the largest and highest mountain from nuclear waste that was never built by humanity. It's something really horrible that what they are doing in this country. But at least I could have electricity. I could have power. So what I was thinking is that they have already given money to the junta. Basically, you have to understand that the new leaders was the presidential guard of the president and the president guard of the previous president. So
we'll see.
has already given him a lot of money.
So basically, I mean, if I hear you right, we'll see a lot of posturing, a lot of political boisterousness, but the French will maintain control of the operation and get their uranium, maybe there'll be a better deal for like maybe they'll get a little bit more money out of the deal. Maybe, I don't know, but it'll basically be like, you stay there, we'll stay here. You don't bother us, we won't bother you. We'll pretend like nothing happened as long as we can keep getting our uranium.
If the Niger military don't cross
publicly
this
they'll
magic
act like
red
they're
line in the
against
desert,
the regime,
nothing
but
is going to
really,
happen.
so publicly they'll act like they're against the regime, but really it'll be like, as long as everybody stays on their side, everybody's cool. As long as we get our uranium.
One surprise thing in the story that could make everything I said wrong. It's Macron. Macron is basically crazy. So maybe he could destroy everything that the Owano leaders has planned. So I don't know. If Macron say nothing, it's good.
Is that, and that air base, the Air Force base that they built, that's in Niger too, right? The 100.
Yes.
See, that's the other thing too.
For the Niger military to go to the uranium mine, they have to go across the US air base.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you're talking about, the French ain't gonna let that uranium mine go, and I just don't see the U.S. walking away from $110 million air base. So they're gonna have to figure out something, and I think that's why I was saying earlier, getting Wagner on the ground there, and in a presence at like maybe strategic places that the rebels control, just forces maybe some kind of negotiation. Because I think Russia wants to meddle. They owe France, they owe NATO. I mean, they got a lot of free shots coming back their way. So and right now is the time to do it. You move guys around, you put them in places, and then it kind of makes France have to think what they want to do, and then everybody else, it backs everybody off again. Just like when the Senate said no to Nigeria, we kind of calmed it down for a minute. I think that's where we're at now. Maybe, I don't know.
Mehdi, your turn. Mehdi.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question of you guys. I put it in one of the chats. Why do we have two, by the way? Anyway, I was listening to a Nigerian today, or I think I'm getting it wrong, however you would say it, somebody from Niger. And what they were saying is one of the concerns is that not always just the uranium, it's also that there's a north-south pipeline that runs through there, and Niger would get transfer fees for that. And there's no way the French want to give up. That's like instant money free just for letting oil flow through. And that could go to Niger, people of Niger, but no, the French want to control that. So how important is that in all this as well?
Just about this pipeline, you understand that it's not built yet. It's just a project, okay? So for the moment, we don't know. What the French are going to let go is two things, and the USA too, because they are present also. There is the international airport is near Niamey, the capital, okay? And there is a strong French presence here, and US presence too. I think they are going to leave this place, okay, very publicly to give the junta some kind of victory, So they are going to go to their own base in the north of the country and leave the south to the junta. And then there is another thing you have to understand. There is a gold mine in the west of the part of the country, near Mali. And maybe they are going to let this gold mine to the junta too, I don't know.
And another thing we have to consider is this pipeline, which is still a project, as Shadowy said, would help Europe in its endeavor to get away from Russian oil and gas. And it's extremely important.
You mean to get away from US GPL?
Sorry, what?
Amongst others,
mean to get away from US very expensive liquefied gas?
Oh, yes, of course. Also that, yes, of course. But of course, because the US tries to sell us their own gas at extremely higher prices. So that would ensure us a stable and cheaper source of gas and oil from Nigeria. Because the pipeline would run through Nigeria.
In Africa, if you want a project to be built, you ask China. So
Of course.
I don't know.
No, but if you look at it from just a political perspective, what you do see is that Europe is trying to find alternatives to both Russia and the US. So the EU is not fully aligned with the US in this regard. So many people complain that EU is too much of a vassal or a colony, but the EU themselves seem to understand but not fully agree to this concept. So after Russia has been forcefully being detached, now they are looking for our alternatives, which should not be residing or coming from the US. So I think this is a phenomenon. It is something that we should pay attention to. It does show that Europe doesn't want to rely on the US.
Yes.
No,
And
I think you are making too much a thing of this pipeline project. Pipeline projects in the world, there is thousands of them now. Okay? And if they begin to build it with a serious company, okay, we could talk about it. If it's still a project, it doesn't matter. There is project everywhere.
On a hand, Shadow is right, but Atreyo is also right in the sense that Europe is trying desperately to get away from Russia. Earlier it was Russian, and in the future, in the present, it will be in this American gas. In fact, Italy has begun is so desperate that they made deals with Algeria, despite the fact that Algeria is openly a Russian. Not Russian aligned, but a Russian ally in the region of Northern Africa. I mean, they are applying to join the BRICS, aren't they?
So I was reading some. So everybody's getting very excited about the Niger. Maybe there will be war or something. Then people start to look at the Niger's military numbers, and it looks atrocious. It looks really weak. Just based on the numbers. I mean, numbers of
and
course.
You have to understand, the number are false.
Taliban is also very, very weak.
Okay, the number are false.
Also,
I asked Emmanuel, who are from Nigeria, and he told us the number are false. Whatever you think on the paper, the Nigerian army strong is, it's wrong. It's even lower than that.
Yeah, even lower than the advertised numbers.
So that's where Burkina Faso and Mali would come in. And then I wanted to point out for the comment from Mr. Da Silva. So in some countries, Niger and Nigeria are referred to as different, into where Nigeria are Nigerians and people from Niger are Nigerese. Maybe for reference, this can be used just to differentiate between Nigerese and Nigerians. But yes, back to the army. The army from Niger is really questionable.
You have to understand, Niger is one of the poorest countries in the world. Okay, so with no money, it's really hard to make an army.
I mean, it's poor because it's heavily exploited. I mean, that's something we should.
Of course. Of course.
Because otherwise, it would be one of a pretty rich country. I mean, uranium sells very good.
Yes and no.
Uranium, gold, really and diamonds.
I didn't know about
so actually. So Niger, the biggest two commodities are uranium and gold.
Yep.
So they should be quite wealthy in this regard by terms of resources. Their development has been lacking is simply because it was forced to add to the treasury of France for a very long time, but also it got exploited to the max. So I think the country of Niger is just unfortunate because they are, for one, landlocked, And then the ethnic groups, they're not only very diverse, but also in very concentrated regions, which has been problematic over the eras or over time. So I think Niger is a bit of a complicated situation in this regard.
It's even more than that. You have to understand something about the uranium mine. If the government controls the uranium mine, they have to immediately stop the production because it's creating so much nuclear toxic waste that it's horrible, basically. So it's not even truly a resource for a government. It's really a resource if you don't care about the country.
Is it possible to dig and mine uranium cleanly, like clean way of
but
mining?
it's expensive.
And
Why
of course,
do you want an oil company lose money?
And Niger can't allow, can't afford anything that expensive, I imagine.
Yes. And this is a very low density area. There is basically no one living there. So it's more easier to do what you want.
Because it does feels like geopolitically Europe is kind of stuck, like because they cut ties with Russia, so they're not going to get the oil and gas from Russia, which is actually the cheapest because that's the nearest way to get there. Then they get it from United States, which actually United States is also not exactly a net exporter. And then Middle East need to feed the whole world in terms of oil and gas, and then they plan Africa as the the next frontier to build the pipeline, and then now the entire Africa is go up in flames.
No.
Then if
you are doing too much,
I mean, I don't know that maybe Africa suddenly become united and it become Wakanda forever. Then after that, they don't want to sell to Europeans.
Nigeria and a few countries around. Okay, it's a small part of Africa. That's the first thing we have to understand. It's just a small part of Africa. Africa is very large, and that's just a few countries of a lot of them. And they could not make a war, and even if they tried to make a war, they have so few military capacities that it's going to be a very small scale war.
But no, if you talk about population, maybe it's small. If you talk about geographical size, Niger is huge. It's like I think it's a massive. When they close the airspace, right? The airplane, like they have to fly around, right? They have to like fly. I think almost double the distance. So I would not say if you have a totally unstable Sahel region, then any pipeline or any ideas will be difficult to implement because you cannot go through the center. So that will actually just simply makes it very bad. And if Africa do unite, which we do know from the last open mic is quite hard because they will always argue, then Europe will have literally run out of options in terms of buying energy, and then they will be stuck, like in a very bad place because everything have to be way more expensive. They cannot get cheap sources because the cheap sources used to be from Russia. And now they are now exploring Africa as the next cheap sources. Everyone, from Algeria, from Morocco, or whatever, they are trying to build all this pipeline linking to Spain and linking to Italy.
So Africa was always exploited. It's just that it can be exploited significantly more. It is just that they are going to push the new limits, kind of. And then Niger was part of the plan, but it's going to be disrupted. But besides that, I'm gonna check out. So my closing, guys, catch you on the next one or in the lounge. I'm too tired, man.
See ya.
Good sleep. So,
I think we should let. Wait, is Wait lagging? Just for me, or?
I think his connection, not his connection, but maybe his.
Let me refresh.
Local network is bad. Anyway.
Yeah, when he comes back, I think we should let Rudy Joseph introduce himself. And
not working your mic really.
something interesting. We have Rudy smoking, vaping, and then we have Maddie smoking the pipe. So we have the two extremes. Beautiful pipe, by the way. Oh, it's not a pipe. Sorry, I didn't.
Are you leaning over and snorting again, Andrew?
Yeah,
trying to play it off.
You know me.
Yeah, I know how you Italians are.
Am I still lagging?
Well.
Yes.
Am I
Not
still lagging?
Yeah, you are a bit lagging.
I actually have a Spinelli pipe from Italy, somewhere up in where my office used to be.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Lagging.
Yeah, now it should be fine now. Yeah.
I do like my Beretta, Andrew.
It's the only good things we produce now.
Yes, I love my Beretta.
Sorry, where were we?
Not a Glock man. Go on.
Oh, Rudy, do you want to introduce yourself? I heard that his mic was fixed.
I think he's still talking.
Rudy. Can't ignore us forever.
He has a very nice keyboard on the left side.
No, you cannot hear. I think I suggest Rudy to connect with your phone. You use the phone to connect. I think it's made most safest. Vaughn always use his phone. You see, he looks so handsome.
You think he has some kind of filter? And in reality,
I didn't say that.
Totally different.
I don't think he need filter.
Quiet. I hope it's do you remember? It's not like the other guy, the Russian who masked his face. That situation.
I was being nice because actually I saw his face. So I thought that he came in with his face. So that's why I thought that okay. So I did tell him in the private chat, okay, if I don't think other people will like it if you mask yourself, but I still let him in. Then in the end, he's just one of those NAFO stupid people. And then okay, 3 seconds of porn on. But the thing is it's a lot of effort from him to just to sabotage for 3 seconds is pretty lame.
Of course.
So was it an S-200 that hit the Kerch Bridge and dropped it?
It didn't hit.
And completely cut Russia from Crimea now, and Putin is arrested.
They said it was an S-200, and the smoke that we see was actually from a Russian smoke generating defense system, which I didn't know they had down there.
Yeah, it was smoke screen. Yes.
And when the bridge collapsed, didn't the tidal wave wipe out the Sevastopol naval base too?
Yes, it's true.
Yes,
it's true.
And Putin decided to surrender to Zelensky.
That's what I thought. I saw that on United 24, so I figured it was probably true.
The Ukrainian spies have a video of Putin crying himself right now. He's really depressed.
I can't wait till Sarah posts that video and comments on it. It's gonna be so good. No, I saw that.
In Nancy Pelosi in Poland.
Oh, did you guys see the pictures that they're of the stickers that somebody's putting around in Polish cities? It's a little sticker with Wagner with a little RFQ code that says "We're here, join us" or something, like a little recruiter sticker. And they're just randomly in Poland. It's like we talked about before. It's like, how can you tell a Russian from a Pole from a Ukrainian? I mean,
they're all the same.
The guy probably just put on regular street clothes, jogged across the border, on his morning run, got some coffee, stuck a few stickers around, snuck back across, and they think, now they think there's a whole bunch of Wagners running around. It's one guy. Probably not even a Wagner guy. It's probably a friend of theirs that lives in Poland. Hey, we're going to mail you some stickers. Wait a couple days and then start putting them up around town on the bus.
Most likely it's just teenagers. Maybe it's just some teenagers, like the NAFOs for the Ukrainians. We have some the NAFO type that is pro-Russia, and then they just go around pasting stickers just to make fun of them.
Just to screw with people.
I'm going to leave you for a few hours, I think. Maybe I can come back later. So
Sure.
see you soon.
See you around.
Yeah, I just thought that was funny because it's like we're here, join us, and it's got like a little hold your phone up, take a picture. And then the ones where the guys posted next to the border with the sticker and the patch, those are all funny. It's like they're just screwing with them.
Hey, what was the deal about them taking down the Ukrainian flags in formal Polish settings? That was out on the internet for a while. Did anybody else hear that?
I did. I saw them also, like Polish people tearing down Ukrainian flags from like buildings, administrative buildings. Yes, I saw that. And I think it's normal. I think it's something that I mean, the normal thing is foreign flags being flied on administrative buildings. Don't you think? It is very weird. It's uncanny.
Yeah, they said it was actually a government directive that they had to come down. That's what my understanding was. So take it from there.
I am not sure. I didn't hear about that.
I could see like, like if you had a park or something, and you wanted to put up some flags for like support. Like we have that little park by us, and they got the tranny flag up, and then they got the Ukrainian flag up. And then they've got some memorials there for like a fallen officer and firefighter. And then they've got some sister city flags there. It's like that kind of stuff is fine. They're not trying to put the Ukrainian flag on government buildings, like even below the state flag or the national flag. So I can see people getting tired of it because it's like, yeah, we support you, but we don't need to have it like hanging everywhere in our faces. Like, there's one flag in Louisville at a park with a bunch of other flags and memorials, so it kind of fits in there. It doesn't have to be like, oh, it's on the state capitol, oh, it's on this government building. That I can see people getting tired of that shit because they have catered to the Ukrainian refugees, and you see, I mean, granted, it's probably propaganda too, but I mean, you can see how they've shown stories about a lot of European cities getting tired of the refugees and their entitled attitude. Like, oh, I had a BMW when I was in Kiev. Why don't I have one now? People don't appreciate that, I don't think, after a while. I mean, they open their doors for them, and now they feel like they're probably not being appreciated or they're being very grateful about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's totally true. And as an Italian, I can confirm that. Should we let the new guys introduce themselves? Wait, you're muted, Wyatt.
Let's go first, then Mikhail.
I'm Michael. I don't really know how to introduce myself. I'm just a guy. Hello.
Where are you from?
From the United States. It's a pleasure to meet you all. From Massachusetts.
Where in Massachusetts, you masshole?
I'm from Boston.
Okay, I'm from Worcester, Wicked Pinta buddy. I'm in Maine now, but I'm a masshole.
Oh, nice.
But Annis.
No sound. No sound. There's no sound. Today we have a lot of no sounds.
Yeah, well, technical problems.
Rudy, do you want to try? Is your mic okay now? No. No sound. I suggest you just reconnect with your phone. Mobile phone usually confirm works. Computer, sometimes it doesn't work. Anna's also no sound. So yeah, so we will just talk to Mikhail. The other two not important. We'll move Mikhail on top. Then figure out below. So Mikhail, what makes you think? What makes you want to come on the open mic? What is the stuff?
Honestly, it's because I want to give my opinion on certain subjects, and I think I'd be able to bring something to the conversation, and I also want to prove my just ability to talk to people. Also, like I'm not really a good public speaker, and I thought maybe this would also help me in that. Because I also want to start a YouTube channel, so I thought this would also help in that.
You sound perfectly fine, man.
Oh, thank you. I'm a little nervous, to be perfectly honest.
fine.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
Thank you.
Hopefully,
You see,
maybe Dracu will come in and break you in properly.
Mm-hmm. It's another it's another guy. Don't worry. Yeah, you'll get it when he comes, if he comes. Hopefully.
Okay.
God willing.
so have you sorted out your mic? Anas. And
Not yet.
oh, not yet. Rudy also not yet. Rudy, I really suggest if your computer cannot, you use your phone. It's way faster. Anas also, if your computer is not working, phone is the fastest. And there's a Goku in the backstage.
I think we heard them.
Maybe
for moments.
something.
Yeah.
So for those that want to join, do remember that if you come onto the open mic, you are in the backstage, you haven't go on screen, do check the private chat because I'm trying to do verification, whether you are a real person or if not, we're going to have a lot of those NAFO people coming up and show porn. This is why there is all this verification stuff going on. So I'm always busy. This is what is happening.
You think that guy was a NAFO bot? Is that what you're implying?
I don't care. Even if they are not, I would just say they're NAFO. Like it's just more convenient because that's how I imagine the type of people they are. So no, that's just how it is. And one of the things I want to talk about is Arestovych. Have you saw the video I shared? He's nuts, man.
He's gone crazy.
Nuts. And it's like he's already been aggressive, but it's just getting more and more aggressive.
Is he still in Ukraine? Or did he resign and go somewhere else?
I am pretty sure he's still in Ukraine. He went to Italy for a while, I think on a trip. But then I'm pretty sure he's...
Maybe he has family. Maybe somebody in his family was killed and he's pissed. And maybe he knows some people that died in a stupid offensive, and maybe he's finally just tired of it. I mean, I'm surprised if it's legit. I mean, when I first saw it, I was thinking, is this a deep fake, a dub? Because you think they'd go arrest him after that.
The thing is, in my opinion, he just realized after a while that Ukraine was just going crazy and being led by madmen into whatever it's doing right now. Which isn't, you can't say that what Ukraine is doing right now is rational. I think it's almost like an AI is deciding for Ukraine what to do randomly. So of course he understands. I don't think he's a stupid person. Arestovych is not stupid. That's the thing. And I think he just
Mr. Lambo
got tired of this.
Do you think he's public enough to be protected that he can maybe say stuff like that, and if they were to get rid of him, then that would confirm what he said, so they don't want to do that either, so maybe he's kind of in an area where he's a little untouchable right now?
Yeah, probably, yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's well known among the Ukrainians. Earlier he was known for being extremely propagandist. He was known for being exaggerating, a bit like NATO propagandist, whatever. But now that he's saying these things, he's becoming a problem for the regime, So, but he's so known across Ukraine that people, if he was arrested, people would wouldn't like it. Would think this is censorship, and of course, that's not something you really want, do you?
Which is funny, right? So I saw on Twitter, someone just commented, his story arc is crazy. Because he went in the beginning of the war, in the first part of the war, he was super crazy, super propagandic. He just make up stuff and everything is super pro-Ukraine. And then suddenly after he got sacked, from being the advisor of the president, oh my God, suddenly he just snapped and then he just be honest. And then his honesty is getting more and more brutal to the point where now it makes Gonzalo Lira looks very tame. Like whatever Gonzalo Lira says, it's so tame. As compared to this guy, is crazy. He's literally saying that these guys are not stupid. They are not. They're believing propaganda.
I mean, and also with him, it seems like over the last, I don't know, 6 to 8 months, he has gotten more truthful, like blunt about what he said. But this was like the most. I was like, wow, like I said, when I first heard it, I thought it was a fake. I'm like, there's no way this dude's going to say all this stuff and still be in Ukraine. He's not. Hopefully, he's not dumb like who. Yeah, I'm gonna monologue and talk shit for 3 hours and hope they don't get me. I mean,
so what happened is that I forgot. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I want to say something, but I forgot about it. Maddie.
When I think about that, somebody brought up Prigozhin. Could this be NATO or the West trying to reverse like the Prigozhin thing, trying to draw out Russian assets to try to get and turn this guy so that they turn around and they basically burn all these assets trying to convert this guy? You think that maybe this is the game he's playing because it was played on the Ukrainians and they're trying to do it back to the Russians, but it's an epic fail. They'll never buy it, but just a different way of looking at it.
Rudy, you want to try again? Can you?
Yeah. Let me know if you can hear me.
Can hear.
All right, great. Now I switch to my mobile phone. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Rudy. I'm from Singapore. So nice to meet you guys. Yeah.
That's all.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah. And I work as a telecom project manager for the multinational company. So yeah, that's about it.
So you have a very weird accent, like it's a Singaporean yet like Filipino style. And
I'm Malaysian residing in Singapore. Yeah.
Okay, that explains the a bit awkward accent.
Yeah.
But I actually do not know Malaysian English.
I've been in Singapore for 23 years.
Yeah. So
ever since I graduate and came here and study, so I continue to stay here in Singapore. Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely more Singaporean than any Singaporean that is 20 years old and below. So
yeah.
Anas, do you want to try now? Anas Arbi. I cannot call him. I call him he lags. Okay, Goku, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello.
Yeah, you don't need to hold the mic. You can just let go. You can just talk.
Yes. So first time I'm from India, Delhi. I'm currently a medical student, second year. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. So what brings you to the DPA open mic?
So I have a friend that watches you regularly. He suggested me about the news, like the real news, not the fake one. You get like. Sorry, it's my first time. I'm a little bit nervous.
Why you need to hold the mic? I say you don't have to hold the mic. Let it go. Let go. Yeah, just talk because I can adjust the volume. Because if you hold the mic, what will happen is that you breathe into the mic. Then you will adjust the distance and then the volume will go up and down. Just relax. Just talk.
So I had a friend. He suggested me to watch your channel for some news and all. So I've been following you for the last 1.5 months. And that's
1.5 months. So you're actually pretty new to DPA actually. So have you watched the previous open mics?
Yeah, I've watched 2.5, you can say.
I think Anas wants to introduce himself.
Anas.
I saw him.
Anas, introduce yourself. Or are we pronouncing his name wrongly so he don't understand that we are calling him? Aanas. ANAS. Hello, Anas, can you hear us? This is the most awkward open mic, I have done like since forever, man. We are choked. Like we constantly choke from the moment we open the open mic is choked, and we keep choking.
I don't want to bring up any topics because if there's people who need to introduce themselves, I wouldn't want to delay.
You should just start. You should start the topic, man. The awkward silence is going to be so weird. For people that is not watching, they're watching on the screen is like, what the hell is happening with this open mic?
So to me, how many S-200s did they fire at the bridge? Just one?
2, maybe 3. No, 3, yes.
Did any actually get to the bridge, or were they all intercepted or destroyed or whatever?
Intercepted, yes. All intercepted. And what's important to note here is that they're S-200 missiles. You understand how old that is? That's pretty old. It's pretty damn old. If I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but were they developed at the in the 60s?
Well, I was going to say, is the S-200, would that be the SA-2
SA
that they used in Vietnam?
It's the one that the Serbians used in Yugoslavia. That's one example. I don't know if it was used in Vietnam.
I would assume the S-200, just, you got 200, 300, 400, 500. I would guess the 200s are probably maybe a Gen 2 missile,
The NATO code is SA-5, Gammon.
Yeah, isn't it the guideline or something like that, or?
Medi.
It's the one that looks like a fucking telephone pole when it's flying at you.
Medi.
Because that's the thing, isn't the S-200 or all those versions, they're for surface-to-air missiles, right? They're not designed to penetrate freaking, 3 feet of concrete. Am I wrong here?
No, you're right. Yeah, they are anti-air missiles.
As far as I understood, they had to be modified to do the mission. So that tells you how fucking loose they are with their missiles. They don't have anything that they can effectively do. They have to throw all these odds and ends and duct tape these things together to make some type of weapon to fire back at the Russians. That's not a good thing.
But,
honestly, I would think the S-200s are late Vietnam, early 80s at the most newest.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's probably, and they're probably using old shit too. It's not like they're going to use anything they can shoot down the missile with. This is probably stuff that's maybe barely working. And don't a lot of those SAM warheads have a buckshot warhead too? So it's not even designed to do any kind of damage to a hard target. It's designed to shred aluminum.
It's a frag high explosive. So this is what I see on our wiki.
Even if it did reach the bridge, it wouldn't have done much damage at all. So I wonder if Ukraine was trying to get a message through. I don't get what their idea was, but even I have a very important question. Even if they did manage to down the Kerch Bridge, from a strictly military level, how important is the Crimean route? And when compared to the land bridge they now have for reinforcement of the area.
I think it's not what you think. I'm sorry, but I think you are making a mistake. I think the aim of this missile fire was not to destroy the bridge. Maybe it was just to evaluate and to test and to analyze the new Russian air defense system about the bridge. They are talking now about the new German missile. I forget the name, but it was very good. And it's a very, very ineffective missile against bridge. Maybe they are just trying to understand how they are going to use the new missile with a very old one.
But which bridges are you talking about? Because this was not the Crimea, the Kerch Bridge. This was the bridge between the Crimea Peninsula and the mainland.
Yes.
That were destroyed by the... Yes, it was not the Crimea Bridge.
That's not the Kerch Bridge.
Yes, it was not the Kerch Bridge.
And I want to point something out, though.
No, let me just
go ahead,
quickly correct Prata. No, sorry. I was just saying that we're not talking about what happened the last days. Today, the Kurt Bridge was attacked by two S-200 missiles. That's what we're talking about. It's not.
Sorry.
No. It's, you go, Maddie. Yeah. Sorry about the interruption.
No, that's fine. I can understand it being a test. I think that's a logical thing to think. But about the Kershaw, I am telling you guys, there is a huge force in that fucking Kershaw, and it's coming out somewhere. And that's the reason why they're trying to peg these bridges. They want to disrupt any logistics flow they're going to have. They're trying to get ahead of them. They're not going to do it, though. I'm telling you. There is a force in the Kershaw.
I wanted to.
I mean, the other thing is
too.
The other thing is too is before that bridge was built, they already had ferry routes and barges, and they had a harbor and all that. So even if they were to drop the bridge, yeah, it sucks for Russia. It's an embarrassment to Putin, but it really just makes it inconvenient, temporary, until they get the barges back in the area and figure out how they're going to run it. I mean, I do think it's probably something to do, and also I think it's just PR. Oh, we hit the bridge again.
I think
they don't do nothing to it. They can still say they hit it.
I think it was pretty much we saw this hype of the Nigerian crisis, and during that time, it's very interesting to see how actions of Ukraine, these PR actions of Ukraine, increased in size a lot. Attacking Moscow, attacking this and that, with a lot of attacks almost daily to Crimea with drones. So they wanted to come back to the narrative of the media. They were not. No, the Niger crisis has gone a bit low. So I think this is the reason it might also decrease these attacks on Crimea. But on the other side is Sivan and Chadovi and Andrew and Mehdi. I think all bypasses matter. I know, okay, they have the boats, but all bypasses matter. I remember when they already had the land bridge, and nevertheless they were using boats to go to Berdyansk, although they could just come from Donetsk, Mariupol, and so on. But they were still bringing boats to Berdyansk to bring stuff. So there is as many bypasses as you want is important for them. When you cut one, the options are less, but there are many nevertheless.
Go on, Mandy.
I think it's a fair point, but what Ron mentions is important because these barges are basically designed just to move one big heavy load from one side of the Dnieper to the other. They can just be loaded up with vehicles. They're made to take a lot of weight. And if you were going to cross the Dnieper and maybe try to do it, why wouldn't you use them? Get them across as fast as you can. Because like the one bridge that we saw with the hole in it, a scissor bridge can cover that. If they really needed to use that bridge, they would just throw a scissor bridge over that hole. That's what it's for. As long as the structure itself was sound, it didn't do anything that would stop the Russian military for a long period of time. And that's my point. It's just pinpricks that are getting blown way out of proportion, in my view.
I was just going to say real quick with like what Prada was saying. It's almost like Ukraine lashed out because they didn't want attention taken away. They don't want a competition and begging for money and weapons. So they made a big stink. Yeah, because I mean, really, I mean, it could have been a test or whatever, but I mean, those missiles weren't going to do shit, but it did get a big splash, like, oh, look, they hit the bridge, and then the other stuff they did, hitting drones in Moscow. That does kind of make sense. Like they're afraid that the U.S. or the West is going to pivot to Africa, so they've got to keep doing stuff to keep the West interested. Because I mean, look at the Western media is already talking about the offensive and how it's not going well, and and then Arestovych talking the way he talked. I mean, maybe they're starting to see that they got to keep begging. You know what I mean? It's like they're seeing the tide turn, so they're getting desperate to keep the tide in their favor, I guess.
If we look at what they were preparing in Niger, we also see that, for instance, Nigeria, which is the biggest army in the region, is broke. They would never have the money to maintain the logistics, to maintain the weapons flowing. We also if this was going to happen, definitely a lot of money would be deviated from Ukraine to that little war that they probably, I don't know, they might have been thinking about. But if they really went further, if ECOWAS was really thinking in invading Niger or the Niger, then they would have to pay the Nigerians and all those guys because there was not enough money there for a war at this moment. The country.
No, I have a question. How do we know it's an S-200 that hit the bridge?
To identify a missile, generally what they do is that they calculate its maximum speed and calculate the way it turns. And this could give you some kind of profile to allow you to identify the missile.
So who identified it as S-200? Because I haven't been... because I haven't actually...
I believe it was Rybar.
Rybar?
I believe it was Rybar, yes. Let me, real quick, get the...
All the parts on a missile rocket are labeled for country of origin. So they would... and by that, these lot numbers, they would know what type of missile it was from wreckage. I would say is too. Not to say Shadow ain't right, but there's another way they can do it as well.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it says, Rybar says, about the massive attack of the armed forces of Ukraine on the Crimea, and then it goes on. And then the armed forces of Ukraine fired 2 S-200 anti-aircraft missiles in the direction of the Crimean Bridge from the north of the Zaporozhye region. That's what Rybar says.
That is S-300, you say. But you need to notice also that Russian missile systems, even air defense, can be double purpose to have two functions. Main function is air defense, but normally they also can use it for other stuff, like bombarding something. That's Russia. Russia is thinking far ahead. They also, in missiles, I don't really believe some very short missile system of rocket system on ships, they can have one function, but the big ones can be double purpose. You can do air-to-air, but normally also air-to-ground. Like Shadowy tried to explain, with a good calculation system, you can do good targets also with an air defense missile. It stays a missile, you know? If you don't hit anything in the air, you're going to land somewhere. But normally, I think Russians can calculate, can do air-to-ground also.
I'm just wondering if it's a misidentification. Maybe it's just another Storm Shadow, and then it's like to me, the moment I saw the S-200 come up, I was like, "What?" It's like we don't have enough S-300s now. Now we have to use S-200s, which I'm not even sure if they have it operational.
I think the size is totally different.
I mean, that's the thing I was thinking, because like if I'm thinking the SA-2, like the Vietnam era, that thing is freaking huge, and it's got the nozzles on the side. I mean, I'm trying to think of that thing launching off and then leveling out and then flying like a cruise missile. I just don't see that.
I think at least the mission should know if it take off from the ground or from an aircraft. The Storm Shadow is launched from aircraft, and I think the S-200 is launched from ground.
I mean, I never knew they could dual purpose them, so I was surprised by that. But I mean,
Mr. Lobo did not agree with me.
Vaughn, you were right though. In Vietnam, they did.
So, do you guys think they modernized that rocket to be like a missile? Well, how is it?
It's not a rocket; it's a missile.
Already. It's probably just misidentified. It's probably the 300 because that's the one they always talked about being dual purpose. So it's probably just misidentified.
No,
like I said, if it's the SA-2, I don't see how you could make that fucking thing a cruise missile. It's just so.
They have used the S-200 as it's already confirmed.
What I'm trying to say, just want to throw in here is what Vaughn is saying. Right, that S-200 missile they did call it the flying telephone pole. Literally, it was that side.
It's huge, yes. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen one. They are very different from an S200, the S300 in the way they look.
Yeah, that's what I'm
They're
saying. I
completely
mean,
different.
it's like old school, like shit you'd see in the 50s, like crazy rocket designs, you know. And then you look at the new stuff that it pops out of the tube. There's no fins or nothing, and it just takes off and goes. I mean, I could see that because that looks more like a cruise missile launch, like you see with the scanners and stuff. But them old ones launching off a rail, it's probably just a misidentification. Because I mean, the S300 is the only one I ever heard of that they could do that with.
Yeah, exactly. I am thinking the same. I'm just thinking the same. By the way, we need to say happy birthday to the Russian Air Force because they are celebrating their 111th birthday.
So we also have someone new today with us. Is Alpha Diallo. Alpha, do you want to present yourself? How are you?
Yes. Hi. How are you? As you said, my name is Alpha Diallo. I'm an alumni from the DGC Department Global Communication at the UN. So I just, because I always watch this show, so I always wanted to learn about what's going on in between Ukraine and Russia. I wanted to see both views, because as somebody who's been there for almost 6 years, so I know it's always good to hear from both sides, not just one side of the story. So just let me know whenever you want me to speak about Guinea, I can give you a little bit of information about that. So instead of Ukraine, I'm not I'm not gonna lie to myself, I'm not the expert on that. So that's all I wanted to say for now.
Well, it is though quite interesting you're from Guinea Conakry, because this is one of the three countries from ECOWAS that's really against not just a military intervention, but also against the sanctions. They consider them inhumane. Do you think Guinea Conakry was available to even support more in case of military aggression from other countries?
I would, based on that, like I would suggest the way that I think they will, even if they're gonna involve, but not as fully, because Guinea have military that are trained by US, they have military that are trained by Russia, they have military that are trained by France. So they have all kind of military that are trained in many of those countries. So maybe some of them will be, maybe like he will, current leader when he may gonna see as a threat if ECOWAS interview, he may maybe like help them out, to be honest. So I was listening to make sure whatever he says, it was accurate, because I know sometimes I see a lot of misinformation in social media about, people saying that, this country was going to help Niger, as we call it in France. So I was just making sure, because I didn't hear many of them people saying about it. I didn't hear the Guinea leader himself saying it. You get what I mean? So they're most likely going to help them, but I'm not thinking they're going to go fully in, because they have a lot of things to lose, basically. And you have to understand that they are border with Senegal, Sierra Leone, and other countries nearby. So, yeah.
And another question. So how much is Russia involved in Guinea Conakry? Well, China has a lot of investments there. Yeah. What about Russia? Is it there, or is it just a fake news?
No, it's there for sure. Because even when I went there back in 2018, I was surprised to see a lot of flags in some locations that is like Russian flag and Chinese flag, because before when I left, you used to see a lot of French and American flag in many locations. So I was kind of surprised, So, and also the other thing is that like Alpha Conde, I've been to one of his speech before when he came to the UN. So I seen a lot of time he had like something against France and America. He was trying to work more with China, but I was kind of confused that people saying that he was overthrown by a military that was trained by France. So I was kind of confused, to be honest. So I was kind of trying to figure out like how would they overthrow him if he also still in the back end is still working with France anyway. He was still working with France and America and all the other countries. So
I've been reading a lot about these days about things there, and I noticed that many sociologists and political observers, the ones more neutral about it, said something very interesting, which is the problem about the youth. that they don't recognize themselves in the regimes, the democratic regimes or not military regimes. They feel themselves a bit lost, or they want change, and they want that change so badly that they are ready to support anyone that promises a bit of change.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly true. Because like when Alpha Conde was the president, the location that the most people get killed is where I'm from, like it's called Wanundra. If you look on the news, usually most of the youth that they just kill them because he want them to get out of the street. Even they're just protesting with stone and sticks, but they still go inside people's homes and kill them like for no reason, and rape women, all that stuff. So that's why a lot of people was happy that he was overthrown, even that maybe we don't know right now how this current leadership is gonna be. So it's, sometimes they be like, when they come in first, everybody gonna love them until they started changing laws a little bit slowly by slowly to favor them instead of the politicians. Then people gonna start protesting, and then you started seeing in the news, or like maybe 10 or 20 people get killed from the Fulani people. So or because usually the people that in politics in Guinea usually is like Maninke people. So in America, we don't care if you see a Maninke people, we always say hi to each other. We say we are brothers, we're from Guinea. But back home, they usually use that as a way to divide people, because Fulani people is like the major people there, and the Maninke people is like the second. So, yeah. So
also in very ethnic lines, divide.
Exactly. That's what usually leaders use to divide and conquer. Basically divide and able to run in power. Because whenever there's an election, usually the people that used to back Alpha Conde mostly is Maninke people. You don't usually see Fulani people backing him. And same thing from the other side, if like Fulani people are usually more backing like Selou Dalen. If we check, he been running for president for so long, but he have not win yet, because sometimes there's corruptions, That's why whenever they say democracy, like I'm from I love democracy, to be honest, because I've been in the UN many times. I love, they say democrat, all that stuff. But the problem is that whenever somebody running to be a leader, there's so many corruptions. They can, sometimes like for Alpha Conde, for sure, like that I know of, I heard when I was back home, people saying he used to buy like a rice, like a rice he would give to the people from like the social people, and other people will tell them to vote for me. If you vote for me, this is gonna continue. But when people vote for him, never happened after that. So all that type of stuff. So
Alpha Conde was the previous ruler somehow.
Yeah, he was the previous ruler that was overthrown.
Was he a military, or was he democratic?
No, he was not a military. He was like he was the first, as people say, he was the first one that was elected as a Democrat in Guinea. So most of the people that rule in Guinea, besides of him and Sekou Touré, most of them are military. Besides of them too. So.
And now you have a military. Then there was a military coup 2 years ago, I think, or was last year?
Yes, 2 years ago, because Alpha Conde changed the constitutions, trying to run for third term instead of, he already finished his second term, and he want to try to run for third term, and then the military see that this is not something we can let go anymore, because he already been killing a lot of people anyway, for innocent people for no reason, and then the economy was not going right, and the military see as an opportunity to take him out, because they believe that people are going to back them. So that's the reason why. In
order to finish a bit the thing, how do people like him? How people react to him, to the new leaders?
The new leaders? Yeah. In the beginning, as I heard of, like a lot of people used to like support him, like because they see that it's a change, the government. But sometimes it takes a time for the people to fully like, you know what, he's not doing what he promised, So just currently they divide basically. Before when it happened, right away, everybody was behind him. And the good thing is that he's from Maninke's culture. He's not from Fulani, because if it was a Fulani person did that, there would be a civil war, because the Maninke people are not gonna let that happen. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? Or are you good?
It's going to be complicated for Africa to unite themselves if the country is not able to unite with all the tribal problems.
Say that again. I didn't hear your question. Can you say it again?
It's not a question. It's a constat that in Africa it's going to be complicated to have some kind of real power behind the African Union if each country themselves has a difficulty to unite with all the tribal problem inside?
Tribal.
Tribal, yeah. It depends how, because it depends on the leader, to be honest with you. Because if he's a leader who came and don't care about the tribal and show everybody that if you trying to do anything tribal wise, I'm gonna kick it out or I'm gonna put it in jail, probably a lot of people gonna stop not to go through on that side. But if the leader itself is one who's promoting it, so forget about it. Everybody gonna do it. You understand? So I'm always behind like Africa to unite, to be honest, because I believe that if Africa unite, like many times they go to like meetings at the UN or other European Union meetings that when they invited, they're not treated as like many of these leaders that I see. If it goes here, like let's say from Israel or small country like like other country, like if Brazilian leader speaking in the UN, many times you see leaders wait. A lot of people wait to hear what they have to say. Same thing in Israel. But whenever there's a leader from Africa speaking, most of the time it's completely empty. It's completely empty. So that's what all I have to say.
Misrespect.
Yeah, exactly. And always they're not like basically, let's say they're not talking as a partners. Basically, it's like, okay, I'm telling you what to do, so you have to do what I says, or you get overthrown or something, or you get sanctions or something. You know.
Is your feeling that Africa is gaining momentum in international politics like never before?
You have to be Pacific because it depends what you're talking about. Because instead of the coups or like governmental-wise, like what do you mean? Can you be a little bit
in a big sense, Africa as a whole, not just Niger, not just the Niger Cup or all these problems around everywhere. And I think Western Africa is a bit more complicated than other parts of Africa. But nevertheless, do you feel there is, because you said you worked in the UN, do you feel Africa is more present in world politics now than was before?
Okay, just to clear, I don't work for the UN. I work with the UN. Like I work with them in many programs. So just to be clear, so it's like nowadays I keep not just like, to be honest with you, more people that are promoting about Africa like to be more like out there. It's usually the young people more than the leaders themselves. So the leaders are trying to break the chain between like France and a lot of Western countries. But all I will say is that like if you want to work with any other countries, make sure like all these contracts they're having, like especially like in Guinea with bus, I think they call it bus on French. So basically, many of these contracts they're having in many of these countries is like behind is hidden, and after the money come in, usually the government hide it and then usually whatever they want to do it and send the kids in Europe or other countries and keep the money rest of it to themselves. They never go through like building like anything like road and everything that really good. So a lot of these leaders are trying to make sure that like Africa is up there, but they always contradicting themselves because there's one that backing like let's say US, the other one is backing Russia. They have to unite. Okay, you know what? We should come together and be like neutral or don't say nothing about nothing, so they don't invite themselves in a big trouble. Because if not, that they're just gonna bring in more division in Africa itself. If that helps. I think you have a question. Yeah.
Mehdi.
Yeah.
Mehdi, go on.
Yep. Hold on. I'm trying. I know. It doesn't read my finger. I don't feel my fingertips, guys. It takes an old man time. I have to ask you, sir, what do you feel about BRICS and what do you feel about its future?
Well, the BRIC. So that's interesting thing because when I was in college, my second year, when I was in college, I read about that. At that time, it was only like was India, Brazil, China. So basically, as you know, like there's 5 countries, right? If I'm not wrong. So basically, yes. I think Africa itself should work with them because the thing is that like we need like a lot of times we need a finance to like, to build their own instead of just exporting all the raw materials, but building like a finance, like what they call it, final product that they can export. They will make more money on that, because even that it will be even more cheaper too, because the labor in many countries in Africa is very, very cheap compared to now to China or any other countries. So I think it's good for them to work with like a BRIC to get more finance, because the maybe the laws that they give them is much different from what they call this bank. Oh my goodness.
EMF.
EMF, exactly what even EMF will like probably told them to do, because EMF, whenever you work with them on finance, they always have something in the back, instead of like they deal with like the political you have to change
about the money.
Exactly, you have to change your political ways, you have to do this, but I think BRIC is maybe a little bit different. So, and also if all African nations decide to join BRIC, I think it will bring more power to Africa, to be honest, and it help them to more develop, instead of because you have to understand there's 55 or 54 countries in Africa. If all of them can literally join the BRIC, it will be like something that they can pedal to their own interest.
I thank you very much for that answer. And how much do you see the conflict of the United Nations and BRICS conflicting in Africa, trying to maintain the influence there and put in the people of Africa in the middle of this conflict?
The UN doesn't do finance. The UN only do like aid, so it's a little bit different from what BRICS do. So, yeah, because like the UN itself, they have to understand UN have a lot of NGOs. Like last time when I looked, it's more than 500 different NGOs at the UN that are associated with the UN. So a lot of them do different things. Some of them do like something that environmental related. Some of them do human rights. Some of them do what they call it, child abuse or education. So you have to understand this completely. Some of those NGOs, they're by themselves, so they still work with the UN, same as I do. So yeah, instead of working for the UN, they work with them. And the UN itself, whenever they are raising funding, usually they get money from the state members. That all the 200 something state members, they have to sometimes come away. Each of them had to say, "Oh, I'm gonna donate like this amount of money, like maybe 10 million, 20 million." Some of them never follow up. So some of them will say they will do it, but they don't deliver. So between all this, I think it's just good thing is if Africa can develop and be self-dependent instead of having to all this go to like having to ask for money like outside, to be honest. Yeah, because we already have the resources there. We just need to basically find a way to make it in the final product and sell it internationally or in domestic in Africa.
I would like to recall that, well, we know that biggest problem in Africa is actually energy. With more energy, any of these countries could do more, because as Miki Adavi once told, it's not viable to have a fabric that burning diesel because there is just electricity every 2 hours. So this is not viable. They need energy. And when we look at how much does it, Africa has a lot of potential for hydroelectrics, also because of irrigation. Africa has a lot of potential for solar. And then when we see how much does it cost to build a dam in Africa, which about 1 billion euros, how many billions we give to Ukraine per month, how many dams we would build in Africa, how many people would take out of misery and give and actually make this planet a better place to live.
Yeah.
And this is amazing.
So as you said, I want to add something. One thing that many people in Guinea say that one thing that they remember that Alpha Condé did, they're really happy about is the dam that they built for Guinea for electricity. That was built by China. So, yeah.
The reason I bring it up is because as an American citizen, I'll admit I'm not as worldly as I should be, but we've been told, forever that we've been giving Africa money through USAID, and we're talking. It's billions upon billions, but what has Africa got to show for it? It's nothing. It's like we just give you perishables. We give it to somebody who will do our bidding. So we give it to them to control the food supply to the people, so they have to go to them. I'm sorry, I'm spitting everywhere.
Yeah, no problem.
It gets me fired up.
No, the reason why there's like the problem with that is usually the people that the money end up going to. So you have to understand, a lot of these people, they are not really trusted. Like, as you can see in China, they usually bring workers, and they also are a little bit African workers to get the job done. But in many of the aid that they come or go to, like, let's say this branch of this government of this country, and then you end up taking it slowly. When by the time you get down, it's like, let's say if there's $10 million, by the time you get down, it's $100,000 left. So even the $100,000 when they were doing the construction, there's not much they can do.
I would like to explain a bit how international aid works from a national country. It's pretty much that like this is actually a way of financing their own industry.
Exactly.
Most of the money will have to be wasted in buying materials on their own land, where the money is coming from. This is given as aid, but it's not true. They are just financing their own industry. Most of the people working will also come from their own countries, actually promoting jobs for the boys, for their party friends, and so on. And this is a very easy way to canalize money to friends in Western societies where it's more difficult to do this type of, let's say, corruption. I don't want to call it corruption because otherwise people would say, no, NGs are really beautiful. Of course they are. And secondly, talking about American aid, Mehdi, most of that aid is about giving food for people that are starving. And I remember that amazing phrase in the Bible: if you want to if you want to kill the anger of a person, teach us how to fish, and don't give them a fish. So this would be much more interesting to actually create irrigation projects in Africa, teaching people how to actually plant in certain conditions, because this is also a big problem in many parts of Africa, especially in the Sahel. Climate changing is actually a challenge for many of these communities. The ways they used to work land doesn't work anymore. They need to find new techniques. And second, but not least, I would like to say as well that yes, it's what Alpha said. They work with the wrong people almost intentionally, because their intention is to get our favors to do something else on other
military base.
Okay, there you go.
And see, that's my point, because American citizens, we don't even ask where this went. Nobody knows how much was actually spent there. I asked on Twitter several times how much money has been directed, USAID, I'm using that one specifically, has been directed to Africa, and what have the African people have solid that when we walk away from there, they can feed their own people with, just like you said, Prada. Why didn't this money get spent on building something useful for the people, instead of just trying to throw pills in a way at the problem instead of just fixing it?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think it would be good if US can always go, like, remember we give you this money, where did it go to? Sometimes at least they can clean themselves up. So instead of just quiet about it, because that's what happens usually. So whenever they give the money, and then it goes, whatever it is, they say we give this amount of money, but they don't go ask back, like, what happened to all this money? Can you at least give us a receipt? Where did the money go to, or something like that? You understand what I'm saying or no? That's the problem.
Where's the problem? Hello.
I think again, I think every time I see this every time we comes up, but I think the problem is some people don't understand that forever continue countries with even billions of dollars every
Andrew, you're breaking.
Repeat again.
I think he needs to do something about his internet connection first.
Anyway, Prata,
can you hear me?
You need to Prata, you need to stop talking about Africa. You have done enough in the past there.
Wow. Yes, no, it's Vos' turn to speak about Africa. So we are listening, Vos. It's your turn now.
Hey, you should shut up as well. You are the problem in West Africa.
Oh, you know me.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Hey, I'm joking.
Well,
anyway,
Alpha, this is a private joke. It's a private joke.
I am Italian.
How's everyone?
I'm Italian. I can speak about it.
Andrew, you know, welcome in Eritrea. They don't like you. Anyway, how's everyone?
Very well, very well.
I
think someone is having a problem.
I think it's Andrew. It's very sad, Andrew, but the internet connection is... Yes, it's better now, sadly. Is it Andrew? No, it's not.
Guys, I'm going to leave because I'm entering Antwerp. I'm going to an underground garage, and then I have no connection anymore. So I hope you enjoyed the panel for the future now. Have a good one. My little closing, mini closing is happy birthday to the Russian Air Force for the 111th birthday. I'm probably going to see some firework over Ukraine tonight. Maybe they have a surprise for them to celebrate the birthday. So you will see. Guys, bye-bye.
Bye. On ton question, Subaru.
See you. It was a pleasure.
Andrew, can you repeat? Can you repeat what you were going to say before you were cutting?
Yes. No, can you hear me now? Like better? Am I still lagging?
You may want to refresh your browser. You refresh your browser, see whether you will give a better connection. So
by the way, what I'm doing on camera means communication fucked up.
Alpha Diallo, you just now you were talking, right? You were muted. We didn't hear what you say.
Say that again?
Yes.
Just now you were muted. Did you say something?
No, I didn't say something. I'm just talking to my kids because my kids behind the back the other side of the door. So.
Yeah. They want to take part on the open mic. Great.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You have to aspire to create an open mic junior.
You are really mean, Shadabi. You are very mean.
Of course, I am. I'm French.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
No. You are lagging. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you should vote out your government. Yeah, you see, give all the money to Ukraine.
So you should tell Maloney to stop sending money to Ukraine and fix your internet.
Yeah.
It was a scandal, actually, which was about it. They are sending as much money as they can to Ukraine, and they are cutting social receipts in Italy.
Oh, that's bad.
Listen. The countries sending money to Ukraine. They can print as much money as they can. You know, it's not like gonna affect them. You just printed money. United States and UK can do this all day long.
I'm telling you, Bob,
the economy.
Y'all gotta up your game. I mean, Ukraine launched these missiles at the bridge. They ain't gonna abide no competition begging for money and weapons. Y'all better pull something out of your ass, get the attention back on you. I think it's time for Niger to take over.
Me and Shandobi were just looking at these things, and we just discovered that the European Investment Bank, it's one of the biggest banks in the world for investment, they gave 6.7 billion euros to the Ukrainian railways, not to build anything new, just to go through the crisis. Huh?
Billion or million?
6 billion.
Billion, okay.
Yeah, 6.7 billion. You see, the problem is that in Europe they have they don't have many more channels to bring officially to get money to Ukraine. It's getting more and more difficult. Also, the countries are getting a bit more resistance in transferring money to Ukraine as well.
Of so course, it's not because half of it is going to disappear between the politician corrupt, with the corrupted politician. At least half of it, maybe more.
But amazing how they use the the other one was the European Fund for Peace was also wasted to buy weapons for Ukraine. I don't know. The European Union is getting crazy. They are losing it. They are losing
and there
it.
is less and less money to help the poor people in Europe. Because the government's ideology is to reduce the maximum of the welfare for the poor people, because obviously the market is going to solve everything, because they are ultra-liberal, and to send money to Ukraine to fight against Russia and China. It's about ideology, not about reason.
Do you guys?
Yeah, that's true.
Europe,
actually, Europe.
Sorry,
yes,
you can carry on. Andrew, you're not laggy anymore.
No.
You can continue. No, I was just about to ask
I was
because
just
you're
saying that
talking
it's
about.
true that. Yeah. Because I'm European, so I'm ready to answer.
So I was saying that because you guys were talking about European Union and maybe going crazy or something. So do you Europeans feel like you have a stake in European Union? Do you have like a control, the way to influence the decision making at European Union? A bit like in local politics, you still can talk to your MP or your representative to affect law. And I know it's very hard, but European Union, what do you think? Is it worse? Like, does your country even have any control in European Union to make decisions?
I'm going to make
as
a
a
quote
population?
of a previous leader
Just
of
wanna
Europe,
say-
Juncker. Please let me finish. This quote is very interesting because it says a lot about the mentality of people in Brussels and Strasbourg. It was Juncker who made this quote. Juncker was a previous leader in Europe. And he say that we are not going to let democracy block the progress of Europe.
Yes. Yes, this is actually something that
When-
most of the big decision makers have been saying about. Also because, first of all, going to democracy in Europe is like this. Wait, we have MPs, the European Parliament, but they are elected for the whole country, not for a precise segment. So you don't really have a person to whom you could call in the European Parliament. They represent mostly the country, and that's it. Some countries have like states. Then you could have some MPs that will represent a state if they have a kind of a federal constitution, but otherwise no. The also thing as well is that Emmanuel. The also thing as well is that the decision in the European Union is mostly made by the European Commission. The European Commission is like the head of state of the European Union. Well, there are many levels then down there, ministers and so on. But the big decisions are made. The problem inside of the European Commission, there are three ways of decision making. One, all states have to agree on. So I'm coming to Shadovy because that's a bigger problem. The other one is majority. And the other one is qualified majority. Qualified majority is like some countries have more points than others. And if the qualified majority is achieved, the decision is taken. So what many European Brussels bureaucrats want to do, they want to abolish the unanimous decision when all heads of state have to agree in. And we are talking about sanctions, we are talking about external policy and so on. And this is really dangerous also because before, even with the majority or the qualified majority decision making, a country could invoke a national interest and block the decision. And we have been seeing in the past,
for instance.
Yes, we have been seeing in the past that actually this is even being cut. There's no meaning anymore. Some countries have been making this kind of appeals. As for national interest, we are against, and nevertheless, they bring the decision over. This is a big problem in the European Union, they are breaking the rules they wrote themselves. Sorry, Shadovy, you said?
Don't forget about one thing important in Europe. Today, in France, if you could make a referendum with only one question, Europe, And beyond that, just an exclamation point. Most of the French are going to vote no. And I think there is a lot of countries where it's the same thing. Because today, a lot of people have lost faith in Europe.
Yes, but
I
you see,
speak not about Europe, but about European institutions.
The EU is for small countries. Countries like Germany and France, they just want to control these small countries in Europe. If EU was a big thing, UK would stay.
I don't think that was the reason why the UK left, because the UK had a very good position.
UK left because UK wants to do their own thing when it comes to law. When it comes to law, and once they are in the EU, all these small countries in Europe wants to move to UK.
I wanted to go back to Sadovi and say that I don't think so. Like Sadovi is saying, we are Eurocritic. The Eurocritics are growing in Europe, but the majority of the population still believes the European Union is the best thing there is. Many people in these countries are in favor of federalization, the complete destruction. Let me see, the complete destruction of the national state, as it is, the nation state. And so, unfortunately, Sadovi, I think most people are really imbregated by this narrative that the European Union is the best thing there is in the world, that we are really the really good guys, that we never make mistakes, that we want Africans to really, whatever we do for Africans and we tell them to do, it's the best thing for their lives. Most people in Europe are really convinced they are the aristocracy of the world.
It was true 10 years ago. Today, it's no more true. The feeling has really been reversed in France, at least in 2005, during the French referendum about the European Constitution. The French people said no to this constitution, but the government decided to put in place the constitution, whatever the French people decided. And 1 year later, they put in place the constitution because they just asked the parliament to vote, not the people.
I think we have. Gabriel do Povo. I think we have Gabriel do Povo. Is this from Brazil?
Gabriel
is from Argentina.
He's
from Argentina.
Big mistake. What? Oh my God! What are you doing? That's an Argentinian football.
Well, Gabriel is a very popular name within Brazilian. Sorry.
He's just from across the river, you know.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, Gabriel.
Good to see you. So long time no see. And yes, please don't confuse me with Brazil. I'd appreciate that.
To be honest, you got that look. You got the look.
Really
yeah, you look Brazilian, trust me.
No way.
Yes, you do. And
why do you insult him this way?
Plus you have a Brazilian name.
Gabriel is Latin, okay?
Gabriel is Latin, but I'm talking about Rio.
I mean, it's Judeo-Christian actually. It's Hebrew originally.
Gabriel. So because there is feedback from like our audio, we can hear you through your earphone. Like your mic is sensitive enough to capture the sound.
Yeah,
so
I'm listening.
If you're not talking later, you need to mute.
Yeah, I'm listening myself twice.
So Gabriel, Andrea, you wanted to give your comment about what we were talking about, your perspective from Italy, which is also a big country in Europe, one of those decisive ones that nobody talks about.
How I wish Italy was one of the big countries in Europe. In fact, most Italians I believe that Italy is actually a bit of an underdog. You know, one of the countries that are more of a subject to the EU rather than an active participant. We feel like the EU is constantly trying to work against our interests. Often it has happened in the recent history. I remember clearly when in the early maybe it was 2015, I think. we had the whole migrants emergency, and the European Union made us open our ports, of course, to let the migrants in, while France closed its ports, and the European Union did nothing about it. And of course, this fueled a lot of hatred against the European Union, Euroscepticism in Italy, and now we have these parties in power, which were supposed to be very Eurosceptic, and instead we see how they have been very tame, very mild regarding the European Union. They have been very I'm gonna say this. They've been cooperating with the European Union maybe too much. Maybe one could say too much.
I'm surprised about Meloni. She came to power with all types of big words, big mouths, saying she was going to say everything and nothing. And on the end, she goes to the meetings and she's quiet. She doesn't say a word. She just do it like this.
Who do you say anything with a fucking United States military base in Italy?
That's true.
No, it's not about
multiple military bases in Italy.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think USA is going to do? To invade Italy? Please.
Oh, Andrew, tell them what happened to the socialist prime minister of your country.
Yes. Every time we had this prime minister. I don't know if Aldo Moro. He was found. He was trying to get the Christian Democrats to work with the communists and try to find an agreement, a national agreement, so that they would get away from the U.S. sphere, but also away from like Soviet sphere and be independent, right? I want you to guess what happened to him. He was found dead in a car trunk. Okay, like that Italy. You cannot be in Italy and try to get away from like the NATO or even the EU, I imagine, because of course that this is what happens. Well, Berlusconi in 2011, he was ousted from power, replaced with a former EU diplomat, because you cannot be against the establishment in Italy. Otherwise, he would be found dead in a car, or would be ousted and replaced with marionettes.
Because I find it really confusing, because the last election, then everybody was dooming because Meloni is going to be, he's a pro-Russian candidate, is going to come, and then he's going to be conservative, he's going to ban immigration, illegal immigrations, or the refugees. Then they are dooming, Russia is winning because after that, the moment she got into power, one of the first thing in the first week in power is to send weapons to Ukraine. And I was like,
and she done fuck all about the immigration. The refugee keep coming, you see.
So I don't understand from the Italian perspective. What actually happened?
United States wants a lot of refugees in Europe. A lot. The more refugees in Europe, the better for the United States.
And the better for Europe too.
For the EU, yes. For the EU.
And the better for Europe too. No, even for France, I'm sorry.
The EU works for the United States.
Without immigration, we are fucked in 50 years.
If you see the member of parliament of the EU, they got nothing to say in that parliament. Doesn't matter what they say, they're not gonna hear them. It's useless, that parliament.
Can I just say something quick about the refugees? Because as you was talking about, there will be more refugees in Europe. If ECOWAS started the war, there will be at least a minimum, at least 2 million refugees going to Europe. I'm just being honest. So if I know a lot of countries are complaining about refugees coming to the countries, you have to understand that in Guinea alone, right now, a lot of people like live in the countries because they say there's no good opportunity and all that stuff, right? But if this war starts, many of these countries in West Africa, that's where most of these refugees come from. So just be understanding that. So this is why I'm against of the war. I think it's always good to do diplomacy wise, because if they do that, just remember China. Nigeria alone have 200 million people, and then if you add all the West African countries, close to at least 400 million, if I'm not wrong. So just a minimum of 2 million that are flying to try and get into Europe, it will be very, very easy because as you see what happened in Libya. So as in French, we call it Libya or maybe Libya, so in English or something like that. So in America right now, we complain about, in New York right now, there's issues about a lot of refugees in New York. Everywhere you go, they don't even have enough place to put all these people. So if this happened, it would be even disaster more. So I'm just saying that right now. So you have to understand, some of these people already have the blueprint, the blueprint to get to Europe and America. So
yeah, USA, they did the best thing they could do. Libya and Syria. Now Italy and Turkey, they are paying for that. They are paying for that. These countries, they receive a lot of refugees. Italy receives a lot from Africa, and Turkey a lot from Syria. All these refugees who go to Turkey end up in Germany. Then it's done. Once you are in Schengen country, there's no way back. They're not going to stop you. You can walk wherever you want.
And also this time, they're not going to have any excuse why you live in your country, you know, because they are refugees. At the UN, if you're refugees, like you are supposed to be like let in or given in some way a security location to be on. So you cannot just kick them out or let, no, you can't come in because, you know, there is refugees because there's a war going on in West Africa. So you can't do anything about that. So before you may have excuses why you live in your country, they told all these political issues or there's no job, no opportunity. You probably are not, your country is more like secure, but this time you cannot give that excuse anymore because they have their own reason. They are refugees. They're running from wars. They are running from getting killed, or they are running to be like somebody who, like somebody who wanted to, like, they don't want to join the military, just like as people happen in Russia that run out from Russia trying to go to Europe. Some of them, they open the door for them, right? But this time, if people say, oh yeah, I'm running away from Africa because I don't want to join the military or something like that, I want to see how they react to that, to be honest. So thank you.
It will be funny, right? You know, like Niger have a war, but everyone in the rest of the West Africa start to become refugees. Even though the war is not there, it's like all the Guinea people, Guinean people, and like everybody just go to Europe.
Yeah.
There is a
war. Yes.
But economically, the situation would be disturbed in almost all countries around. It's not that the war would just influence Niger with 25 millions. We are talking about a complete destabilization of this whole complex of countries. And so it's very easy not just to claim it because it is like that. It will become like that economically. And we also have to see that this western part of Africa is the most heated by the COVID crisis. I think the other parts of Africa got it more easy out of it. This part of Africa, okay, they have big numbers to grow, but this is nothing.
And also Guinea had the issue with Ebola and Sierra Leone and Liberia, if you remember, before COVID. So they was able to prevent more COVID because they had that knowledge about, how to wash your hands, stay distance with people, don't touch things, don't touch dead bodies, something like that. That will help Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. So COVID was there, but it's not as much as the next door neighbors, like in other countries.
No, I was talking about the economic consequences.
Yeah, definitely, there's a big issue on that. To be honest, that's one of the reasons why many people left Guinea.
Countries like USA and UK, they don't give a fuck about refugees. If you are in France trying to get in UK, they're gonna pray for you. They're gonna pray for you. They're gonna pray for you to draw. But listen to this: if you are from China or Iran trying to get asylum in UK or United States, they're gonna give you straight away. Why? Because this is the country they want to fight with. People from this country is gonna make them look good. But if you are from Africa or Syria, you're gonna say, fuck off, go to France or Germany. That's it.
Voz, don't worry. when they have spent 15 days in France, they are going to want to go to UK, and we have to let them go.
Because of that, the UK government is pissed off with Macron, because basically Macron is the one paying for all these people to cross the river.
Exactly.
And, in Italy, actually, we have a problem. Like, I mean, sort of a problem, because if there was like a war in West Africa, as you guys said, rightfully, in our constitution it is written that if a refugee comes from a country in which they cannot exercise the rights our constitution gives, so like liberty, freedom, they cannot live like in a healthy environment, etc. They have the right to be in Italy. And this plays in a bad way for us right now, because now we would have like thousands and thousands of people coming from West Africa if a war comes that would have the right. They wouldn't be even illegal immigrants. They would be legal immigrants, in fact, because their constitution gives them the right to come.
And do you
so
think
it would
that
be
they
swarmed.
stay in Italy, or go to UK?
Yeah, that's not just for your country. That's for all the UN member states. So many of them, they have that signed into the contract. So it's not just.
But for us, it is written in the constitution
Malone is the reason we should never ever trust a politician. She was all talk. They videos from her from like 5-7 years ago talking shit about Macron and stuff. Look where she is now. Look what she's doing.
We are going to have the same thing in France.
There is a beautiful video from Meloni.
That Marine Le Pen is going to become French president.
Shadowy, you vote Macron twice.
Yes.
And you hate the guy.
Yes.
Come on.
There is an amazing recording of an interview. There is an amazing recording of an interview with Meloni, where she complains that the problems in Africa are pretty much to do with French imperialism. That the French are very much the ones to blame, because in Africa there is not enough economic opportunities due to their the Western Franco, due to the fact that people have to give their 50% of their earn exports for the central bank in France, or not the central bank in France, the Ministry of Finance in France. And she was really vocal. And now she was ready. She was ready to help ECOWAS. She just asked for a week more, and that was it. She just needed a week more.
Can I ask something?
Yes, please.
Has the sound improved slightly?
Yes,
a lot.
Much better.
A lot.
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Okay. One thing I wanted to say was first the Meloni issue, how she promised a bunch of things and had this very fiery rhetoric in her campaign, and then she totally flipped, bait and switch. That was super interesting. It really puts into doubt, also with Biden and other governments in Europe, how much of a democracy do you guys actually have if you elect a minister?
Don't make me laugh over you, please.
And then they just turn around and do whatever the fuck they want. And the other thing I thought was really interesting was something Wyatt mentioned in his video about Africa, about Niger. How it seems like America's systematically dismantling their allies. That's super interesting. Like, why would they do that? Isn't it better to have strong allies? But no, it's like what they did with Germany, with the Nord Stream, what they've been doing with the UK after they took over the world empire. And
I think the Nord Stream incident, call it like you want, was not about lowering the power of Germany. It was about making sure that Germany were never going to align themselves with Russia.
But it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
No, not the same thing.
Because if you make sure they never align with Russia, at the same time, you have to destroy their industrial capacity. So it's like tomato.
It's more about priority. If a German was really strong, but with a sure ally of United States would be very happy. The problem is a very strong Germany who is not aligned with United States.
But in terms of economy, the Germans were doing what the German success is pretty much almost the same that the Americans had some previous decades. So the ability for the US to come back needs to destroy the German economy, or at least bring a lot of their technology to the United States. And this is what has been happening. A lot of German companies, when they noticed that the country won't have cheap energy for a long period of time, they started investing in the US.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And of course, a weak ally is more easily subjugated. Let's just say that. Like, no one wants strong allies, because a strong ally can just tell you, well, no, I'm not going to do what you want me to do. But
are the EU allies of the United States, or they just work for them?
That's the thing. Yes, Bozo.
Clearly, they work for them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Clearly, they're subjects. They're not allies, technically speaking. Makes sense after the world wars. The world was arranged in a certain way that still reflects today. After Italy.
No. You are making a mistake. In France, there is after the wars, thanks to the General de Gaulle, we had a lot of sovereignty. Okay, we are not part of the NATO integrated command. We have our own nuclear program. A lot of things that was really separated from USA. General de Gaulle was the first Western president to go to China to say hello to Mao, basically. Okay, we had a lot of independence. It was
Macron went to China.
Yes, but please don't compare Macron and General de Gaulle. You are going to piss a lot of people. And the problem come after him. USA put in place in France and the several countries in Europe a lot of structure to push their own ideology. And slowly, not very fast, but slowly, this ideology has influenced a lot of important people in France. That's basically one of the more clear programs of that is the Young Leader. The Young Leader is a US program which has impact in France and in Germany. Actually, you have to know that Macron is a Young Leader. Scholz, the leader of Germany, is also a Young Leader. Okay, with this kind of program, they are able to make sure that the main USA ideology is in Europe. So they don't need to give order, because the European leader is going to follow the ideology that the USA want. So even without giving order, Europe is going in their direction.
They actually support the transatlantic ideology. It's not even that the Americans are very much into it, but it's the way they form the thoughts of these people. And if these people could work well in that, they will be elected and they will be chosen for the, And if someone gets up in some positions and they see potential in it, they recruit that person, like Annalena Baerbock, although she had no potential. They recruit them and put them in some programs of re-education, let's say like this. Well, this is Annalena Baerbock, a woman that hated the US, that was against US imperialism, that was against nuclear weapons, and now she's completely pro-United States.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually, one of the funniest thing, the most radical turn was actually on immigration. One of the things, just to make you understand, because maybe especially the people who are watching this, maybe they don't have the full context. One of the main things she would say, which was hilarious in my opinion, was she suggested to to fix the immigration problem, just to enforce a naval blockade of the Italian peninsula. She she said she wanted to enforce a naval blockade of the Italian peninsula to keep the migrants from coming in. Can you believe that? How much she's changed? How much her
A
opinion
lot of
has
people
changed?
believe her. Since
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that that idea is illegitimate. I'm saying that from that idea, she changed completely and radically. That's what I'm saying.
So we come back to just now the question I was asking Andrew. So what was the perspective, from the Italians, like how suddenly she changed and why does this happen?
But personally, as someone who supported her coalition, I feel like I have bitter in my mouth. I feel like I was screwed in the butt. If you want to say it like this, I don't know how to feel because I vote. Well, I mean, I didn't vote myself, but I supported a government that was supposed to do something completely different things, and now I find myself with being basically another government puppet of the U.S. I seriously thought, oh, this time everything's gonna change. This time we're going to be independent, guys. Oh, yeah. And instead, this. Very, very disappointed. Very. How can I say it? It's terrible. It's terrible. And I am not the only one with that idea. Well,
I have two things to add for you.
Oh yes,
in
go on.
France, the people are going to have the same surprise for the next election, because a lot of people think in France that Marine Le Pen is going to solve everything. And there is a thing called reality. The reality is the government in Europe has very few power about the relation with the rest of the world, basically. The Europe has a lot of power about that. So you cannot do whatever you want. You have to follow the rule. And if you don't follow the rule, you have so much resistance in your own country that you're not about to decide and to make sure that the new law is going to be applied. So that's one thing about Europe. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be very funny when all the people who are going to vote for Trump in USA very soon are going to see the same thing.
It's also quite interesting to see what happened in
America,
the UK.
I would vote for Trump myself.
It's very interesting what happened in the UK after Brexit. It is pretty much what Arestovych was saying. Well, they had to go out because the referendum was clear. But something I noticed, I was very surprised, is that so many British people were ready to betray their country and giving information. They were placed in the best place.
Stop saying bad thing about UK. UK is a great country. Come on, guys.
They were placed in the best places.
What? Let Prata finish, man. I want to hear what he wants to say. Prata, continue, please.
No, I was just saying some people were placed in the right positions and they were giving away information. They were in the kind of commercial war, and they were getting this information from the English state. You had so many politicians actually making the life of those, making that process of deciding how to deal a commercial treaty between the UK and the European Union really a mess. And it was incredible. And it's like Shadov is saying, whenever you have a politician in Europe that will say no, like for instance, Mr. Orban, but that's an But Boris Johnson, my God, yes. The only one that was able to say no to the European Union until now was actually...
Boris Johnson is a great guy,
Actually, I was very disappointed with Boris Johnson. It's like when he was becoming the prime minister, especially in the early stage where he was dealing with the Brexit stuff, dealing with EU. He was very strong, and he was. I feel that he was the right leader for the UK at that moment, even though he's a bit weird. But no, he's one of the very few people within the UK Parliament that is actually have the guts to do it right by the British people. But the moment Ukraine war happened, oh my God,
you're so wrong.
No, but the thing is, when you are competing with EU as a different entity, he's all right. He's fighting against the EU for the interest of the British Isles. But the problem is when the Ukraine war happened, he just went fuck off the country. He don't care about the UK anymore. He go all in into Ukraine and against Russia, and he totally forgets about UK at all, entirely. Like he don't talk about the UK stuff.
Also, your
Everything
opinion
suddenly
on
is not very
that.
important.
It's really strange.
Actually, right. You're really wrong about Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson won the election like no one ever done it in UK. His party got the fucking majority in parliament, you know. It doesn't matter what happens. If they want to approve something, they can do it. And, you know, the guy, COVID came, and he started making a lot of rules. A lot. If you see something, wash your hand, sing happy birthday, and, you know, things like that. Everyone was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? You're not allowed to go to work, but you're allowed to work at home. But if you can't work from home, so go to work. Everyone was like, what the fuck am I going to do? Okay, I'm a chef, so I'm going to work from home. How?
No, but the thing is, whatever you're talking about during COVID, the whole world is facing the same problem. The British, right, is actually one of the more relaxed country among those that actually do restrictions. In fact, that whatever the UK was doing, we are actually how to put it? We are astonished in Singapore. We cannot believe what the UK is doing, because it's like we are putting very strong restrictions and trying to control the spread, and UK was just let it go, let it go. It's like
it wasn't like that. Trust me, we weren't allowed to spend Christmas with the people we love.
Yes, but that was
and
after.
then we find out they were drinking wine every night, partying every fucking night, you know, just between them.
So
Johnson fucked up. Way before Ukraine, he fucked up.
I can tell you, right, for COVID, right, there is no win for any politicians. There's no win. Yes. You put restrictions or don't put restriction, you also lose. Because because I was monitoring very closely, because I was following Boris Johnson and what he was doing, then suddenly COVID come. The thing is that he started off being very liberal. He wants everything to continue. He wants to take the advantage of the COVID and go ahead of EU, because EU was putting all the restrictions, and he wants the UK to continue to drive forward, because they UK just went out of the Brexit, just Brexited. And this is the perfect opportunity for UK to go forward while the whole world is pausing, is making a pause, a temporary stop. So he let everything go on forward. But the thing is, when the numbers become so high and the healthcare system cannot deal with it, that's when he suddenly pulled back, you see. Then he started to have all these lockdowns, and his rules get more and more stronger and restrictive. It was a reaction to his failed policy towards COVID. But the thing is, whatever he's doing in the reaction is basically what the whole world is actually doing. There is no way, no politicians can win. And there's no way you can do it well, even in Singapore.
So basically, you are telling us that he make a bet with the life of his population.
Yes.
Very nice.
No, because it's a calculated gamble.
Who is going to correct you?
In the earlier days, in the early days, the understanding is that the weaker people and the older people will die from the COVID. But the thing is, if for the UK, if let's say you become very ruthless, you want to just for the growth of the country, all these weaker, useless people, when they die, your economy becomes more efficient. And that could be the calculation behind Boris Johnson. But the problem is, when you destroy the healthcare system because you overload it, then you're not going to win the election anyway. You're going to destroy the country in a different way. So he pulled back. Drew.
I have something to say about Boris Johnson. My take on Boris Johnson is that it is a classic example of why the liberal democratic basically popularity contest way of democracy is a bad idea. So if you look at Boris Johnson, he's very, very, very good at being the opposition. He's very, very good at being the guy that, you know, is able to champion things he has a lot of energy. If there is a great cause, he's going to be the guy to front it. He has a lot of energy. But the moment he gets in power, he's bored. He doesn't want to do anything. It's like he needs to then transition from this rah-rah guy to become an administrator and a policy maker, a guy that thinks 10 years, 20 years in advance. You can't just take a guy that is this personality which can win elections and then transition him into a clerk, basically, like a manager. So humans are typically good at one thing. Like if you are a great fighter pilot, you're gonna be a shit brain surgeon. It doesn't mean either one is good or bad. You can be a great brain surgeon and that's good. You can be a great fighter pilot, that's good. But you can only be good at one thing. So Boris Johnson was very, very good at winning votes, but horrible at administration. So that's why I think I just want to say that that's why the Western democracies are choosing all the people that are good at getting votes, who can talk in a debate, who can just speak, great at public speaking, super popular. But then when they get in office, they have no idea what to do. It's like, how do I run this administration? So most of what's happening in the last few decades is they get in office, they don't know what to do, so they just don't do. So they let all the people that are in the permanent state, so all the permanent secretaries, the guys that are in the machine that is the government in all these Western countries, just do their own thing because they have no idea how to govern administratively. They have no idea what to tell them to do. They have no idea that
I agree with you when it comes to Boris Johnson.
This state to kind of evolve into this machine of itself, because the politicians just don't govern them. They're out giving speeches to fight for the next election, right? Like coming up with populist policies to make people vote for them. That's what they're good at doing. So there's a big mismatch. Whereas in Singapore, we are the opposite. Most of our politicians have no idea how to do public speaking. They are horrible at it. If you listen to them, they're just nerdy people, nerdy administrators, and they get no respect. You put it in front of a mic. So most of the time they don't do any of that. Just, in a parade, they just stand there, they don't say anything, So but they are good administrators. So that's why you need to run a government, not the other way around. So yeah.
Arestovych has a very good example from France, because Arestovych has a very good example from France because you see the problem is that we have been politicizing all administrative positions in our governments, and he was telling me a few days ago that they are closing all those schools they used to make these people good diplomats, good administrators, and so on. I think you can give us a good what is happening in France. Well, in Portugal it has been horrible since the Treaty of Lisbon in 2000. They have been cutting all places in the administration are being substituted by guys from parties. They have no idea of administration. So things have been really gone to bad to worse. But I think Arestovych can make he talked to me in a very presentable way. I think he's a good guy to show us what is happening in Europe at the moment. It's very bad.
Once we had a very high-level school for diplomats, and this diplomat was really good after this school, and they were used, I'm sorry for all the African people, but to make sure that things were staying quiet in Africa, to give bribe to the good people, to make sure that the coup is happening in the good state, and so deal with all the problems in Africa, basically, and around the world. And they were very good about diplomacy, okay? They know when to speak, they know when to shut up, they know who to speak for, when to speak to the press, and so on, okay? A very professional guy. But Macron and the past president, not only himself, but the guy before him too, decided to use the ambassador post not as a tool for diplomacy, but as a way to give some kind of job to the people of their own political party who has been not elected, basically. And so suddenly, there is a lot of high-level diplomats who have no longer a job. And suddenly, you don't need a school to train diplomats. Because the diplomatic job are going to be given to just a political guy who has failed, so they are not so good. And immediately a lot of things crumble for diplomacy in France. Do you are mute?
Oh,
sorry, I muted you because just now I hear some sound from your side.
Oh, sorry, I was typing. Yeah, I just said it's nepotism basically. What happened? Yeah.
Yes.
Even Germany, where there was. Okay, sorry, Andrew.
No. I wanted to change topic, so go on, brother.
No, I'm very surprised because I've been in Germany for a long time now. One of the things I was very surprised is that whenever the government changed, it didn't matter because they had so strong administration, which is ruled pretty much independently, and we haven't had the nepotism for a long time. And when this new government arrived, especially the Habeck, has been giving jobs for all his family members, more or less. Well, I'm exaggerating, but they noticed one guy, which was the husband of her sister, and then they noticed there are a lot of people. This is like a network growing, and it's just in 1 year, amazingly.
It's democracy.
This didn't exist in Germany before. Go on, Vosh.
It's democracy. That's it.
No, it's not.
No, it's Western liberal democracy, not democracy. Democracy is a different thing.
There is a worse system than that.
Drew, if you live in the West, that's democracy. Trust me.
About that.
Yeah. That's the problem.
About that.
Yeah.
Shadowy, about that. I am pretty sure that if Le Pen wins in France, you might have another Meloni case. I don't know, je ne sais pas, but it's very much possible. You will have another.
Yes,
Do you agree? Do you agree? The Meloni, the Meloni.
And you have to understand that Marine Le Pen is come from a very wealthy family of French military. Okay, so you have to understand that they don't care about poor people. They don't understand poor people. They are not poor people. They are very well educated family, okay, that has money for forever, basically. Okay,
yes.
So it's just about a way to become president, to fight for immigration. Just as that.
One thing from people in Europe, how many socialist countries are in power at the moment in Europe or left? How many left?
I would say fake socialism or socialism.
No, just left. Forget socialism.
But they're all fake socialism.
Actual left.
Yeah. The fact that you need to think is because there is none. There was one left in Spain. It's gone.
No, but Portugal is central left.
Huh? There is no fucking central left. Central left is like Macron. Central left is like Macron. That fucking is right. There is no left. There is no left.
I'm with you before that, but if you continue this direction, I'm not going to be happy.
Like the Democrats in the United States. That's no fucking left. Okay? That's no fucking left. All these people are all central or right. The left in Europe is dying, and it's dying fast. Yes. And if you see countries with power, Germany, France, Italy, Sweden,
the Netherlands,
Finland, all these countries is controlled by the right. UK, even the UK, yeah. And the opposition in UK
by right.
is.
What do you mean by the right and the left in this context?
It's like left and right. I'm not talking about economy. I'm talking about people who care about the left, like socialists. There is none left in Europe.
Yeah, they are not left or right. They are not left or right. They are
right. They are central or right. That's it.
They don't care about the right. They care about themselves. There's a difference there. They don't care about you. They don't care about.
I think they care about the market, the free market.
They care about themselves.
I think it's
they will say whatever they need.
I actually agree with Drew. Drew actually made a good point. Like, we always understand political, the bar is of left or right. One is nationalist, one is the liberal, or
It's
progressive.
not like that anymore.
You go
it's like that now.
Yeah, but when you want to go
here, you are here.
So if you go extreme to the left, you will become communist. If you go extreme to the right, you become a Nazi. The problem is today's Europe. Actually, Drew is correct. It's not actually both sides. It becomes a triangle. It becomes something new. There's something that is corporatism. There's something to do with like the big corporation control and centralization. That is nothing to do with nationalism. Nothing to do with the human.
United States is changing Europe. United States is changing Europe. Look at German. The right in German, the so-called Nazis, they are getting power. Last time I heard, they're like 70% chance of getting back.
So,
I think like in America, you've got kind of like what Drew said. It's more corporatism. I mean, you've got guys on both sides that are making money, and they know, the corporate people, they know every 4 years it changes, so they got to have a few guys on each side, and that's just kind of melded into a uniparty of, politicians who are really nothing more than like an extension of the corporate boardroom, and that's pretty much what I mean. When you look at the military-industrial complex, big tech, or whatever, I mean, they serve their interests, which are the shareholders and the board members, and I mean that's kind of where it's at now. I mean, there's still right and left to a point, but I mean, as far as the big picture thing, it's all a uniparty, pretty much.
Sorry, there is no left in the United States at the moment.
Well, I mean, there's like factions and stuff, but I mean, like at the top, it's pretty much a uniparty of corporate interests. It's not really.
For USA.
But at the lower level, you have separation.
To be able to change something. That's a question.
I think what Bosdapolo was meaning was more than like the ideology of the parties that are ruling Europe. He's meaning about the populist discourse. Like there's a difference between right and left in so much as what is the discourse, not so much the policy, because as you've well stated, it's a corporate interest. So there's a difference between right and left in what is the rhetoric of each party and each politician. But basically there's no real difference in so much as they all obey the corporate interests. There's something really interesting that Plato predicted many years ago, 2,500 years ago, about like the deterioration of politics, how like democracy was the second worst form of government, because demagogues would take hold of it and it would inevitably hand the power over to the worst form of government, which is oligarchy or corporatism nowadays. So first you have the people who promote the idea of popular rule, then come the people who can sell the biggest words to the population, and by doing that, they hand over the power to the people who actually have the money or means of production. And that's kind of like what we're seeing now. It's really interesting to see that prediction pan out so far from when it was emitted. That's what I wanted to say.
And we're gonna see liberal. We're gonna see liberal everywhere. Complaining.
In response to that, I think the problem is this: the rhetoric and the narrative and all the thing that you say differentiates them. that's only for our consumption. That's for you, that's for me. They don't, that's designed for us to talk to each other about. It has no impact on their policy making whatsoever, right? So all of this talk about, oh, nationalism and oh, I champion women's rights, or I like LGBT, or on the other side, I like guns, and all of that is just for regular people, to distract all the regular people. It's called a uni party for a reason. It's because they it comes up with they will tell you whatever they want to get you to vote for them. And if you like guns, they'll tell you I love guns. And the other side, if you like gays, I'll tell you I like gays. What they say has no value anymore. So
yeah, I mean, look
through all of that and see what they do, and they do
Look
the
at-
exact same thing.
We have to
Left
understand.
or right, Democrat or whatever, they do the exact same thing.
Ukraine's a perfect example of it, because you've got Mitt Romney makes money off Ukraine. Nancy Pelosi makes money off Ukraine. Mitch McConnell makes money off Ukraine. Joe Biden's family makes money off Ukraine. I mean, Lindsey Graham makes money off Ukraine. There's a reason why they support Ukraine. It's not because they want the people of Ukraine to be free and democratic, and they want us to be proud of our values being projected over there and saving them. It's because those fuckers all make money, and they're all in different parties. And if you listen to them on any particular day, they talk shit about each other. But look what they all do behind the scenes. Get a check from Ukraine.
So I think
But they must
we have
believe-
to understand that there was the political process in Europe, which expanded to most of the world, not as much as in the US. This is different. Politics in the US works differently than in Europe. Was created on the idea of left and right. And this actually modulated the democracy and the political process in Europe. But things changed. It changed more or less since 2000 exactly, when the Euro came, when the Lisbon Treaty was signed. And we have been having a kind of recentralization of parties, which don't have much of the difference between themselves. Being right or center left is pretty much the same. It's pretty much what Drew was saying. Those little things, those discourses of left and right have become a fait divers. They don't mean anything anymore, really. And what we have is two dichotomies. One is more international orientated and less and more national focused, and the other one is more conservative in terms of values, and liberal values, which are everything and nothing. They just are meant actually to disrupt society in order to actually divert our attention to problems that don't exist, and they do whatever they want in their internationalists mentality. And parties now are divided in these two, more or less, these two things. So they are talking about democracy and autocracies. Even democracies, they are not liberal, are autocracies now.
So yeah,
But,
I mean, look at
Plata just explained.
Let me just go real quick.
You perfectly,
real quick.
Perfectly analyzed how they presented themselves, not what they do.
Well, I mean,
he explained ethically how they presented what they do since Reagan and Thatcher. They all turned left in a power. That's what they do. They all and if you look at how they benefit themselves is by protecting the rich. That's gonna benefit them by campaign donations. So it's not gonna they're not gonna benefit if they bring the laws that will help the workers, because there's no unions that gonna provide them any funding, any campaign funding. So they all look who has money. So they look for the rich to provide support for them. And that's what makes them right. They all on the right, on a political spectrum, because how you define economically, how you define left or right is left always protects poorer side of the population, and the right protects richer or side of the population, which is defending the traditional aristocratic order hierarchy. That's what right.
I was just going to say real quick. China.
like with the United States, I mean, you know, you have the appearance of a right and left because you have guys like Rand Paul and Marjorie Taylor Greene and all that. They say all kinds of great stuff, but they have zero effect on the overall policy of the United States. So,
yeah, that's how they present themselves, like they are right or left.
China and Russia, they are where they are at the moment because there is left in that country, in this country. If Russia was like any other country in Europe after 2000, things would just go fucked up. But because Putin was someone from a communist and he knew how to make things right, that's why Russia is where it is at the moment. Otherwise, it would be fucked. Because Putin, in just 20 years, he changed the country. He changed the country that was falling down in just fucking 20 years. And look at China. China in the 19th, China was nothing. Look at China now. Okay, Drew.
Drew.
China is for you.
No, I wanted to say that that we need to get away from this left and right way of thinking, especially when it comes to politics, because it's not a good way of thinking about whether or not a policy is going to work or not. It's just a way of categorizing a group that has no meaning really. When you look at a policy, what we need to look at is whether it benefits the people of the country overall. And so I disagree with Voss when she says China is left. China is not left. China is not right. There are left people in China, there are right people in China, but China's policy is always what works. Pragmatism is the policy.
That's communism is left.
No, they are not communists anymore. I mean, there are a lot of nationalists.
Drew, I agree with you. Anyone here knows China is a communist country. Doesn't matter what you say. China is a communist country. Come on.
Communist. You can define communist country where only situation where is the one party in power. There is no other party. There is only one party to choose. So it's a communist party. So that's a communist system. That's
they can do even if there were three parties. You know, in China, if they tell you don't do that shit, you won't do it.
No.
Here in UK, if they tell you don't do it, people gonna say fuck off.
Let me correct a big misconception here. China doesn't have one party you can choose. China has one party, full stop. You don't get to choose them. They are what that communist means is China has no political parties. The government of China. They just call themselves the Communist Party of China. It's just a name. It's not a political party. Government is the government.
Okay. I'm gonna start a party. I'm gonna call the Nazi Party. It's just a name.
No, I can put it in a simpler way. I can put it in a simpler way. So imagine the Communist Party today is simply a dynasty. So now they are the Com dynasty. That's it. So in the Chinese dynasty, there's also no political party. It's simply just one dynasty, one emperor. Everybody works towards for that person.
China doesn't have political parties.
You can have left and right thinking within the same hierarchy. But the thing is, there is no party.
And the biggest thing you need to know about this, the way the system works, is the Chinese military, the PLA, answers to the CPC, the Chinese Communist Party. It does not answer to the people of China. Okay, so
they only liberate them. They do not answer to them. They only liberate them.
I love China. I love China because they are communist. Please don't
call it
please don't destroy my dream, Drew. Please, it's in my head.
I want to this most of the time, right? They are doing the same thing as Singapore. They are trying to juggle between socialism, which is where the government runs owns the means of production, between capitalism. So you cannot have capitalism in a communist country, but they are encouraging capitalism. Like recent, like the one that's most recent is they released, they actually deregulated all the tourism. So now all the tourist agencies in China can have their own private thing. They don't need a special license to operate. They don't answer to government anymore. But then they nationalize other things like their education, right? So they are playing this testing. What works, what doesn't. It's about what works. Nothing to do with left and right. Right?
It's just that the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal have nothing to do with green or new or any deal. It's just a branding. The communist is just a branding. I want to say
politically. Anyway, hey, hold on. We go Waka here, the wise man. Come on, Waka.
Wait.
Say something to us.
What's the top of this channel?
Not a wise man. Actually, it's just it's just always nice to listen to different systems. But I think in 21st century, I think second decade, I think we should look at governance than systems of parties, because I don't know whether the American system isn't a two-party elite capture actually, and so 99% don't have much say. In India, of course, 2-3 parties. In Middle East, you have some kingdoms who are working very well. People are happy. I don't know what you have to do with democracy if it cannot feed, people, and there's 10% actually milking 80% of the wealth of a state. So I think any system which works for its people is good. And by and large, now the world is connected. We can communicate. I have made a lot of Chinese friends actually through military. One, they were my colleagues here. They come for study. Then some of them were my students in the defense college. And in Zimbabwe, we had friends because they were also 2 Chinese brigadier level officers. So we have interacted, and they are very normal people. So I think there's a lot of stereotyping about the system. I feel that any system which can deliver to the people of that nation or state, I think it should be okay. And if you look at the wealth generated by China for the Chinese people, it's the largest democracy now. It's the largest economy. So, and if they keep growing, they are going to overtake everybody. So I think it should be like Libya. Libya under Gaddafi was a welfare state, and then the West brought democracy to them through bombs, and now it doesn't exist. So I think a larger question is whether people are happy, and in this, I think post-truth era, there's a lot of chaos because of democracy also. I think you require some discipline and control, and so every country has a mixed system. So I really can't say what is good or bad. I think what is functional is good. I think in my case, anything which functions for the people, less chaos and more, people can get jobs and get a decent living. I think it's okay, because Europe has experimented with democracy. Ultimately, it's created an elite. It's not an ideal system. So it's an elite of 5 to 10%. Same guys will, be in other parties. Like Brexit, if you look at UK, we consider that it's the most mature democracy. And they let UK get out of, let's say, the European Union, Brexit. And now a lot of people are saying it was a wrong decision by the elite. But by and large, the common man is suffering. Common people are suffering. But the elite, it doesn't matter. They would still have very good lifestyle. So I think anything which functions and less chaotic, I think it is good.
I just want to finish my point. So earlier I was saying that Drew really inspired me about the left and right spectrum thing, which is like something is wrong about that, and I think I will probably go and write one article or paper about this. Maybe I can write something about this. Like instead of left right only, which is still exists actually in a way, but there's also up and down. You up is probably corporatism, where it's like it's corporate first. No, everything is like corporate first, which is basically what EU is. And then you have all the way down, which is totally no government. That means the person ideology is like, I don't want government. I don't want to be rude at all. I want to be like, caveman. So, and this is what a lot of the, I think it's libertarians in the United States.
You just called all the libertarians cavemen.
That's what
no, actually, anarchists. That would be anarchists, Wyatt.
But you see, if you view it in this sense, which is actually a cross box, then you can actually plot the countries in the correct places, because they are always, definitely there are certain parts that are more left, more right, more nationalistic or more progressive, but there's why they all feels the same to us now is because they're all high up in the up. They're all very high up now, very top down, very centralized, very corporate centric and focused. Whereas we are now trying to pull it down. The normal people can't stand it because it's like this is so high up that we have no power, we have no control over what is happening around us, that we want to pull it down. I think this could become a proper political theory, because it makes a lot of sense.
Old one. That's an old one. It's you
one?
can always that's old system or way to look at it. It's nothing new. It's I
reinvented the wheel.
You take a how it works. You take a population and you split it in 4 quadrants or 2, whichever you desire. The simplest way is in 2. You split it in 2. You have left and right when you split it in 2, right? It doesn't say how left it is or how right it is. It's just that you look at that population. That's just the simplest way of looking at something complex. You can then put one more half, which makes it a quadrant, 4 quadrants. Then you can split it one more. Then you get 8. You can really. This depends how complicated way you want to describe it. But I always look at political, social, and economical way of how to split. So when you say China is communist, I mean it's a political communist, while economically it's a mix of socialism and the capitalism. Really extreme mix, not regular separation, but you have completely capitalist enterprises and you have completely socialist enterprises.
I disagree. Economic China is socialist, economic, and political. They are communist.
Actually, I'm not even sure if
said.
China is even left now. Like I feel like Chinese is very right. It's very nationalistic, conservative.
Oh. Okay,
I don't know.
That's social.
UK is a very conservative country. Look how fucked up this country.
Socially, China is very right. It has a strong hierarchy, very strong hierarchy, and politically, it's just one party. That's how that one party makes it communist. Socially, it's strong hierarchy. It's on the right. Yes. Economically, it's more on the left because it helps masses, not rich so much. Rich is just pours out by itself by using the system, by using the numbers. That's 3 separations of left and right. That's how I look at it.
Guys, I have to go. Let me say something before I leave. I'll keep on hearing the conversation, but I just wanted to throw this topic. I think the left and right discussion has to be surpassed because there's a whole other set of differences between political systems and governmental structures, and I'd really like a new definition to come up that refers to the paradigm that drives the interests of a nation. So Russia and China were a good example of how a nation is protective of its own interests, and that obviously includes the interests of the people. But how that fits into the right-left spectrum is very relative. But any discourse can fit into a right-left spectrum, but what is the policies and what are they oriented towards? What's their orientation? Is it for national interests? Is it for the population's interests, or is it for corporate interests? And those, or globalist interests, because some are like leftists or socialists or liberals, but they're actually interested in transnational interests more than in the well-being of their population. So it's hard to call them left either, but it's not capitalist either, because they have this whole stakeholder issue that really doesn't give a shit about
that's my point. There is no left.
The profits, which is what's supposed to drive capitalism. So it's really rare to see nowadays, and that's why China and Russia are like good examples of nations that pursue their national interest as above whatever else ideology might come into the mix. So that's what I wanted to say.
I 100% agree with you. Although Drew, Gabriel, yeah, there is one thing. UK and the United States, they say that they are very conservative countries. Look the shit these countries talk about. If they're not fighting about race, they're fighting about chicks with dicks. What kind of conservative countries are they? Okay, Drew, you go.
Okay, I just got two things to say. To go back on Euro's point about China being communist because they have only one party. That doesn't mean anything. Fascism has one party, dictatorships have one party. You know, it doesn't. It's they are what do you call? I would call China communist or democratic or socialist or capitalist or any other thing like that. They are pragmatic. That's their political ideology. They go for what works. Whatever you want to call it doesn't matter. Their policies, if you go and look at them, they all have a good benefit, like a pro cons balance. So it almost always benefits more of the population than and hurts less of the population. And in the long run, of course, they do make mistakes. Like the one child policy, because their assumptions for that was wrong, so they made a mistake, and now they're suffering for it. But they try to come up with policies that benefit the interests of the country, and so that's why they have been improving over time. The second thing I wanted to talk about was what Waka said about a lot of people saying that Brexit was a bad idea because look at the country now. But I want to come back and say that I don't think it's Brexit. If they had there's an echo. RL has an echo. If there was no Brexit, everybody now will be saying, look at the UK now, it's shit because they didn't do Brexit. So this is the same thing that's happening over and over again in the Western countries. They come up with this. RL, you need to mute yourself. Thank you. They
you hear some parasite or what? Because I'm alone.
Yeah, I hear myself when I talk when you are.
It's a headphone problem. Everybody
again.
Yeah. So it's a big problem that I see that's happening in a lot of Western democracies, is that a party, they can see that they can have this general feeling that things are going down the drain. So a new party comes up or the opposition comes up and then decides to say, okay, I need to do it. We need to do it this way. And it sounds good, like in a high level. So people vote them in. They come in and it just gets worse. And then the new opposition or the old opposition say, okay, we need to do it this way different. They come in, it just gets worse. And then the cycle just repeats because both parties don't have the interest, are not in there for the interests of the people. Both parties are there for the interests of themselves. So they come in with whatever they promise, they get as much wealth and power as possible, and then they get voted out. The next guy comes in, gets as much wealth and power as possible, and then it just repeats itself. So it's basically you're just you know, whatever happens, Brexit, no Brexit, whatever, your life is just going to get shittier because the system has evolved in a way that it is just a leeching party replacing a leeching party, and it's a race to the bottom. So it's not no longer about whether democracy is good or bad, or communism is good or bad, or any of this left or right is good or bad. It's all bad because the people that are running the thing, the system in the Western democracies are
But it's
all
more like
self-interested.
It's more like a long-running trend that switched. It was after the Second World War. It was the complete left control. I mean, all the governments were on the left side, trying to improve their economy, doing what it works. And then after Thatcher and Reagan, they switched. Whole world switched to the right.
Absolutely
basically
not.
to
You are
help.
totally wrong.
Basically, to helping all the policies are incrementally helping the wealthy, which will in the end benefit themselves, because they will get campaign money, and they will get based on level of campaign money they accumulate. They will get position in the government, depending on that much. That's how basically most of the parties. But we are in from all around the world, from different countries. So when we talk about left and right, it's so ambiguous for everyone, of all of us, because we have a different situation in our countries. What represents left and right? But it's switched from the long term trend is on the right side. That's politics, and that's why it's getting worse and worse, because it used to be helping the masses and doing what it works. Now it's time for enriching the self. It's a period, long term periods. That's why it's going worse and worse. The trend is the same since Thatcher and Reagan. Keeps going.
What this shows is just how China is distant in this regard from the West. I mean, it's almost
again.
Yeah, you're echoing very bad. China is very distant from the West in this way. I think the left wing, right wing division is a toxic concept derived from the French Revolution. So. What do we learn at the end of this open mic? We learn that the French are the source of all our problems. They're the source of neocolonialism, the left wing and right wing. In China, you don't have this problem, because China is not as influenced by the West and by its ideals, especially politically speaking. But China, of course, was influenced in the sense that the ideals of communism and socialism were introduced, but they're not followed entirely. They are the best parts of each each ideology is employed whenever they believe it is best. So as Drew said, pragmatism. It is very pragmatic. And I don't know if you guys agree with me, but
China.
Something about what you were said. I'm sorry, but you are totally wrong. In France, the communists left the government in 1947. Okay, at the time where the rift between the West and the Soviet Union began, and the left come back in power only in 1981, and it was only for a very small period of time, maybe 2 years. We have a through left program, and it didn't last. So I'm sorry, but you are totally wrong. In France, it was mainly a white program. Nothing left in France.
And what's particular with the French left, when the Socialist Party came to power,
81,
they
86.
always implemented right policies. that even the right party were not daring to implement. It's incredible.
The left party in the UK died in 2019. Yeah, there is no left anymore in this country. Yeah,
Corbyn, when
he's not even allowed to be a member of his own party. You know.
Yeah. Even the majority of the
people
Labour
want him back.
For him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But members of the parliament from the Labour Party didn't want him because they wanted to enrich themselves from the rich.
They come up with some bullshit like he hates Jews and stuff. It was like, what the fuck? This guy been fighting racism before any of you guys sitting in parliament were born, and now you call him a racist and stuff.
But he's just a communist, not
Who?
racist. More communist.
He's a socialist. He's not a communist. He's a socialist.
The former
leader
leader of the opposition in the UK.
Yeah,
The problem is this: all these guys who may or may not, they talk a big game, but they may or may not be good for the people. But it seems like what they say are good for the people. They have difficulty getting into power because they have difficulty getting funding, because people don't like to fund politicians. We don't like to give money to the politicians that we want to take over. But companies do that.
But
companies
money
love
from people
money.
is small.
Exactly,
Money from
it's
people
too
is
small.
small amount. It's all of it's all from the
But
wealthy.
think
That's
about
big.
this:
And
the
corporations.
tax money is from people. It's just that it's forcefully taken away from you. You can't do anything about it, right? So the voluntary money is small, but the tax money is huge. So if you can actually use the tax money to fund the politicians, which is what a lot of Europe is doing. Yeah, use the tax money of the people to fund. But the
To
problem
fund your
is
own party.
there's this divide between people and the tax money that we cannot reconnect, because it's forcefully taken away from you. You can't say, hey, I don't like this political policy, therefore I'm not going to pay my taxes. They'll arrest you and kick you in prison, right? So there's already this divide that's created between us and our tax money. But at the end of the day, what is supposed to happen is the people pay the taxes, and the taxes pay the government, and the government works for us, the people, right?
So you perfectly described why Biden won. Is because why he won a Democratic nomination, because he was bringing
cheated.
the most.
He won because he cheated.
He was bringing the most money to Democratic Party fund from Ukraine. That's why he won the Democratic nomination.
He did.
That's
He won because come on, he cheated to win Democrat.
Of country's budget financing your own party. That's a perfect explanation. But just look at what Biden did to Ukraine, through Ukraine, to fund Democratic Party. This all comes kickbacks to fund the Democratic Party. And now that Republicans are in power, they want their own side to fund, through Ukraine. So that's why they're extending, even though Democrats are not in power anymore. They keep extending the help because they want funds. Just as Democrats did get funds. So that's you perfectly explain what's happening in most of the countries. Politicians found a way to take the budget money to fund themselves, because they think that funding is all. But example of Trump coming up without funds, with very little funds, and winning. That's a
Trump is
Corbyn winning popular.
Trump is because he's famous.
Corbyn winning popular vote because not because he got a lot of funding. He had the least funding of all, but he got a huge popular.
He almost won in 2007. In 2017, he almost won, and after that, everyone in the United States say, "Fuck, this guy cannot."
And he could have. Corbyn could have. could have won an election in landslide if he was able to do it, but he wasn't allowed, even without money. That's the issue.
The thing about the states everywhere from Europe, especially the Western countries, is the expansion of the state within the society. When we were talking about like 30 years ago, states were much smaller than one nowadays. Also, the political parties nowadays, they are much more expanded in their integration with administrative realities. Regulation goes up at the top, everything is regulated, the state is everywhere. We didn't have these in the 60s, in the 70s, not even the 90s. And this explains also a bit why it is the founding of a party is so important. The fight to get to these all these posts, all these positions, administrative positions, is very big. It's very if a political party stays out of that scheme for too long. Someone is eating. Sorry, this is really disturbing.
I think it's Euro. I muted him.
If a political party stays too long out of these distribution of administrative bases, they kill themselves. So it's very important. Also, it's very important for them. So this is also this extreme capitalization of a political party. They are not anymore a political party in themselves. They're actually a huge capitalist machine, which also produce money. It's a big corporation. And you probably guys have loads of examples of what is happening in your countries lately.
That's why we can't call our system any more democratic, because it has nothing to do with the will of the people, but with money.
Singapore is
but just as
you have been
internet revolution changed so many jobs, switched from, let's say, real estate used to be a lot of job just to get one customer. Now everything is done through internet. Like with the AI, so many office jobs are going to be reduced because of the capability to analyze data through AI much faster without so many people working on it. It's continually taking one by one type of job. That's going to happen with politicians too.
No, I don't believe so.
Yes, it will.
And Drew is
it
pretty
will.
right.
In time, it will.
But the thing is that Drew describes, and also Wade, when they describe Singapore, we really don't recognize these subscriptions in Western Europe. It's not at all what we have. And what you have is actually a bureaucratic state that it also is still very old-fashioned. It's expanding as much, is expanding as well. Probably the state machine is also huge in Singapore, but probably nothing compared to what we have in Europe. The state machine is so huge, you have no idea. And I don't believe that Europe really sees the problem is that this expansion can't stop. There is no possibility of state administration positions to be cut. Perhaps the little state functionary, well, that one may disappear. But the politicization of the state structures will continue. It has been continued. We had a very good description from Shadovy what happened to the diplomatic structure in France, but we could go through all sectors of our life. But yes, perhaps Drew makes a beautiful description. We would love to have that, but we don't have that anymore.
I have a much wider, more broad theory or description of, I think, the theory of why everything is like that, and it'll take a little bit of time to explain, but so I'll just try here. It all comes down to us being individual humans, and we are all living in our heads, and we are trying to make sense of everything around us. So if you imagine, say from a corporate point of view, you are a person sitting in the MIC. You are just a procurement manager, right? You go to a job, you get your salary, and you try to get promoted. So you try to improve your immediate surrounding. So, for example, if you get a contract that it does looks like, hey, this is a little bit weird, but this is going to improve my. I'm not going to ask too many questions. It's going to make more money for my company. I'm just one person. Doesn't matter. I'll just sign it off. And I'll get more procurement for my company. I'm just a secretary for the CEO. He wants a meeting with this person. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'll just. So everybody's thinking like that. Even a politician.
It's called atomization.
Sorry?
It's called atomization.
Atomization. Yeah. So everybody is like that. So, but with the advent of public companies, right, where the boss is no longer the boss, the CEO. The boss is actually the shareholder. Even the CEO has become like that. The CEO basically goes to work every day thinking, how can I increase shareholder value? Not how can I improve this company or how can I make my company more productive or what. It's how can I increase shareholder value. And all the shareholders don't care because shareholders just go online and just buy shares and they own the company and that's it. So the owners don't care. The caretaker is trying to please the owners that don't care. So all the way down, nobody cares, right? So the entire corporate structure is basically driven by one thing, which is profits, because that's the only thing that the shareholder cares about. Now look at the political system, same thing. From the top, all the president, all the way down to ministers, whatever, they all care about their own interests, and their own interest is very narrow. They want to improve their political future, right? So they will take donations because that's what gets them more clout within their parties, right? And then they will say, oh, okay, you want this thing, me to push this policy? Sure, give me a check for $2 million, and then so on and so forth, right? So, but they all don't feel personally responsible anymore because they are in this machine. So it's all about individualism. There's nobody that is running the ship. The ship is running by itself. There's no leader there. Whereas in a country that has more of a, you would consider like a dictatorship or like a authoritarian kind of system, you actually have a bunch of guys on top that actually are steering the ship, right? So instead of having politicians that get voted in for being popular and then having no idea how to govern, therefore they leave their deep state to go govern themselves. And of course, the deep state, same thing is happening there. When you're in the deep state, you're not evil. You're not trying to run the world, but you are sitting in your office and you go, how do I get more budget? Because I think my department is important. I should spend more money. Therefore, I should hire more people, and then my budget goes up. And if I don't use it, I lose it, right? That's how a lot of deep state budgets work. So they always spend more money, right? So it's an individualism problem. So whereas in places like Singapore, where our government has this, is basically the son of the guy who founded the place, right? He has a vision, and he's carrying it out. He might not be the best guy for the job, but he's a guy that has a vision and a direction. Yeah. So
you forget culture, Drew.
Leadership and
you forgot culture, Drew. Especially if you apply that logic to a country like United States. Don't forget their cultural exceptionalism. They want to rule the world.
Yeah.
Yes. And
it's something. They want to dominate everybody. Yes. They want to be hegemonic. Particular to United States.
It aligns the idea aligns. Like why do they want to rule the world? Because after World War II, they found themselves as the rulers of the world. They found themselves there. So everybody that goes in.
Even before World War II, you can feel that sense, the Monroe Doctrine. What happened in the American continent is only our business, and the others can't come to our continent. It's ours.
Yeah.
It begins there.
But I think it's very easy to explain.
And then you got First World War, where they ditched the sterling pound as the global money. And the US dollars became the global money. And in the Second World War, Europe was destroyed. Soviet Union was destroyed. Millions of deaths across Europe, across Asia, across,
The The Soviet Union collapsed.
They only lose very few people compared to others, and their country, their industry was not damaged at all. It was even brand new, and the most biggest
Just
economy
like
and industry
Russian industry
over
is
at that
growing
time.
now, they grow there.
So when Drew
They
was
grew their
describing
industry just like Russia is doing now, right?
Yeah.
When Drew was describing a corporation, the idea of a corporation to understand politics nowadays is quite interesting, because that's what happened with the Treaty of Maastricht, and they start calling citizens clients. But nevertheless, I pick up another interesting thing, which is like sociology of organizations, and they talk about this. Well, organizations create a kind of a life of their own, and because they should be work to in order to have profit, more or less, if we're talking about economical organizations. But after a while, their whole organization is too big that is not profitable anymore. So what they do is a kind of a common effect in almost all organizations around the world. What they do is they try to conquest monopoly of the market, of the niche of market they are in order to maintain their opponents, their concurrents out of the game. So they try for monopoly of the narrative, of the image, and so on. They're still making profit, not as much as they could. They could have policies much more intelligent that would improve their profits, but no, they all fall out in this trap, monopoly. So this could explain a bit the US, which is crazy about maintaining the monopoly for themselves of all narratives, of all situations, and everything is falling apart, because when you get too big, you don't control anything. You lose sight where you are. And this is pretty much what is the West. The United States didn't do anything wrong, in a way, after the unipolar world. The thing is that they grow so much that they lost sight of what they were doing. They were not paying attention anymore to details. And this is the American policies nowadays, the Western policy in a sense. They don't care about the specificities of Niger. They don't care about the specificities of Ukraine. They see everything under the same playbook because it's too big.
No, United States,
US
not the country, but the rulers of that country have made one big mistake. They decided to divorce the elite with their population. Instead of having factories with Americans working in there, they decided
this always happens.
to build factories in China. They decided to build factories in Mexico.
That's what Reagan
started. To build factories. They decided to import engineers and scientists instead of making their own people. Some people with knowledge.
When modern capitalism,
that's what Reagan started.
United States is catching. United States is catching up.
Reagan started. Yes.
We have Reagan.
The plans that was implemented by Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, remember, is just a comic.
Yes.
He was a comic, a film actor movie, making comedies, and he was just a facade.
When capitalism
but the plan
started,
to implement such policies internationally for the dominance of the finance and the only wealthiest,
the spirit
and
of
not
capitalism.
taking care, please, Prata, and not taking care anymore of their own fellow citizens. That begins a bit earlier.
No, it's not. When capitalism came up, it was on the around the Industrial Revolution. He was these classes, the ruling classes of capitalism, so to say, they all very international. They had no nation. They put their money everywhere. What we had until the First World War was that capital was completely free. So I don't know what you're talking about. This has happened all the time. What we had after the Second World War,
completely free. What are you talking about?
Yeah, capital was free. It was running everywhere.
Between banks, they had to exchange physical goods.
And they had gold.
There were no electronics at that time.
Sorry. We are talking about capital. You said the capital made the divorce with the population.
No, I'm talking about the elites. You are bringing the word capital. I'm not mixing those two terms.
I heard you. Don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself.
When the I love when the Europeans fighting.
Stop talking about
Go on.
capitalism. I'm talking about the elites, and you can
elites,
put all those elites everywhere.
Capitalism is a system.
This is why the West is fucked.
Capitalism. Oh, come on, Vazhukov, don't make it worse.
Come on,
Capitalism.
start over.
Capitalism is a system where the ones controlling the means of production, which are the elites, become the elites, the ruling elites, more or less. Can we say like this? And when this system started and was fully implemented almost on all Europe and through colonization to the rest of the world, the capitalist production, this is very Marxist, but he's not so Marxist like that. It was just a genius explaining how this works. The capital was completely free. They didn't have any, these guys, these elites, they didn't have any national feeling. They were investing when they could get more money. And capital was flowing everywhere. I'm really sorry, you have to learn a bit of history. Oxbaum is a great guy. And secondly, the First World War created some kinds of more block understanding of capital. And the Second World War, you have two blocks, but we still have capital flowing everywhere. I'm really sorry, but this has always worked. The capitalist elites, they don't have any nation on their breast. They don't have nationality. They normally even have loads of passports from different nations. They don't belong anywhere. And this has always been like this.
I'm sorry, Prata.
There was never that in your dream world.
I'm sorry, Prata, but if you look at the Anglo-Saxon elites, at the Jewish elites, they don't mix with others. They only stay with themselves. They are eugenistics. They don't have a nation, really? They prefer to build their own nation for themselves only.
They put capital when they earn more money.
Everybody else.
They put capital whenever they put money.
There is a real preference for Anglo-Saxons in the world of finance, Anglo-Saxons and others.
Oh,
very
sorry,
specific
Errol,
tribes.
but if you go to the origin
No,
of these
that's
elites,
real.
If
You can also go to the rulers of the Arab world.
If you go to the origin
They have
of
no
these
nations,
elites,
really.
If you go to the origin,
Really, at least have a common ground.
Stop. Okay.
Your family
If you
and
go
the
to the
blood.
if you go to the origins of these elites, they came from the north of Italy.
It's even more archaic and prehistoric than nationality.
Okay. Is it stopped your thought, or do you still have something else to say? Okay. So the origin of these elites you're talking about, especially the bankiers, because on the end is not really the one owning a fabric, is the owning the bank. These elites are from the north of Italy. In the 1500s, they moved to Holland. And when Holland became decadent, they moved to London. This is the origin of these elites. They have been moving all the time. All the time.
I just wanted to say this quick. America loves cheap stuff, so Africa can really build that for you, and you still have a lot of profit. So, because I know you guys talking about, like, I know that's the reason why many companies from America went to China or Vietnam. Now they're talking about going to India. So I will be a salesperson for Africa. Come to Africa. We will build it for you for cheaper, and we have the raw material already. So if you don't have the skill, bring your skill too. We will be able to provide you, and you get even more cheaper product.
Yeah.
So.
You guys, unfortunately, Africa has a few more decades to go before you can actually fight with China, because the whole thing about manufacturing is not about the skill or
the thing is, we don't have the population. We don't have the population to fight China.
The supply chain before you get to the finished product, and that's what China has. The whole
infrastructure,
supply chain.
You have to understand that Africa have a lot of young people that are very, very educated too. So don't.
We have a lot more young people in the world. Africa has a lot more young people in the world.
That are willing to do the job.
But the thing is, we don't have the population. You know, Africa is a big continent. Apart from Nigeria, the countries, they no population. Like my country, Angola. Angola is big. It's a big country. How many people there? 32 million.
I just have one thing to say about just the discussion between Prata and RL just now is that Prata, you can't just assume that all elites are the same. just look at Saudi Arabia. It's literally a group of elites, the Saud family, that created a nation, they created a country. So as long as you're rich enough, you can go and make your own country if you want to. So it's not that the elites are all one way or the other. That's just an extremist way of thinking. You just
okay.
Case by case basis.
My answer was because RL said
I see
that there was this divorce between the elites in the United States and the elites and the United and the population. And what I said is, no, they put the money wherever they make money, more profit. They don't have any obligations to a certain country. And what you are saying, Drew, the elites from the Saudi Arabia, they put all their money, not in Saudi Arabia exactly, but everywhere in Western Europe where they think it's safe.
They invest more in real estate too. They invest in real estate and a lot of tech companies in Saudi Arabia. That based on what I know of. Yeah. Sometimes they also sometimes do support the government in other countries, a way to build a relationship. So I think that's what Saudi Arabia doing, the same thing in UAE. If I'm not wrong, that's based on what I know.
I see a lot of usage what Americans taught us to see. I'm hearing this. Africa fight China and all this.
No, it's not fighting.
Okay. But what I usually consider competition, economic competition between America and China, they say they are enemies. But it's actually just economic competition. So we shouldn't be falling into this terminology that America forced on us, that economic competition between the countries is actually a fight of survival and war. Like they really forced upon us such a terminology to use. Okay, it's completely wrong. We should be used competition. Economic competition. That's proper way of thinking and doing it. Otherwise, we're going really splitting up into more atomization, not just single individuals, but countries will be atomized, and of course, fighting each other. Everyone fighting each other because just terminology.
But Jordan,
Okay.
Wait. When you have an economic competition, but one of the two parties is using diplomatic tools and financial tools, or let's say corruption, to give an edge against its opponent, its competitor. In today's world, the economic competition between China and United States, it's not only on the ground of economic, because United States is using all the tools it has.
Hybrid war,
hybrid warfare against China. So it's not anymore a competition because of that. It's not just
that's what America is doing, but
I'm building a stuff and my stuff is better and less expensive. Yeah, that's
Russia and China is trying to do it different way. That's why I'm saying this is foisted upon us, this terminology, fighting because of the hybrid war they're doing against China and Russia. That's been going on because they want to preserve their dominance and they don't know the better way. They know, but they don't want to do it because they all gonna follow the rich. But when you see the elites, when you see what they talk, how they behave, how they think, they really believe that they wanna save the world. They all pretend that they wanna save the world. They believe that.
They don't believe that. They want you to believe. They want you to believe that.
Yeah.
They themselves believe that just as you believe that.
They want to save the world for themselves.
We see that this complexity arrived from the moment, not when China started to become present everywhere, but from the moment that China started to create alternative systems of an alternative capitalism system, especially with alternative ways of.
No.
There is no alternative system.
All of this didn't start from when China did anything. The US from its inception, from the point they have been independent, has been doing this. The moment the US got independent, they invaded Canada, got their asses handed to them. Then after that, they went to invade Mexico, and then they went to disrupt all of South America. And once they're done disrupting all of South America, they started to move around the world, disrupting all bits and pieces here and there. And now they're done with Middle East and Africa and Southeast Asia. So now they go for Ukraine. They're going after the big prize, which is Ukraine. And if they manage to do Ukraine and balkanize Russia into little pieces, they're going to use that and then work on their main enemy, which is China. They're trying to take over the world. It's literally
American values.
The manipulation
American
of
values.
Yes, but the manipulation
right
until now, yes. Look,
those are evangelical values.
the power of the United
Evangelical
States is
says
based
openly they
the
believe
control.
they are destined to rule the world. Yeah,
The-
evangelicals
the-
say that. That's what they believe. Yeah.
The power of the United States in somehow is by controlling certain institutions around the world which are key to any economical dealings in this planet. We are talking about the World Bank, we are talking about the Bretton Woods, which didn't really disappear, FedEx, Switch, and so on, the control of the seas, imposing certain regulations the way they do with the principle of extraterritorial judicial system. They impose the rules to other countries which don't have any, due to their somehow less ability to create, to say no, they have to accept these rules. So what we see exactly is that China was trying to create, and Russia decided to come in 2014, they are trying to create systems where the US can't cut it whenever they want. And we saw China already for a long time trying to make, for instance, deals with payments, with credit lines with some countries. You make payments, you never use the dollar, and on the end of the year, on the end of a certain period, you see the difference and the other side has to pay. And they have been doing this with Brazil almost for 15 years now, or even longer, and with many other countries. And what I say is that the moment the Chinese want to decouple from these institutions, they are mainly controlled by the West, is when the Americans got really pissed off with the Chinese and are going to them. Yes, you are right, Drew. There is an expansion system. It's true as well. But at this moment, they see China as a major threat to their system, which is different from going there and take it part from it. I don't know if you agree. The United States really see China as their major threat. And in terms of narrative, Russia, but this is a different stuff.
No, just presenting that, just like Rich just presenting that, they want you to believe that, right? No, it's really they believe that. But actually, United States.
This topic is going too long. This topic is going too long.
But
I have important news.
US created all that system that benefited every country. Now they started, since there's no competition left, since Russia was weak and China was weak, but now they're growing. So now they're actually using that system that US created, like SWIFT, like BIS, like dollarization. That's what America itself created. So it benefited the whole world hugely, right? But now they wanna just stay on top of everything, which is not possible.
How is life in Angola?
That's the issue.
Alpha Diallo, how is life in Guinea Conakry? Did you profit a lot from this amazing system Yuri is talking about?
Angola is fine. We just trying to get rid of all the Portuguese there.
I just watched
that's a joke.
I just watched
we need the Portuguese
from Redacted. I just watched from Redacted that there's a natural gas pipeline that was towards the end of the finish. I mean, towards the opening, soon to be opened, that goes from Niger to Europe, Algeria to Europe. Is that correct? I mean, they were saying that's why Niger is important.
To Italy.
Yes, through Italy, through France and
Normally,
Italy.
it should be from Algeria to France, but Macron fucked up.
Let's talk about the amazing system the Americans.
At the moment, at the moment there is a big problem in Africa.
Wait, Jordan. It has nothing to do with Niger, because the gas is from Algeria.
No, there's also pipeline that coming from Nigeria too, not just the other Angola, not just Algeria. The second one.
The gas.
From Nigeria too. There's two.
From Nigeria, not Niger. Okay.
There's one that comes from Nigeria going to Niger. There's one coming from Nigeria going to Niger to go to up.
Through Niger, through Algeria to Europe. Yes, from Nigeria.
That pipeline won't never come to light. And it doesn't matter that the Nigerians just started constructing a little pipeline that goes to the north of the country, which is more industrialized, and that's it. The pipeline that the Nigerians are constructing is so small, it wouldn't make any difference. It's just being built to the north of the country, and it is too small. It would never be something interesting for Europe, the amount they are building. But I wanted to ask Voz do Povo. How was it's a question for you, Voz do Povo. How was life in Angola once the Soviet Union collapsed? How was the beautiful system of the Americans doing good for Angola?
And United States done fuck all in Angola, Life was hell when Soviet Union collapsed. It was really hell because, when you are a communist country, you live by what the government gives to you, It's like people help people. And after that, we got that Western system. Like everything must be private. And the supermarket all go private. Before on communism, we could just go to the supermarket. If you had a job, or your parents had a job, you go to supermarket. You didn't need money. They just pointed the things you take for the supermarket, and then your parents' company is gonna pay for everything, But after that, in 1990. I think 1991. Yeah, 1991. Everything just go fucked. People had no money, People had no money.
To UK.
And if you want to eat, you need to buy food. You need to buy food, but with what money? And then
I was in Conakry.
The government came up with something like, we're gonna change the money. We're gonna change the money. The old one is no longer. So we're gonna change the money. But people got that differently. Therefore, because the name of the thing is change of the coin, like change the coin. And people thought the coin, the thing is gonna start. It's coming back. So everyone throw away the money they had and they start hunting for coins, old ones. And the people that was it like gold, it was like gold. Who had coins had a lot of money, but that wasn't the idea. The idea is new money is coming. The old one was a communist money. We're gonna change and the government took the chance. They saw, wow, we're gonna make money out of that, and they did. A lot of people go richer, like the same way a lot of people go richer in Soviet Union. A lot of people go richer in Angola. That's why there is a lot of billionaires in Angola.
Yeah. So there's a lot of people from Guinea in Angola. So I'm pretty much sure you meet a lot of Fulani people, because sometimes people from my country, they usually either they travel to Angola or they go to France.
Mali, Guinea, and there is another one. There's a lot.
Congo. Congo.
These are no. But this from the West Africa. From West Africa. These are the first people that starting going to Angola in the end of 19th, beginning of 2000s.
Yeah, exactly. That time it was. I think they had a gold rush or something though, because I know a lot of people in Guinea at that time. They was building homes. A lot of people think that they came from Europe, but I guess it was no. It was in Angola at that time. They was coming from. So I know a lot of my family members that went to Angola because at that time they're like, oh yeah, if you go to Angola, you make because they had the dollar, right? If I'm not wrong, at the time. So basically, they went there. They was making more money. They come in and building big houses back home in Guinea. And people thinking that they're coming from Europe, but as soon as they learned that was in Africa, they started going there right away. So, yeah. So just for history about Guinea.
Basically, you guys, you are the one who starting bringing new business, like
exactly
things from the West. You guys open a lot of shops.
Exactly. That's what Fulani people do.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Fulani people do not just in that area, and also same thing in Sierra Leone or Liberia and also Senegal. Fulani people like to open their own small businesses. That's why they told us that we have all the money, but that's not really true. So they just like to open businesses, basically. Fulani people say.
But trust me, that was a good thing. Because of that, a lot of people go access to things we never thought we could have, like via VHS, all these things, color TV and stuff. We had color TV, but some people, just people with money. But then when you guys came, everyone could afford that. Because there is a lot of diamonds in Angola, a lot.
Yeah, there is.
All you had to do is just go to the place with diamonds. All you had to do is just go to the place with diamonds. And everyone was going to this place and come back. Diamonds in Angola, people were paying a breakfast with diamonds.
Wow.
A breakfast with diamonds.
Wow.
Because in this place, diamond is like nothing. But these people buying cheap diamonds, they're starting to get this diamond out of the country and be rich, really, really rich. That's how most of the Angolans left the country, with this diamond.
Yeah, there's also a lot of Fulani people in Niger and also in Nigeria. So sometimes they call them Hausa or Fulani or Pulo or Pul. So it's completely different. If you hear that type of people saying that Pul or Fulo or Fulani, it's like the same people. Sometimes in Nigeria they call them Hausa, but it's still same thing. I think they're like 30% of the people in Niger right now, if I'm not wrong. Don't quote me on that because I'm not 100% sure. So we, like as Fulani people, we like to travel everywhere in Africa. People say that we came from Ethiopia, but we bring businesses everywhere we go. So that's what happened. So before, I just want to go a little bit behind about Guinea independent. Guinea was the first country in West Africa that was colonized by France that got independent in 1958. So what happened was, at the time, they used to call it French Guinea. So they used to have, they used to have a lot of doctors, they have really good roads, they bring a lot of military to protect Guinea. But as soon as Guinea get independent, they take everything that they can carry, whatever they cannot carry, they burn it. So, and also they sanctioned Guinea, and Guinea couldn't get no money to build most of the roads. Even when the politicians went to the house that the main politician was in at the time, everything was destroyed. They was take all the furniture, everything. So there was nothing for them. They have to start everything scratch. So Ghana is the one that helped Guinea after giving them some money, and then Soviet Union also helped Guinea. That's why a lot of people still have. That's why you still have Russians still doing some mining in Guinea because of that. So because of that history, that's why they let Russia still have that type of things in Guinea. Doing when Sekou Touré was president, Fulani people was not allowed to leave the country. If you leave and come back, you usually get killed or something or jailed because he feel that they was using them to overthrow him or something like that. So nowadays at this time, it's a little bit different. It's like since when Lassana Conte came president, after Secretary died, he let everybody go out. Like you can go and make money and then come back and build back home. So that's when Fulani people started moving everywhere more again. So they were still already moving in Sierra Leone and other countries, but that's when they started going to Angola and other countries that they couldn't usually go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions that I can answer before I leave, because I'm about to leave right now?
If you're about to leave, don't forget to do your closing, because you were really, really wise today. I really enjoy having you around.
Thank you.
You can have a closing statement, like something to leave us with.
Okay, so the message that I have for the West African country included the West. Let me just go this, because I met with somebody that used to work for the African Union. I always want to go back home and work with the African Union, but she's from Ethiopia. She worked with the African Union before. She told me do not go to they're not serious. That's what she was telling me. If you want to get a better job and want to do something good, stay here, maybe work for the UN or work with them. So that's why I was still here. But I was hoping that one day I can go back in Africa and bring the knowledge that there's a lot of Africans in European countries that really, really want to go back in Africa to help Africa develop, to be honest. That's why I'm saying that Africa should be the next industry country for the world, Not just because, like, I know right now Africa have a lot of population. I know, as you said, in Angola, there's 30 million, but you have to think about countries like Nigeria. Nigeria have around like 200 million people. So you cannot tell me that out of 200 million people, there's nobody.
Apart from Nigeria, how many countries go 100 million?
Yeah, but industry sometimes nowadays doesn't have to be like, you don't need to have like thousands of people in one team building one team, because
population help.
Just listen to what I have to say. Just listen to what I have to say. Because nowadays it's like most of the industries it's like automatic. So you can just do one thing and then the thing go. Like just look at what Elon Musk, the Tesla cars that he's building. Many people that at the time before that, like GM, if they're building like something, they need a lot of people to line up to build it. But nowadays it's like maybe you need maybe 10 people, where it used to be like 50 people or 100 people doing that same job. So you have to understand that. And also like the aluminium that most of the things that are built in cars and phones, most of them, 50% of that come from Guinea. But Guinea doesn't profit from that because they exporting the raw material instead of the final product. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Sometimes we have that thing. So what I have to say to all the African Union leaders and ECOWAS, please do not start a war, because if you start a war, you have to look behind yourself. Like many of these young people, they're gonna protest, and you're gonna be the next one that get overcooked. Because, like for example, in Guinea, the reason why you get cooked, like the election, first of all, start from the elections, and then secondly, come from the youth not having better opportunities and no good infrastructures. You get what I mean? These are the reason why this coups. So trying to learn from why all this country getting overcooked, then try to learn from that, so you don't get into a coup in your country. Like in Mali's border next to us. So Fulani people go to Mali all the time. But I'm pretty much sure they have the fight there in Mali with those they call terrorists. Some of them are part of Fulani culture, because I remember in 2000, I forgot what year it was, that there was a group that went and killed a lot of Fulani people. Because I saw that myself on social media, because the Fulani people, we like to work together, we like to help each other, we like to provide information to each other, like what's going on about your own culture. So there was a Fulani people that get killed, but the government didn't do nothing about it. So that's why some of them decided to just join these terrorist groups. Some of them, they don't do it because they want to, because they don't have no other choice. You understand? So that's what I wanted to say. So all these things you have to learn and understand. This is why it's causing this people to overthrow. So if your election is not clear, don't think of you trying to attacking other country, because you're gonna be next. Because in Nigeria right now, they're saying that the election is still not fully resulted. What I heard, but I'm not 100% sure if it's accurate.
That's true. That's true.
And also they have an issue with Boko Haram. Boko Haram has been there for years. I remember hearing it when I was just doing the UN working with the UN at the time. I was like, all that time. And you have to understand, a lot of people from northeast of in Nigeria, they are the same people in Niger. They are like, some of them are Hausa or Fulani, so and other cultures. So you have to understand, they are the same people. So if you attack that, as I've been watching, some of them are complaining, do not do it because you're just hurting us more. You understand? So what I would say all to the leaders, please go look what is causing all the schools. Try not solve it and try to solve it on your own country. If you have any type of contract with like your raw material with other nations, trying to make it public, trying to make sure you understand how much money is going into the country so people can understand, okay, are they ripping off or not? That way people can back you if you are getting ripping off. But if you just hide it, people are going to say exactly corrupt. You understand? Because a lot of people can look at what's going on around the world. They're like, oh yeah, this is like I can see right now in Guinea alone. Let's say 50% of the aluminium coming from Guinea. If you look on your phone, probably that came from Guinea. The raw material of that. You get what I mean? So if I look at that in myself as a youth, I'm like, what's going on? We don't have good water. We don't have good electricity. We don't have good road. We don't have good hospitals. Why? What? Like? Then I would say definitely they're going to blame the government. You understand what I mean? That gave the opportunity for the military to do the coups because they know the population is going to support them. That's what really happened. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Just check Congo.
Thank you.
Just check Congo. Congo is a good example. Everyone here got a smartphone. Everyone got a smartphone. Everyone got a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Because of the things that come from Congo.
What African countries lacks is a Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, I agree. We need that guy from South Africa without killing anyone. Apart from the things he say about killing white people, I agree with that.
If you want a Chinese Communist Party, first you have to like kill off like 10% or know how many percent of your population first in the Cultural Revolution.
So why? Trust me, Africa people, they know when the government tell them don't do it. They do. In Africa, if your government tell, if you do it, you go to jail. No one is gonna do it. So communism is just there. We just need leaders, but without killing no one, without killing no Western people. Please, now don't kill Western people.
You can't make omelette without
these people, these guys in Burkina Faso, Mali, and South Africa. If these guys get their own way, a lot of people from the West gonna die. I disagree with that.
Okay, but Voz do Povo, it's very interesting because this is a movement inside of Africa. You talked about the Total Independence Party, Party for the Total Independence of Economic Independence of Africa. I think it's called like this. The opposition, the main opposition partner actually in South Africa. These guys are Sankarists. Thomas Sankara. It's very interesting because some of the coups happening. I'm not trying to legitimize any coups. But some of these coups happening in Africa, especially in West Africa, especially the one in Mali and Burkina Faso, of course, especially with Ibrahim Traoré.
Who trained these people?
Huh?
Who trained these people?
No, but I'm talking about the ideology behind this coup.
Yeah, but who trained them to do coups? No.
It's not for you to decide. It's not for you to decide.
I don't know.
Is it?
If you all want to continue to talk, then we can continue.
Are we doing?
Oh, we are now at 4
I'm
hours.
asking, are we doing? I'm not deciding. I'm asking.
Is this a joke or what?
These people, Prata, as I was saying,
yes,
everyone is pointing finger. Everyone is pointing finger at Russia. Everyone is saying, Russia is the one who caused this problem in Africa.
The Western narrative.
It's not.
What's incredible with those military coup, it's different to a military coup you saw in Chile with Allende overthrown by Pinochet. because after Pinochet took power, he had to control the society. There in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger, the military coup leaders don't have to control the society.
Yes, but
they don't
wait,
have to kill them. They don't have to police them.
What happened in these countries of Africa was that there was a coup over a coup. A military coup took over, both in Mali and in Burkina Faso. And there was a second coup with new leaders that somehow want to express more the wishes of the young people on the streets. And these leaders took for themselves a bit renovating the idea of Thomas Sankara, because that was the party that still exists in South Africa. And these parties, they don't want any single party unity. They want a kind of a more communal decision making with no political party. So I am coming with it. But it's very interesting because they want these Sankarists, well, it's at least in Burkina Faso, Mali, and most probably the development that's going to happen in Niger. They want development. They are developmentalist parties. They want to build houses for more people. They want to construct fabrics. They want to, well, what Thomas Sankara did, and then he was killed, pretty much. That was happened. And yeah, sorry, go on, Errol. This is just to give the idea that in Africa, this moment there is a ideological revolution.
It's not gonna, this time it's not going to happen. If you see, Prata, if you see these people, they are getting together and make sure no one who's fighting for Africa gonna get killed again. They said Gaddafi was the last one. Not gonna happen again.
Yep.
They are willing to fight. And trust me, everywhere in Africa, they are thinking the same. When you see countries like Algeria agreeing with the countries from West Africa, because back in the days, these people, they didn't agree with anything, because the guys from North Africa, they see themselves as white, and there's us, black, we see them as white. That's why we call white Africa and black Africa. But now these people are getting together. That was one of the things Gaddafi trying to get along, all these people to get together and be just one country. Maybe not economically, but just to make sure no one from the West is going to come down here and fuck us. And now we go, my brother, from, I forgot where he's from. He's from Sierra Leone, if I'm...
No.
Mumikiri, can you introduce yourself?
Nah, he's from not Sierra Leone.
He was born in Mali.
Liberia.
He's here. Let him talk. He can say. Now it's Mali and Liberia.
He was in the last open mic. He's not new, but he's pretty in a sense, You haven't met him yet.
And
you're muted, FCS.
You're muted.
And muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, sorry. Again, I've been watching, but I couldn't turn in earlier. I just came to realize. Okay, I was born in Liberia, but I have an ancestral background to Mali. So, and the guy I was talking earlier, the Fulani guy, I think I told you guys last week, the last open mic I told you, and the Mandem people and the Fulani people, almost everywhere you can find them, they are there, but they don't get along. I wanted to talk to him about that, but unfortunately I couldn't talk to him in time. But anyway, I've been listening in the background. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing fine.
I want to ask you. Liberia born.
Yeah.
Then you are in now?
Liberia.
Some. Oh, still Liberia. Mali is your heritage.
Yeah. No. Okay. Okay. I still have ancestral homes in Mali. My family moves just like the Fulani guy mentioned earlier. They moves a lot, and so I have families in Mali, in Senegal, in Ivory Coast, in Guinea, and in Liberia. When I say family, there are people that actually we still talk, we still have all these links still tied together. But the oldest we can go back is to Mali. I know they go back as far as Chad, but Mali is where.
I remember when I was a child, seeing Georges Weah in French Championship, scoring incredible goals. Georges Weah.
Georges Weah.
It seems like there's
Abedi Pele.
No, Georges Weah, he's a good soccer. He's the current president of the country. He's the current president.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the current
Do you all
president.
hear the echo, or is it just me?
Yeah, there is echo.
On my end?
From FCS, do you have a earphone?
Let's try.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yes, from your end.
So his earphone is weird because he's picking up echoes.
Is that better?
Yes.
When you talk, the problem is when we talk.
You're right, but
I think I know why again.
Yeah, it's like we are in Switzerland.
Hold on, I think I know why.
Jacks don't match the anymore. You know, so you get like a two stereo connections.
Yeah, there's something that like your mic is actually catching our voice somehow. Maybe you on a speaker or something.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah.
Because he's muted.
Because he's
muted himself. That's why it's fine.
It happens to me.
So you just have to unmute when you want to talk and then mute when you don't talk.
Okay. No, it happens to me as well if I don't tell my computer that I have headphones. And then he keeps using the headset. He keeps using also the microphone of the computer. That's the problem.
Yeah, fuck Windows. Fuck the Americans.
I find that so many.
So RL, you are the Apple guy.
What?
You say fucking Windows means you are Apple.
No, it's even worse.
No, it's not echo. They're both talking at the same time.
I find that so many Africans that are coming on DPA. Echo again.
Yes. There is so much echo. FCS.
Okay,
when
so
you're not talking, you turn off, you mute yourself. Okay.
There's so much movement of African population across the borders. I see that there's like nobody is just even young people is just born and stayed in one country. It's like presently Europeans just moving everywhere. So it seems like Africa it has such arbitrary borders between the countries that forces people to move so much. What's so much about movement?
Trust me.
And
we African have money. Yeah, it's fine now. We African, we have money to travel to Europe legally. Yeah, to go to Europe legally. We don't need to start traveling in a fucking boat.
No, the comment was amazing. So today ECOWAS, FCS, something like that. That was a cool comment.
Where is it? Yeah, there it is here.
Read it. Today's topic is ECOWAS. Thanks, RL and Thanks for good words, man.
Yeah.
But traveling,
we are going to try. Since we're going to try to talk.
People come and tell us, hey, we are better than you, so come to us. So people go to them, and now they're complaining why they are here.
Yeah.
So you can't go destroy my country. Like people are even afraid to invest their own country because Some of them may blow up because of they don't like the government in charge. So if I have those people are not poor in Africa, they just have means to regenerate the wealth. There's money in Africa to be made. But I'm not going to invest $100,000 or $1 million in this factory if tomorrow, if the European government doesn't like this guy, they'll blow up the whole country because they don't like him. That's a risky investment.
Yeah,
So
but you see,
I'll take my money and run to Europe and go invest it. So you see, that's
but
the fucked up game about it. So it's crazy.
the European always go to Africa. They invest in new factories and stuff. You know, they start. Oh, I'm investing in this country. I expect something back. The guy gets that shit back after fucking a month or two. But because he's making a lot, he thinks that shit better last forever. If you help the community, no one is gonna get rid of you. In Africa, there is one thing. There is a lot of white people that the black people love because all they do a lot of things to make them rich, but they help the community. If there is a revolution or something, the community is not gonna let people touch them because it's good. But when you just make money and forget about the people who work for you, so when they start make a revolution, you're the first one to go.
In the context of Niger, right now, the French is making almost like a 95% profit from that deal, almost a 9% profit from that deal. So of course you can risk that investment. If your return is in at 90%, you would definitely take the risk. But if I'm from Africa, the most I can get from that return maybe 10, 15%, 20%. And if all I have is all the family have raised over the years is some little pity $100,000, and I take that money, build me some factories or some shop or some little exchange business, and we elect this puppet of a president that the West, the French doesn't like, the American doesn't like. The next day they blow him up, and the little money I had invested in this little shop, in this business, it got bombed and destroyed. So where do I start from? So if I have that money, it make more sense to take it and run overseas where they are and give it to them. It sucks. That's not how our life's supposed to be. So this is why many Africans are crossing. The last time somebody was on Twitter talking about how they're catching people in Africa from have a bunch of money in their pocket. I said most people you see crossing the borders, they're not poor people from where they are. Most of them have access to wealth, but they're afraid to invest here because you're gonna go and destroy it from them. So they're gonna come and bring it to you. So we're safer there.
But the thing is that if an African invests money in his own country, he is just protected by the local laws, and that's it. But if a big enterprise, a big corporation, goes in and invests in a country in Africa, he's protected by the international investment law, investment international law, and he's protected. And they also have loads of insurance and so on, and they always have the protection of a state behind as well, another state, the one that used diplomacy to get economical favors for its corporations. Yes, like someone was explaining a while before when we started talking about this. And also a war, taking into account that the war in this part of Africa would destabilize a continent that in many places is growing a lot. The country that was growing the mostly in Africa was Ethiopia, and Ethiopia has a very long, very deadly war as well that nobody talks about, the Tigray War. And we see this as well. So if Africa now this part of Africa was more stabilized, if there is a real war that would destabilize the whole area, everything goes down. They were growing like 5-7%. It's not much because they are very poor. If they really want to make the jump, they have to go on 2 digits, 10, 15, 20%. Grow on year. It's not happening. It's just 5-7. It's nothing.
I mentioned this the last time I was here. Guinea have not had a war for more than since independent. Any serious war since independent. So where is it developing in Guinea? The Guineans have money. The Fulani guy I just mentioned from Guinea, he can attest to this. There's a lot of money in Guinea. There's a lot of wealth in Guinea. But where Guinea is undeveloped? Because again, people are afraid to put their money in somewhere where some guy in Europe can wake up one day and bomb everything to ashes because he doesn't like who is in charge. So that's a risk. That's why people don't take the risk. Because Guinea have not had a war to say, oh, stability. Guinea have been very stable for the past, well, politically now, but to say a war or full-out warfare, it have not happened for the past 40, 50 years, I can say, in Guinea. But where's the development? So what Africa war alone is not a distraction for non-development. It's the fear of these idiots in Europe coming down and bombing them to ashes. That's also the fear. I'm talking about personal experience. I have business over there. I have business other places. But I know one of the things back of my head was this business tomorrow, if they have the wrong person in charge and somebody in Washington or somebody in Europe or Brussels or Venice doesn't like the person, they'll come there and just destroy this little money that I put in this business. So that's a risk people don't take. And it's risky. Business is risky, but some risk is obvious, so you try to avoid it.
So this is an enigma for me. Why did ECOWAS, knowing what you're telling me, because it's more than obvious, I don't know why we didn't talk about it before, like all this exaggerated conflict is very bad for business. And knowing countries like Nigeria that need so much business in order to stabilize the economy, but all countries around, they are still suffering the consequences of COVID and so on. Why don't they understand this obvious thing that
there is no consequence of COVID in Africa?
How there is no economic consequences? How there is no consciousness that creating a hype will make business in these communities even worse. Investment will be even less probable. It makes no sense why they are escalating, because the first summit was stupid enough. The second summit is even more stupid. The reaction of ECOWAS is really strange.
ECOWAS has been like the European Union for West African countries. It's a supranational institution that was created by people from the West. And in ECOWAS, you have to remove Mali and Burkina Faso because they are part of ECOWAS, but they don't want intervention against Niger.
And then
Yeah,
Guinea.
so
Guinea
there are
as
very
well.
specific leaders of West African countries, very specific, who want war against Niger. And those are guys from Nigeria, guy from Ivory Coast, and guy from Senegal. Those three are the biggest voice for war.
But they are destroying.
Those three,
Macky Sall,
those three
Ouattara,
are the biggest
and the guy
puppet.
from Nigeria, they are puppet of the West.
Yep.
Jarama. The reason I jumped back, sorry, I see that my brother from Liberia wanted to ask me something from about Guinea. So as you were saying, yes, Guinea didn't have no wars since they get the independence. But before that, they used to be fighting between Manike people and Fulani people. So so when a lot of people saying that one of I forget if it's Fulani people or Manike people asked France to protest them. So that's how they get colonized. So before that, there used to be a really, really good fight between them. So the Manike people used to catch people and sell them as slavery. But Fulani people hate that. They used to buy them and then have them work for them. So it's that's how basically the in between they started. So
now you know how these two tribes go way back.
Yeah,
before the French landed in Guinea.
Yeah,
they were fighting each other.
Yeah.
Then once the French landed, the Fulani joined the French and went against the Mande, Samori Touré and all these people. But the Fulani were basically joined the French and went against the Mandan people. So and with the help of the French, they defeated the Mandan Empire, the Wassudu Empire, and they created Guinea.
Yeah.
Out of the creation of Guinea, then once the French get kicked out, the Fulani are more a business people, man. They're business and so they didn't really care much for politics.
And deal with cows.
Yeah. So once the French was kicked out, the Mande immediately seized political power again. But Guinea majority is Fulani. But of course, the political systems and the military is all run by Mande people, basically.
See, most of the military is either Maninke or Soso. But the Soso people, they really chill. They don't care about what's going on between people. They only care about if they can make a little bit money in between them two. So, you can hire them to build something for you. They will build it.
Exactly. But in that dynamics, he's a Fulani guy, I'm a Madingo guy, but he knows very well if you're supposed to create Guinea based on nationality, the Fulani will not allow the Mandingo to rule them, and Mandingo will not allow the Fulani to rule them.
Yeah, that's true.
But
That's
now they have created a country where you want both of them to get along, and that's one of the problems in Africa that I mentioned the last time.
Exactly.
Fulani guy, I know our generation, we don't care much about that.
No, we don't. No, definitely. I don't. When I first joined the UN, the person that I used to work with, he's Maninke. He's like from my other culture, but we both from Guinea at the time, because when I joined in 2015 at the UN, because I said I don't work for the UN, I work with them as an NGO. So when I joined them, the person that was working with me, he's Maninke, and I was helping him out. Even that we always have an issue between each other, but in here as a young people, we don't care. Like we know that's just something that's in the past. In order for Guinea to get developed, we have to work together. Basically, that's how we see it. Yeah.
I have a question, because so you guys know both these tribes. So in Guinea-Bissau, they also exist. The question is the Mandinkas in your countries Muslims or still believing
all
in
Muslim.
the old?
They're all Muslim. Since way back, they're all Muslim.
Because in Guinea-Bissau, Mandinkas are mostly still not Muslim. They didn't adapt the Muslims, and the Fullers arrived later, and they were the one Muslims.
Yeah, for us, they've all been Muslim since before colonization. So it's not because of Islam.
So Islam is older in West Africa than Christianity.
We didn't have any Muslim in Angola until you guys came in. Yeah. Actually, it's true. It's true. Yeah, Angola was 100% Christian, and then you guys came around. I think there's 5% Muslim people there.
Yeah, same thing. That's exactly what happened. Same thing in Sierra Leone. When Fulani people went to Sierra Leone before the civil war in Sierra Leone, there was more like Christian, and then as soon as they come in, they have more people as Muslim. They don't force people to be Muslim, but when people see that Fulani person is making money, and they don't have fighting with their wife and all that stuff, they're like, oh, I want to experience what this person going through. That's basically how it starts most of the time. But before that, they used to be like forcing people to do it, to be honest. But that was way back before colonization.
One of the things Angolans love is to have as many wives without anyone telling shit. Yeah. And the Muslim came around, they say, wow, this is my brother. I'm going to join them, because when you are Muslim, your wife don't talk back. Angolan wife, they love to talk back.
In Islam, who say your wife can talk back? Your wife can talk back.
Yes, but they use it so more respect. They use it so more respect. Then so they can talk to you and advise you what you're going through. Like, but they don't go like, oh yeah, you know what? Today we done. Like, it's like, oh yeah, you didn't do this. Why you didn't do this? Like things like that. But nowadays, as Fulani people, they are more like educated. They still deal with all the stuff. They're trying to be more as a madam, basically. Like they're trying to deal with. If you have an older guy, then completely different. So
guys, so how can you explain if this escalation, almost artificial escalation from ECOWAS is bad for business, and these countries need so much business, why are they shooting themselves in the feet? What is the point? Okay, Ariel was saying this is because this is a prolongation of the European Union. I understand, but the problem is that the ECOWAS is not so well structured like the European Union. That's a very, very loosely organized organization, actually. They didn't really have a structure that much. Everything is decided by the head of states. So why are they doing this? Why they are shooting themselves in the feet?
You have to understand that everything that ECOWAS has decided is illegal, according to the rules and sentences of the ECOWAS itself. It's an economic kind of union. It has nothing to do with military or security structure.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
It does have a military. It does have a military military
addition, but it has another name. It's not ECOWAS.
Okay, no. ECOWAS control ECOMOG. And they have been intervening in wars since the early 1990s. Yeah. So, but to answer your question, hold on, quick. To answer this question, ECOWAS is whenever they can control a single country, it's easier to control an organization than to control all the countries in West Africa. You're going to have the problem like Mali, Burkina Faso. But if you have to go in control each puppet, each one of those puppets, you can have a little skirmish here and there. But if you control the organization they all subscribe to, you control all of them. That's what happening right now with ECOWAS. Mali is against it, Guinea is against it, Burkina Faso is against it, and those are the majority population countries, actually, if you think about it. But now, because of, even whether they like it or not, since somebody is controlling the organization they subscribe to, it can tell them bark and they bark. ECOWAS is not barking on its own interest, it's barking on the European interest. ECOWAS is not barking because of, it sees injustice. There's injustice in Ivory Coast. The constitution in Ivory Coast was changed. The same thing that was about to happen in Guinea. What happened in Senegal was wrong. What's happening in Gambia was also another wrong thing. There's so many wrong around them. What happened currently in Nigeria? The election is still being disputed, but they are here making him the chairman. So there's so many wrong. ECOWAS is not there to fix the problem. ECOWAS is there because their puppet master is telling them to bark, and they're barking. Yeah. And so this is why you're having difficulty.
Interesting. The decision on this last summit was supposed to be unanimous. From the first summit, we didn't hear discording voices. But from the second summit, they said these decisions were unanimous. And just 2 days later, the president of Cape Verde said they were completely against a military intervention in Niger. This was a very bad idea. This would destabilize the whole area, and they would never send soldiers there. The president of Togo said pretty much the same thing. But the president of Cape Verde was really very diplomatic. But he said,
Cape Verde,
how did they get
Togo?
How did they get unanimity? Go on. How did they get unanimity? If there are countries saying we didn't decide this way.
When you see the video, look at the population. Look at who was in the crowd. If you ever see that video, go back. The crowd was a bunch of European journalists and European diplomats. There was no African diplomat in there. A bunch of them sitting on the stage was Africans, but the ones in the crowd were all Europeans from Europe that are sitting on emergency or bully him to vote this way or drive. ECOWAS, we know forever, ECOWAS doesn't represent the interests of us. The youth know this. I just hope, because it's going to be a lot of problem to get the Burkina Faso guy, he's talking about a federation between Mali, Burkina Faso, and I hope Guinea can join them. If these three countries have a very long history, they have almost a very similar population, very similar cultures, very similar tribes, very similar, like they have so much historical ties between them. If these three countries join, they can basically override ECOWAS tomorrow morning.
It went way back before the Mali Empire. So there used to be part of both Mali, Guinea, and many other countries in the area. So for what I think is that the reason why they're trying to go to, instead of diplomacy-wise, is because they are afraid of them being next, to be honest. Because you have to understand that as somebody who worked with a lot of young people at the UN, and I met a lot of young people from, I'm totally like all kind of different part of Africa, especially in Nigeria. There's a lot of them in Nigeria that are really against what really going on in Nigeria, to be honest. Same thing in Senegal and many other West African countries. So they're afraid of being next. So in order for them to pressure this one, so somebody doesn't do the same thing. So they realize that, okay, if you do it, basically, you're not gonna even last. Either you get killed or get jailed. So that's the thing. That's why I keep telling them, please do it in a peaceful way instead of war. I understand it's not what they're doing in war way. So basically, it's not going to benefit them. It's not going to benefit.
I've said this before. Any African leader who is over 65 should call it a day. It's time
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
When you say in unanimity, it's what the news are telling you, because Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea is part of ECOWAS, and they were not even there.
They are suspended.
Was all the willing, all the puppets of the West were together, unanimously deciding to sanction Niger.
EU was there. What the fuck was the EU doing there?
Exactly. Because they are there to put pressure on their clones to vote in their favor. So if Togo said no, Cape Verde said no, That's like 5 countries right there. I know Sierra Leone said no, and Liberia says no. That's like 7 countries of 15 countries. So of the 8 countries, who is saying yes? Senegal is a French puppet country. Ivory Coast is another French puppet country. Nigeria is the British puppet colony. So those 3 countries.
Nigeria is not British puppet. Nigeria is the wannabe United States. They everything about that country.
Also,
They even call football soccer. You know? Yeah, everything about that country has to be with United States.
But don't forget, majority Nigerians are in America, they're in the UK. So when they go back home, they're taking back home lingos.
Mokiriri, FCS. I think,
FCS is easier.
I think Benin is also there. They also and Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast. They are the very belligerent guys.
I'm telling you, David come Benin and Togo. You, the 6 of us here can invade Benin tomorrow and seize it. These are very small countries. They don't have no military. They don't exist. So the ones that have any threat to Niger is Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and Senegal. They have the manpower and they have
like Luxembourg of Africa.
Yes, but you have to understand that Conakry, Mali, and Burkina Faso have been suspended already a long time ago. So this is a strategy. Was not from now. They have been completely suspended for all decision making for a long time, almost a year.
They are officially part of ECOWAS, even if they are suspended.
Yes, but this has been happening for a long time now.
That means their seat is empty.
You didn't answer my question. What the fuck was the EU doing there?
Also, if you look at the map, if you look at the geographical map, you have Niger. The only country that can attack Niger from ECOWAS is Nigeria, because in the west you have Mali and Burkina Faso who said no, we will support Niger.
Yeah,
and if you look at Nigeria, Nigeria has a big issue with Boko Haram.
And also
they can't manage to get rid of Boko Haram, and they want to make war against Niger. Come on.
Yeah, because the background is not Nigerian. The background is Europe.
They have problem with bandage too in Nigeria. Bandage, like people that rob people from like in the street or anything like that. They have that issue too. It's not just Boko Haram.
So, you guys, something you have to understand as well, which was very interesting, as this hype of Niger was happening, the Ukraine started making a lot of attacks in Russia. So we were actually, before we were talking, because you guys, FTS is again here, and I find it very interesting. Probably Ukraine was really afraid of losing the Western support, because if Nigeria is so broken, they would need a lot of money from the West to make this thing happening. No, this would be very, very.
All Nigeria have to do. You know, when it comes to corruption, when it comes to corruption, everyone say Ukraine is the most corrupt country in Europe. So Nigeria is the other one in Africa. If there's gonna be money, every money the West is gonna give, gonna go to the pockets of these people.
So if you look at how Ukraine sometimes they will do something weird, like they will attack something that is totally strategically pointless, but it will make the news, it will make the headlines, because they have to stay in the headlines in order to continue to be relevant for the population to support their government to continue to support Ukraine. This is exactly the same thing North Korea does. North Korea, whenever they know people start to forget about this country ever existed, they will shoot a missile. They will do a rocket test, a missile test, so that they will be, North Korea is so dangerous. Then they can ask for more, grants and aids and money, because that's what North Korea do. Until Trump appeared, and then Trump just said no, and then they no choice, they gave up. They call him Rocket Man, and then he's like, okay, now we negotiate, we don't talk, we don't fire missiles. So Trump is gone, Biden is back, so they fire missile again. It's the same game. So now the problem for Ukraine is Niger is taking up the entire headlines. Then Ukraine is falling out of the headlines, and they are very unhappy about it, because if they are not in the headlines, they are not important. So they have to be the most important. So they are now competing with Niger to be on the front page, and they are losing because it's more exciting to think about France going to war, or Nigeria going to war and then causing the whole area, the whole region to go crazy.
Yeah, don't forget to love. Yeah, don't forget to there's still love of wars going on around Niger too, like Sudan right now and Ethiopia. So it's like it would just even make it even worse coming from West Africa going to northeast or southeast. So it would be even worse.
There is a war no one is mentioned in Congo.
Yeah, Congo too, right? Exactly.
Oh, that was not new. That was been going on for decades.
Yeah. That's what I'm
saying. Every year they throw in a new group to call a new war. Like every year they throw in a new.
I'm ashamed of my government because my government is the one who killed Mobutu. They put their Kabila and then they kill Kabila and put his son there. I'm ashamed of Angola for that.
I can tell you, Angola is the West used Angola to pressure South Africa. They used Kenya to pressure East Africa. They used Egypt to pressure North Africa. And they used Nigeria to pressure West Africa. Those 4 countries in Africa are Africa's problem. The Europeans use them to basically pressure each direction.
We're no longer doing that. We try to get a coup.
After your ex-president daughter get charged in Europe for robbery, since that incident happened, since that robbery, since that not robbery, since that corruption scheme that was your ex-president's daughter or something. I want you to look at your policy. What happened after that? Everything became pro-EU and pro-Western mentality. After she gets charged with that $1 billion corruption scheme that happened in your country, after that, that's when all that self-independence, self-reliance stance all went under. You guys even have to devalue your currency. Anyway, this is complete off topic, but yes, Angola. So if you want, even the WikiLeaks document, if you read the WikiLeaks documents, Angola have been one of the hub they used to pressure Southern Africa.
That was after the fall of Soviet Union. Angola just lost it, and the American knew Angola got a big army, and they know how to fight, so they're starting causing shit and helping with guns and stuff. So they went to Congo, they went to Ivory Coast, they went to Gabon, even Zambia. Yeah.
What we need right now, as someone said earlier, we need a Chinese style in Africa, that communist style in China, at least for 50 years, to start chopping people's heads off for a few years. After they chop up their head, then whatever comes after that, we're good to go.
So I think the problem about the difference between the Tigray conflict, Sudanese conflict, even the Congo conflict, it's not the hype, because what happened in Niger is that it became anti-French and people were hosting Russian flags. And this has become a kind of an opportunity to sell this to the European populations. This is a war against Russia. And I was going to ask you guys, do you think Niger would have the ability, the capacity, the potential to bring the Europeans away of the Ukrainian conflict now that it is more than clear it's in a stalemate?
Okay, I don't fully understand your question, but from what I understand is, are you trying to say if Europe can drop Ukraine and focus on Niger issues?
Mm-hmm.
Again, it depends on how important Niger is to them. And from what I'm looking at, they have a gas pipeline that they blew up in Russia. They have one in Niger they want to protect. If that really is really important to them, they can drop Ukraine tomorrow like a hot cake. They don't care about Ukraine. They only care to kick Russia's ass. These people don't care about. They don't care about nobody. They only care about themselves and how they can benefit from every situations. Afghanistan was priority until they get kicked out of Afghanistan. The Taliban was a problem until then they have to work with Taliban against other people. Everybody is the problem until they need you for something else. They can literally go to Niger tomorrow and say, no, Niger, we accept the coup. You stay in power, manipulate him, status quo continue. But they're not ready yet. When they are ready, they can go there. They can go tomorrow. Okay, we agree with this coup, blah blah blah. Or even if not publicly, under the weather, just allow our pipeline to continue. That Russian flag flying in Africa is a sign of hope. When they killed Lumumba, Russia didn't defend him. When they killed Sankara, he relied more on Russia for defense. Russia never defended him. The country just descended to chaos. So there's many people that were pro-Soviet, pro-Eastern Europe, Eastern Asia mentality. Even in Kenya, what's his name? Kenyatta. When they killed all these people, that was not the Soviet backing they had, the socialist and the socialist communist idea they had. They didn't get enough support from overseas to come enforce them. And as long as the West have been in Africa, Africans align more mentally and politically with socialism and communism than with this system, the government they have here, because they themselves have not even proven to be worthy of it. So this is why this generation is like, you know what? There could be a little bit of hope here. Russia is not defending itself. Russia. Someone said Russia is not Soviet Union, but all to us, it's still the same people. Russia is defending itself on a global stage. Russia is showing some balls again. Maybe this time around, it can defend our leaders. Maybe this time around, if they kill Traoré in Burkina Faso, Russia will make sure whoever comes next is still continuing his Traoré's journey. Because when they kill Lumumba, when they kill Sankara in Burkina Faso, whoever came next after him, Blaise Compaoré that killed him, he just basically canceled everything the guy was doing and ran the country to the ground for 30 plus years until he got coup a few years ago. So they got no problem with coup. They only got a problem with coup that doesn't benefit them. And Burkina Faso is not going to benefit them. So they're going to hit him. They're going to hit his gut. Mali, they're trying to manipulate. Niger, they still have chances to manipulate. Guinea, they can manipulate tomorrow. Guinea have the Guinea, I don't even think the Guinea junta have any idea, any directions where they're going to. I don't even think they do. I think they just took power and let the French and European have their way.
And also the Russians too. They really do let the industry run.
No country is gonna gonna start a World War III because of another country. Trust me.
Oh, they were. They did it before.
Wait, the main difference between Ethiopia with Tigray, what happened in Sudan, what happened in East Congo with Rwanda, and Niger, is that all those conflicts, Tigray, Sudan, and Congo, have people from outside fueling the conflict. In Niger, it comes from within and against Western interest.
Yep.
That's why you have so much focus on it on Western media.
Yeah,
so much focus on it.
Is there a potential, in our view, is there a potential?
European Union,
yes,
to answer your question, it's like United States. They want to get rid of Ukraine to begin mess with China and Taiwan. But they need to first finish Ukraine if they want more Taiwan. Same with European Union. They need to finish Ukraine if they want more West Africa.
But don't they want to escape as well if they see there is no potential to win?
To win what?
If they don't win the Ukrainian war, they have to escape.
Already lost. The West has
lost. What are they losing in Ukraine? What are they losing in Ukraine?
As long Ukraine are willing to kill Russia, the United States is gonna keep giving them whatever the fuck they want.
The only way the West could win against Russia was in the economic sphere. Crumble the Russian economy.
Yep.
Something that was not possible.
Russia is a self-sufficient country to an extent.
Exactly.
So to crumble is it's gonna be very difficult. So me, my idea is the West is not losing anything in Ukraine except use weapons and Ukrainian lives. They could leave Ukraine tomorrow and move on if they want to. They don't lose if Ukraine loses this war, the West does not lose this war. They get their money worth. They get enough Russians killed, they get enough destruction, and they move on to the next. Compared to how much damage they did in Afghanistan, in Libya, and Iraq, that's it. It doesn't compare. This is their own lives got lost in Iraq and Afghanistan, all these places. They're not dying, quote unquote. They're not dying in Ukraine like they did in Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya. But so they're not losing nothing in Iraq, in Ukraine. So to them, Ukraine is just like a kick in the nuts to Russia.
They're losing a lot. European countries are losing a lot. Look at the numbers
they don't give
of companies who
a fuck
decided to
about
move to
United States
States.
doesn't give a fuck about Europe. They're doing this to make sure
No,
Europe depend on them.
Look at how many big corporations and companies decided to shut down factories and open it in United States or elsewhere. Europe is losing a lot.
That's the point.
Okay, that is true. In that aspect, yes, because of energy crisis, they shut down and moved to America. That is true. So Europe is losing that how you call it?
United States doesn't give a fuck about Europe.
That investment, but at the end of the day, they can always print more money like they always have. But America could care less whether Europe crashes tomorrow or not. As long as it doesn't affect America economically, physically, militarily, financially, America could care less which of the European country crash tomorrow. They don't care. This is in that idea. I say it's a capitalist mentality. It's a market, right? The best marketeer wins. If European factory shut and move to America, more win for America, more loss for America. The best market was in America. They moved to America. That's the excuse they want to give Europe. But the core of it is they blew up your pipelines, and now you're about to lose another pipeline in Niger. But again, to go to that war, the difference between the Tigray war, the Rwanda war, the Congo war, and Niger war, as someone said earlier, as RIS said earlier, the Niger war, I think it's obvious. It's an internal thing. It's all internal thing. The one in Ethiopia was going too smoothly to not be interrupted. When that guy took office, within a 5-6 years plan, Ethiopia was basically become one of the superpowers in Africa. It was growing militarily, financially, economically. Everything was changing. Ethiopia was everywhere. They were, I think, the number one airline in Africa within a 5-year span. They came and overthrew many airlines. Even Morocco, they came and beat Morocco Airlines. Ethiopia was growing too fast. And the last thing you can have is an European government that have an African country growing too fast. All of a sudden, the Tigray is enough. Go deep into this war. Maybe I'm wrong, but from what I've discovered, there was nothing really done to them except the corrupt leader that was there. They got kicked off office. They didn't get punished for it. They didn't get sanctioned. Nothing was taken from them. Just get removed from office. Through the battle, some of them because of, hey man, get on, you're corrupt. They want to create a militia to come to fight. Ethiopia is almost landlocked, and the north of them is Eritrea, which is supporting Ethiopia. Where did these weapons come from? And people forget to know America was backing the Tigray. America was backing the Tigray forces. But this is why I say, to go back to what I said last week, this is why I say the Chinese development plan, I like it. If it's China have a plan to kind of future to invade Africa, where they're doing it wrongly, because the power Ethiopia show in this war is because of the economic policies and because of the development China have brought over the years. So because of that money they had the money to rebuild the military. Because that war, they're going to lose it. If that's the old Ethiopian army before all these Chinese investment or developing that country, they're going to lose that war.
Yeah, but
that was a well-organized war.
That was a well-organized. The sanctions. The US immediately put sanctions that was crippling Ethiopian's economy.
Exactly. So they always do this. Because they're trying to basically. This is why they're surprised why the Ethiopians went to Russia. Again, they're surprised why Ethiopia is siding with Russia. Many African countries know exactly who is instigating all the problems in that country. They know this. It's not anything hidden. That Nuland lady, I guarantee you, she went and told them in Niger, if Wagner come here, we are coming in. I guarantee you that's what she told them. Yeah. If Wagner comes here, we are coming in. And because she's a walking death mansion. So everywhere she go, death follows. And if Wagner goes there, do not be surprised. Even Guinea coup, that was U.S. Marines in Guinea, patrolling the cities of Guinea, doing a coup in Guinea. That was U.S. soldiers on the street, in jeeps, in the military vehicles, patrolling the city of Guinea, U.S. Marines. So we all know, Africa will know who's responsible for the problems. You cannot fight them because they're so far away. And the puppet they put you in place, they give them all the weapons they need to kill you. Not to defend themselves, but just because they disarm you. Almost most constitution before 1980s, the citizens could bear arms. Liberia constitution, even Guinea constitution, you could bear arms. But they figure, okay, on the armed African population cannot be controlled. So they start in the early 80s and late 70s, they start changing the constitution to basically disarm the population. If Diallo was here earlier, he can attest to this. The Mandingos and Fulani don't get along, but whenever you attack Guinea, they will unite and go against you. As early as in 2000, 10 years. In 2000, when Guinea got attacked in 2000, they didn't care whether you're Mandingo, whether you're Soso, whether you're Fula, they united and went against the attackers. And that war lasted 1 week. They were attacked from every border crossing with Liberia and Sierra Leone, and they crushed the rebellion in less than a week. Because they didn't care whether you were Liberian, whether you're Mandingo or speaking, or you're better said, they don't care. They're all united, because they're all under one umbrella called Guinea. They will fight themselves internally, but they will not let no external factors fight them. So this is the reason why it's just too vast. Africa problems and Africa solutions is not in the West. It is not in the West at all. I can give this. The West been long enough to prove this. Africa problems, Africa solutions is not in the West. The West can sugarcoat the media all day. Oh, we donated $3 billion to Africa. $3 billion in Africa is a lot if you donated it. As I said earlier, before Ukraine, Africa was the best money laundering scheme they had. Before Ukraine, Africa was the best way to launder money. Oh, we donated $3 billion. No, you donated $300. The rest of it went to your pockets, you and your co-sponsors. Because I grew up in Africa. And maybe not for me. These other two guys, maybe they can attest to this. If they could name any Western development in Africa, if they can name anything, okay, this one is build, sponsor, like say, an airport, or seaport, a hospital, or school, any functioning from the West and Europe that they build, or all the aid for the past 70 years, they've given you billions of dollars, supposedly, to name one single facilities in their home countries that is, okay, this one is built, maintained, and run by the West. You cannot name any one of them. All their donations is on publications. In record, we know it's a money laundering scheme. This is why you have so much billionaires in this Western country, and they cannot account where money is coming from. So yeah, before Ukraine, Africa was the best money laundering. So all these, like someone said last time, Africa, Russia is Russia is okay. Here's I see also Russia is not as powerful, which is obvious, because they have almost combined the EU and America's economy. It have probably it have a mountain to fight against. To be fair, politically also it has a mountain to go against. That's honesty. So Africans are just trying their luck if they can survive this, because they've been trying this over and over. They'll kill them. This is just another phase of the African history. I don't think they can survive this again.
At this moment, any place in the world is in danger because a little FARP and it will be a proxy war. So this is a big problem for everybody everywhere. So Niger perhaps either choose the best moment to do it or the worst in history. Let's hope it was not the worst. On the other side, some of you guys already said that the West already lost the war in Ukraine. So how are they going to get away from it? What is the strategy? Because they can't lose face. Losing face is the worst they can do at this moment, I think.
They know, the West. When you say the West, basically, I'm gonna say the EU. They're not allowed to leave, because if they could, they would a long time ago. Yeah.
I mean, my question is, lose face to who? They can manipulate the media tomorrow and say Russia lost the war. Russia didn't get a hold of Ukraine. And this is what you now know the fact of this war now. They can manipulate any story tomorrow and say, oh, okay, the war is over with. Russia lost. Russia never got a gold. It wanted Kyiv. It got kicked out of Kyiv. It wanted the entire eastern Dnieper River. It didn't get any of it. They could make up any story tomorrow. BBC, CNN, they all take and run with it, and that'll be it. Ukraine won the war.
Don't you think they need a peace treaty?
If you look at French news, what happened in Niger is because of Russia.
Yeah.
That's what French news are telling us.
Remember a few months ago, Japan thanked the United States for nuking them. Yeah, this is the kind of thing you get in the West.
Do you think to get out of Ukraine, we need a peace treaty or not?
No.
No, it will be on Russian terms.
No, because here's why.
What that means?
Here's why. The West does not respect any treaty. They use it to their advantage to rearm and to reorganize and come back tomorrow and go completely against other treaties. Whether it's with Russia and with any other country they've had any treaties with, they've always gone against it. The only way Ukraine can survive is like Ukraine have to know they have no safety. Russia can always bulldoze them, and out of that fear, they remain neutral on their own terms. They themselves say we remain neutral to Russia. They and Russia said that and say Russia's okay. I will guarantee this, and that's it. But Russia not going to trust the West again based on the previous agreement that go against. You cannot trust the West on anything. They don't respect that. They don't respect none of that treaties, none of that agreement. They don't respect nothing. They only sign it until they need to go against it again, and they'll go against it. And they'll take CNN to tell you, oh no, what you're reading up, what you are reading in this black and blue paper is complete nonsense. That was not the truth. The truth is what we just told you. So yeah,
okay.
The Minsk agreement was one.
Yeah. So my question for ECOWAS will be like, if they started a war, who's gonna give them the weapons? Because if America said that they already run out of artillery, and Russia is occupied fighting in the war in Ukraine, unless they buy from China, that I don't think there's many places that they can get everything that cheap, or they can get.
I can tell you, they have never run out of weapons. They will never run out of weapons.
Yeah. Unless there's one thing you never believe. They
don't want to.
Never gonna run out of weapons. That's what they have the most. You know, they have more weapons than people.
America have the means tomorrow to produce 1 million rounds this month if they want to. They don't want to. They could care less about Ukraine. Ukraine is just like another boring money laundering scheme. If they want to arm Ukraine tomorrow for 1 million shares next month, they could start production today. They have enough facility. No, this country can.
But the other side,
they don't want. They have enough weapons. If they feel that Niger is an important more than Ukraine, you'd be surprised. Shells are paid from everywhere for Nigeria to go bomb Niger.
So basically, you're saying that they're hiding from the line to Ukraine, that they don't have no more artillery or something, or the line to the media, or who? Or to
no, because they don't see the need to put that much money into it yet. The need have not rise for it yet, because Ukraine doesn't really cost US much. Ukraine is a side hustle, if I can say in American lingo. It's a side hustle. If Niger is a serious threat.
I think you are underestimating the level of corruption in the United States.
Oh no, I'm not.
I really think they are not able to ramp up their production of shells. We are just talking about shells, which is very simple compared to missiles, tanks, and rockets.
What I'm saying is this: just as corruption is high,
if they decided to produce 1 million shells a day, let's say, they will have to do it at a price that is incredible. They'll need to again increase their debt.
Oh yes,
which will bring other issues for them.
Okay, when it comes to killing,
it's like
as most corrupt as they are. Yeah, as most corrupt as they are, there's just as much they love to kill. If they want to kill Niger tomorrow, trust me, they will increase their debt tenfold to get a job. Are you trying to tell me tomorrow if America go to war, they will not triple their fucking debt? They will triple it overnight, making weapons to go to war.
No.
Print more money.
What I'm telling you is that United States can print money, no problem.
Yep.
But the problem is money is not shells.
True.
And that's the problem of United States today.
They have enough
can print money, but they can't make that money into shells.
No, they can. But
they don't have shell to give to Ukraine.
One of the biggest producers of aluminum in the world is Guinea. With all the sanctions on Guinea, the aluminum mine was never sanctioned. They told the guy when he took office, he was shutting down, he was shutting everything down. They said, no, you're not shutting down the aluminum mine. Or one of the biggest people on that mine is Russia.
Yeah.
It's a Russian mining company. They're one of the biggest miners in Guinea. They've been there forever.
That's exactly right. My brother,
with all the sanctions against Russia, the aluminium, I lived in Guinea. I lived in Guinea. Yeah. Well, all the sanctions on Russia, aluminium is not sanctioned. The steel is not sanctioned. The uranium is not sanctioned. So the materials to buy to buy that money, the money to buy that material with, the money they can print it tomorrow, buy that material, make that bomb and give it to Ukraine if they want to. But they don't see the need to go that extra debt for Ukraine yet. Ukraine have not given them that. They know what Ukraine is. This is why if someone says, "Oh, we should pull out," this is if the fact that there is a divided conflict between Republican and Democrat, that tells you it's not a very concentrated effort on this war. If America really wanted to go to war against Russia and Ukraine could have some weapons tomorrow morning. Yeah, where the fuck this came from? They will give it to them, but they don't see the need for it.
It's against Russia, so it will go nuclear.
So it's the same thing for Russia. Like US and Russia both is preparing for World War. So they will have
if United States decided to send troops and attack directly Russia, it will be nuclear.
And that's why you said earlier, I agree to that. Or why I said Russia, I think Russia is holding back, not because they don't want to be careful with Ukraine, but because they feel like this war may expand and they will need their reserve
but the reality
to survive that war.
Russia and United States will never go to war. They it's not to their advantage, but both of them actually have tremendous potential that you're not seeing. Like you see Russia until today, they still have a lot. Actually, United States have a lot. They're just keeping quiet. They're just pretending that they don't have it. 100% they have. How can it be United States if they don't have enough weapons to fight World War III? It's impossible.
To fight World War III.
They have all the shells, they have everything. They just that they are keeping it back.
They have LGBT.
No, they confirm they have one. They are just pretending.
How can they fight a war with LGBT, especially World War III?
That's why they will not fight World War III, but they will have the weapons and the arms.
That country is fucked up. The United States is a falling empire.
No, but now there is
so is France. So is France. Don't forget
France is already gone long time ago.
No, but you have okay. But my prediction is that United States is not going to be arming Nigeria. They will be arming Niger. You have to understand that Victoria Nuland going to Niger. They didn't go to ECOWAS. She didn't go to Nigeria. He go to Niger. Why? Ultimately, you have to look at the history, the past 200 years. The Europeans dominated the world geopolitics. United States was just a rising power. They're struggling. And they were so happy with World War I. All these major empires are killing each other and become weaker. Then World War II. The mighty, mighty British Empire collapsed due to World War II. Now they are just slowly taking out all these European powers, slowly weakening them. Like what happened to Germany? This Ukraine war, I personally believe, is to destroy Germany because Germany is too powerful. European Union is dominated by Germany, like entirely for for 10, 20 years, like until United Kingdom want to get out of it because they can't stand it. They can't stand to listen to the Germans. They want to be their own country, so they Brexited. So this Ukraine war destroyed Germany. But then there's still France. You can see that France is still doing their own thing, you see. Just now, Shadowy was talking about how France is always independent. They have their own foreign policy. That's the problem. They have their own foreign policy. They have their own independence. You see, they go and pay the respect to the emperor in China. So they have this Niger is just another step to destroy France, so that they will never have a threat coming out from Europe because Europe is very powerful. If they ever combine power with Russia, oh my God! Imagine Russia decided, okay, we're going to cut our powers to our energy supply to China. We're going to divert it back to Europe. Europe is going to become a superpower again, and they're going to be together. United States can never invade into Europe if Russia and Western Europe combine.
But you're forgetting one thing, right? The military bases United States have in Europe. They have military bases in Europe everywhere. In Europe,
it's useless. It's just like you see how Russia struggles.
Useless.
Somewhat.
Some of these places, they got nukes there.
They get nukes,
No,
but
no,
they're not
but
going to.
How good is your nukes if you can't take off?
What is very interesting, Wyatt, about Germany losing economically, industrially losing, and France losing its diplomatic and administrative apparatus, it's made from within. It's Emmanuel Macron in France and François Hollande before him and Sarkozy before him who decided to destroy that.
But I
And
think
in Germany,
guys,
it's the German political chancellor and all the ministers and Annalena Baerbock and so on who are destroying Germany.
Oh, for sure, because politicians can make mistakes. They make wrong foreign policy decisions. It's normal. People make mistakes. Just like USA also make a lot of mistakes. The problem is when is that sorry, Andrew want to come back. So ultimately in the grand plan is always in the United States advantage to weaken Europe. And when and you see this migration crisis, all this, who knows, it could be all the work culture or whatever influence that they are putting into Europe that maybe it's just like, it's like a cognitive dissonance. It's like, you on one part you want to be righteous, then on another part you want to reject refugee. That doesn't work. So the self-righteousness will allow all the refugee in, and that is a ploy. United States create all the problems in Middle East, in Africa, so you have all the refugees, they all flow into Europe. You weaken Europe permanently because Europe originally they have all the different ethnic groups, all have their own countries. Now you introduce division into the country because now you have the different Syrians, Africans, and now you have the same sectarian problems that plagues the whole of Asia and the whole of Africa. And this is how they can permanently weaken Europe for good.
And why
with the help of the European elites.
No,
with the help of the European elites.
There are a bunch of TikTok stars dancing on TikTok.
And the European elites profit off of migration, of the mass migration.
But in a way,
we need to understand this.
Politically, it's because you weaken the national will. It's the national interest is weakened towards a more international perspective. There is not enough local. Well, this would have to be a long game. We are still not there. But you would have to have a very weak national basis that is not anymore strong enough to win the elections. And you will always have just internationalist parties winning. Yeah, and if the other ones win, they will put it out. We have had that as well. So
yeah,
just
to support what I said earlier, right? Can you imagine a stable, powerful Germany like it was before the war, or stable, powerful France like it was before this war? Before all these other French things keep blowing up, America cannot detect that much to them. America cannot detect that much authority over them. But if you have Germany almost going to bunkers, and France is following suit, who else in Europe can really tell America no? And you can have all your political elite in Europe. None of them can say no to America.
Mm.
And
yeah,
wait.
Sometimes you don't need United States to really do something like in a very explicit way. If you look at how they turn Ukraine, okay, they sell them this
cookies.
idea of a beautiful European
cookies.
Yeah, not say just cookies, but I know the picture I know the meme you're talking about, but it's like they sell them this idea of beautiful European concept, culture and values and bullshit, the family, they sell them this thing, and then just by selling them this thing, they believe that this propaganda and this image, and they self-destruct from inside. You just need a bit of spark, and the entire Ukraine just collapsed into 2014, and then they go into civil war. The same thing is happening because as long as because everyone have their own value systems, as long as these leaders or countries don't know how to say no, they're gonna have a problem. For Ukraine, what happened is that the president said no because that trade deal cannot go through. The EU Ukraine trade deal cannot go through because they contradict the trade deal with Russia. They need to be negotiated or renegotiated, and that contradiction collapse. Just by saying no, it doesn't work because people don't understand how to say no. The current Europe is the same thing. Every country is the same thing. They don't know how to say no to refugees. UK is very smart. They put the custom in France, and then it's not their problem. But the thing is, they also don't know how to say no. If you come to Asia, we always say no to refugees easily. No, like in Singapore, the vessel come, we just turn them away. Our Coast Guard will turn them. No, we give them food and fuel and send them down to Australia.
Popular example, as I said earlier, was Italy. The Italy Prime Minister, remember when she came in? No to refugee, blah blah, France this, France that. She's the one saying, "Oh, we need refugees."
People vote her, right?
Huh?
People want that. That's why people voted for her.
Yes. And she took office. She said, "Oh, refugees are welcome." Like, what happened to you? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because no matter how much political elite you have in Europe, if you don't have 2-3 powers there that can really back them up, they are voiceless against America interest in Europe. And Germany is a perfect example. That lady came in with some fire. She came in with some huge support base from the German people. Italy. Well, she had a huge Italian support base, and people are like, okay, maybe there'll be some. Again, all this migration to Europe, I am not for it. I'm not against it. You can't go destroy other people's country and say they can't come to your country. Leave them alone. Yeah, so that's my split on it. If they come to Europe and destroy Europe, well, it's possible when they're in their own country, they'll be in jail by now because these are some of the bad people that cross the sea. Yeah, so again, we don't know who crosses the sea, we don't know who. Some people want, definitely majority is there for a better life. So if you can go destroy somebody's livelihood in a country, you call them terrorists, they bomb everywhere they can go to, their schools, their hospitals, their cinemas. You bomb everything, and where should they go? They follow you to your country. You say your country is better than theirs, so they come to visit yours. So for me, I'm not against any form of migration in either directions. Even Africa, I'm not mind Europeans coming to Africa. I don't mind whoever it is coming to Africa. I don't mind, but it should be on a basis of respect and mutual understanding. You can't Africa. People say, "Oh, I'm not anti-West." I cannot be anti-West. It doesn't make sense because everything is tied to the West.
Because once you have a fixed value system, you're gonna die. Yeah. Like for example, like for Ukraine war, what was done is that maybe it's United States, maybe it's UK, I do not know. They encourage the entire of NATO and EU to go anti-Russia. Okay, then they go very anti-Russia. They push all the propaganda. They ban Russian media and everything. So now this is the trap, because now they cannot go back. How do you go backwards from that? After you tell your population for 1.5 years, Russia is crazy people, evil. They are they are not humans, subhumans, whatever. How are you going to roll back from that? How can it be politically doable? This is the same thing happened in Ukraine that started 2014. Now they are doing this on a grand scale, and Europe. So you see, when they blow up the freaking pipeline, Germany don't even dare to say anything, even though they probably know who did it. For sure.
Probably they know.
Countries' intel agencies are very powerful. They know what is happening. They know what vessels, what planes have moved around certain regions, hang around a bit for too long. They know. I can tell you, I'm from Intel. We monitor everything. We know.
Let's say, sorry, not to cut you off. Let's say they don't know America did it, but America have accused Ukraine. What have they done to Ukraine? Nothing. Let's say, okay, they're not sure who did it, but America Intel says, oh, Ukrainians did it. What have they done to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Why? It's 5 hours already.
So picking up on what Wade said, which is very important, it was this the hysterical anti-Russian movement they got into Europe, and we are completely blocked by it now. It's impossible almost to get out of it. There's so many people who express so much hate. Of course, politicians get always, like Meloni, can always turn around and decide and say the opposite of what they said before. They can do that very easy. But for the people, for the population, it will be. There was such a movement, anti-Russian, a purge, even a purge against other people. It will be very difficult to get away from it. And the Ukrainians are actually the ones that will be even more hostage of it. It's not just European populations are not hostage about this belief that the Russians are evil. It's also the Ukrainians. So I was wondering, wait, do you see Ukraine, once the peace comes, do you see Ukraine falling into a civil war?
It's already a civil war.
It is possible. Because my prediction is that the Russians will capture all of Eastern Dnieper. Like some of the points was mentioned, I think by FCS or something. It's like Russia do not trust the West at all. Now there is no agreement that they will trust, which means they will not allow a powerful Ukraine at all. There is no way they will allow Ukraine to be a potentially powerful country, which means this country have to be cut by half at least to weaken it, because Ukraine on its own in the full size with Donbass and Crimea is very powerful actually. I think for me, I feel that Ukraine, if they get their act together, they could easily conquer all of East Europe on their own. So the thing is, they have to cut it by half, and by half means you have to take all of the eastern Ukraine,
Dnieper,
and then you have to take away all the ports. Odessa, Mykolaiv is all gone, and then they have to shorten the front line, and then maybe the certain provinces, they will all make it into independent republic to permanently block them from NATO. Because then you will forever be a disputed zone like Moldova with Transnistria. So that's probably what Russia will do. But then within Ukraine itself, I believe there's going to be some kind of conflict, because they will not be able to agree with themselves. And I'm not sure if United States or Europe, I don't think Europe will want to cause a civil war there, but United States might find some use to continue to tie down the countries, at least, or tie down Europe into some permanent war. Maybe. But we have Niger now, so we're not sure if how. The cards are all on United States' hand. They got so many cards to play. It's so fun, So, and then Europe have no cards to play. That's a pathetic thing now. It's like all the cards are being taken away. And especially for France, it's really, really painful for France, because they're really running out of options. Like all the cards that they think they have is now one by one is gone. They were only European countries that keeps all the nuclear power plants that they want to depend on nuclear. They don't want to go the EU way of going green. They just want and then even this nuclear power plant idea was like now in danger, because then nuclear power are going to get very expensive if they don't take military action. And if they take military action, and then United States can tie them down into their own Afghanistan, into France's own Afghanistan, by giving some weapons, and they can do it secretly. They can give it and they say that it's the Wagners that's doing it, and the Russians are doing it. Who knows, man? Just like in Syria, every year you have a new terrorist group appearing in Syria.
On this Niger matter, I think United States and Russia are working together to make France pay. Not working together, but they are both in the same side.
And I really believe this Niger coup was completely spontaneous. I don't think the Russians have fought in this one.
The United States do. I talked that to Von the other day. Yes, if you see what happened in Guinea and Burkina Faso.
Guinea was Western supported. Guinea was Western supported coup.
Yeah, Burkina Faso the same.
No. The first one, the first one. The second one. That one was not Western supported.
The America trained these people,
Yeah, but not in Mali. In Mali, you have to understand, like in Burkina Faso, they got a first coup, then a second one. The first coup in Mali
was
and
Western
in
supported.
Burkina Faso was not exactly the same, not the same way, let's say. In Burkina Faso, you got a kind of colonel who took the lead of the coup, but he was a French guy working for the French. So Traoré decided to overthrow him, because hey, why making a coup if it's to play again with the French?
The same thing.
And in Mali, you got a military coup, the first one, and they reinstated immediately the political power wait, the political power and the politicians, the Malian politicians who got put there by the military coup, went to Paris and immediately made deals with Paris. And then you got Assimi Goïta who came to make another coup and say, oh, come on, I'm going to get rid of you, you old puppets.
By the way, Diallo and FCS, please make sure you give your details to White. We need you on Telegram.
Oh, Peter, I'm on Telegram, but I'm on a different name.
Yeah,
okay.
I already email FCS. Then Diallo, I already emailed you.
I will join soon. So what I'd like to add, so what I'd like to add, just basically what he was talking about Guinea, like the one that threw over like Alpha Conde, he was trained by French, and before he did overthrowing, he met with some other military people from America, some government people in America before he did the coup. So, and even before that, Alpha Conde was against France and the UN, because when I went to one of his speech, I know I understand a couple of French, but like I forget some of it. But he was saying that the UN was a terrorist group. I'm serious. I was in the room when he was said that, because at the time when he said it. So he really against Western countries, but he messed up because, and he went for the third term and he was killing a lot of Guinean people. So that's why he was overthrown.
He started with the French. They support him all this time when he was opposition. The moment he took power, he see the potentials. After he tried to negotiate the contract, so he had to drop the French and start to go that independent route. And it was a bad idea.
That's what
I think there is something in Niger that is very interesting, which is the fact that there is a kind, because you can't see, because the coup somehow comes from internal forces without ingerence from outside forces, at least for what we know now. I think many powers in the game are quite afraid of what is coming next. So, okay, Wade made a very clear explanation. France is losing the cards and is getting hysterical about it as well. Perhaps if they didn't react it on the first days, they wouldn't so badly or so undiplomatic, they wouldn't have lost that card in Niger, not so fast at least. There are many European countries at the same time that are being contagious by this hysteric reaction of France, but I think also the United States, although they reacted very peaceful with the whole process because they knew there is no Russia here. The moment they felt there might be Russia, when the rumors were too strong, Nuland appeared in Niamey and was making the threats, or at least it looked like.
Wagner is just next to Niger, in Burkina Faso. You will see Wagner in Niger. Mark my word.
Ultimately, Wagner is just a small force. Ultimately, the main power to be in Niger is France. So it doesn't matter if the Russians are there. The idea is just to collapse the French influence in Niger. It doesn't matter the Russians are there. No, you can just make it another Sudan there. It doesn't matter. No, it can't be Sudan number 2.
I think America knows it cannot contain Russia. We can contain France easily than it can contain Russia. I think America knows this.
Sky News show a video of a Russian plane go to Niger, and that video turned out to be from 2006.
Yeah, that's an old video.
Yes.
Yeah, but they said if now Wagner is going there to start the war.
Okay. The fact that Mali and Burkina Faso have basically opened a border to Niger, those places are not as complicated as you think. They can literally just cross into Niger tomorrow morning. Again, if Wagner want to cross Niger tomorrow, they can cross Niger tomorrow. So there's nothing stopping them from crossing that border. By the way, if they were to go to war, I don't know any force in this war that can basically contain that borderline. That's a very hard border to maintain. It's thousands of miles of borderline, and so if again you can even before the war, they had the little checkpoint where they just cause huge traffic checking you for goods and other nonsense. But you that live there, He's from Guinea. Guinea have many border crossing with Liberia and Sierra Leone, but it also have many undisclosed border crossing with Liberia and Sierra Leone. You can go there back and forth without even seeing any border agent on vehicles back and forth traffic. It goes back and forth easily between these countries. So if Wagner want to cross into Niger tomorrow and help Niger in the fight, they can cross tomorrow morning if they want to. So I don't think it's gonna be any secrecy or any undercover thing if they want to go there. Yeah.
But to point one thing, what is sure is that a delegation from Niger went to Mali to meet with Wagner.
Looks like it's gonna be 6 hours today.
No, I'm gonna close now. So I'm leaving. We need to do closing. Because if it's too long, then the timestamp will be very late. There's a payback for all these things. So Prata, no closing.
Yes, I had the closing before, but doesn't make much sense now. Yes, so I still think that we are in a very dangerous moment on history with all these conflicts having the potential to be used to other means and objectives, which is in a way sad. So I think we might see a moment when, I know you probably disagree with me, when the Ukrainian war will have to be negotiated. And it's not coming, like Wade said, and many others of you have said, Russia doesn't trust them. It's impossible to believe in any kind of treaty. But probably this impulsion to bring a treaty will come from the other countries because they feel the dangers on it. It's like a Cold War II, when everything can be used for one of the sides to experience geopolitical games or wins or whatever. And that's why I think there will be a pressure from many countries around the world to achieve a new kind of peace deal of international order. So we saw on the end of the First World War, in the Treaty of Versailles, immediately there was the creation of the League of Nations. We saw with the creation, with the end of the Second World War, there was no capitulation treaty exactly, but there was the creation of the United Nations, which brings the order of the world. And perhaps because we didn't really have a closing of the Cold War, we need a closing of the Cold War. And I think this is the pressure that China is doing. If you look at their peace plan, it's pretty much what is written in the United Nations charters, but this time is for real, in the sense that they want a management of the international institutions that is more fair for everybody. And that with that, I know it brings many questions. I will leave it there.
Thank you, Prata. Voss.
Wakanda forever. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
And he fucks on the first day.
It's good to be here again, and nice to see RL back and my African brothers. Just wish the other ones that couldn't talk because of the internet could make it. And I've got a question for Andrew. Andrew, do you know that you got a colony in Africa?
We have a colony in Africa. We had 2 colonies in Africa. Yes, we had.
We had.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, we had actually. Well, but
It's just one. It's just one.
No, 2.
Two. But
Which
then,
is the other
they
one?
were merged. Then they were
Libya.
merged in one when we conquered
Libya.
Ethiopia. Oh, and
It's
also Libya.
just
Yes.
Eritrea. It's just Eritrea.
And Libya.
Nah.
And Somalia,
Yes,
Eritrea, and
yes, Somalia.
Libya. And then we conquered Ethiopia and formed the Italian East Africa. So we merged the Eritrea and Somalia. But yeah, so we do have a colonial past. Yeah, we Italians.
So you are the same like the Portuguese. Anyway, that's all from me.
Okay.
Okay, RL, you can go.
I thought there's an insidious effort to restart the open mic and hijack the closing. Okay. So my eyes is very small, I know.
Nice open mic. It's Good topics. Almost no Ukraine. That was great. And yes, we are moving towards troubled times, but that's the history of shifting of power. And about the Ukrainian war that needs to end with some kind of political agreement and external powers like China, African countries, or whatever, Brazil, bringing a deal there. No, because the two big guys that are fighting each other in Ukraine is Russia and United States. And United States will never accept to make a deal with Russia. And Russia will never accept to have dictated terms on them in Ukraine, which they considered as their backyard. So the solution, we already seeing the solution, it's the BRICS. It will be made outside of the United Nations. You will see other pole of countries bringing together and making deals between them without the West. Voilà.
Thank you.
And about Africa, what happened in Africa? It's the local population in Mali, in Burkina, in Niger, who are just fed up with their situation which was mainly provoked by the West. Libya, the Libyan war, the killing of Gaddafi, has bring so many shit to those countries, and not a single word of that event in Western media. And Russia is filling the gap to everybody who asks help from Russia. And that's normal. It's kind of opening a second front elsewhere. And if Africans are ready to ask the help of Russia, Russia will be pleased not to help them, but to get rid of the West, because Russia is at war with the West.
Voila.
Diallo, you're on mute.
Alpha Diallo.
Diallo, Alpha, you're on mute.
Hear you. We cannot hear you. He's not mute. His mic is just not working. Oh, you cannot do closing.
Oh no.
Oh,
can't hear you.
How can I hear you?
Yeah, he's cursed. He cannot give his
Mark Trudeau, can I hear you, Mark Trudeau?
Yeah.
In case of that back, I'm using a word. Only he knows.
We can do sign language.
Yeah, only he knows. I'm saying Mark Trudeau. Only he knows what Mark Trudeau means. In case of nothing back.
So do you want to do closing with your sign language?
I'm gonna talk for him.
Okay.
Me? No, I'm messing with you. Sorry, Andrew. Go ahead, Andrew. Who can hear him?
So Andrew will be the next to close.
Yeah.
Since Alpha cannot talk.
Yeah, it was a great open mic. A bit awkward at first. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it ended up great. I really enjoyed it. I got kind of tired towards the end and sleepy. But yeah. To Voss, just wanted to say that Italian colonialism in Africa was very, very bad. I would say even worse than the Portuguese. What we did in Ethiopia was terrible. I don't know if you know about that. It's very, very bad stuff. Very, very bad stuff.
They use gas bombs.
Oh yeah, gas bombs. Yeah.
This is why I said you're not allowed to go there.
Yeah. No, that's exactly why. Yeah. No, but the thing is that in it just we're not very. Of course, they do not think highly of us because we were the colonizers. We were the genociders. I would say we were terrible people, and I recognize that. But I do not think, like, for example, I think you're joking. Of course, I understand you're joking when you like saying the Portuguese, because of course the responsibility shouldn't fall from our ancestors to us. You know what I mean? Anyways,
let's just make jokes with that.
Yeah. Of course, it's a very. I find this kind of humor very funny. I am with you. I agree with it. No, though, like in the end, just the conclusion. Really great open mic. Thank you, Wyatt, for having this open mic in a European-friendly time. Thank you very much. You thought very wisely. And that's it, guys. Great open mic.
Yeah,
really.
people from Telegram would understand what Andrea means.
So what happens is that, so in the open mic lounge, which is where all the former open mic speakers are in the private chat, I call it the open mic lounge. Basically, I was telling everyone that I was considering sleeping, going to take a nap or doing the open mic. And then Andrew started threatening me. He said, you have to make the right choice. I was like, okay. So I did the open mic.
Wyatt, you know I'm Sicilian. You would have been sleeping, yes, but with the fish.
He knows mafia.
Okay, FCS basically ignited the conversation just as the conversation is like going to sleep. The moment he comes in, everything blows up again. So
but yeah,
that's
for
why
me,
now 5.5 hours. It's all FCS fault.
Yeah, for me, okay. Sorry, folks. Sorry, but to visit comment on the Italian thing, I don't think Italy was ever able to establish a colony. It never they had a foothold. From the creation to the dissolution was all war. Basically, they came in war. They left doing war. But anyway, that's for their own record to keep. Yeah, but it didn't last more than a decade. They tried again, but let's move on. Let's go past that. But the UN, someone mentioned the UN earlier. When the UN was created, don't forget, when it's being created, Europeans were still imposing their wills on Africa. When they're in Europe signing document of non-hostility, blah, 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 global freedoms, when they're in Africa looting and murdering Africans for independent movement. So we know these things. The UN Charter, you want to sign them, whichever name you want to call them, we know it doesn't in any way protect us or defend us or represent us. So the same thing goes to all this new agenda of this agreement and all these other things we're talking about. And in the case of this current situation or this whole fiasco in Africa, Africans basically anything that feel like a lot of hope, they will grab it. It could be a blade, it could be an alligator tooth, it could be a cloud. Whatever feel like a hope, they will grab it. Because right now, they have dealt with the West for far too long, and all they've gotten is three things. Destruction, they're getting destroyed, they're getting robbed, and they're getting completely dehumanized every time. So I keep saying if the West was able to keep it part of the bargain, when I say nobody trusts the rest, we don't trust the West to keep that part of the treaty. When they left during the independence movement, no hostility, everybody go with the in fair trade. Since we were here previously, please give us right of purchase first because you guys have a bunch of things that we may need. Cool, no problem. And they came back and they tried to basically assassinate anybody that tried to reinforce those things and they go flipping all this. So all the agreement they left behind, they went against it. So when I said nobody trusts the West, Africans don't trust the West, and Russia cannot trust the West to keep its own part of the agreement. But now fast forward to this modern thing, it is modern movement in Africa. I have no idea where it's going to go. It's not new in Africa. It's only new today because of social media. It's big today because of social media. For the past 30, 40 years, almost every other year or so, there's a new skirmish in Africa. They're getting this momentum because of social media, because of now the global is a bigger village these days. If you fought here in Timbuktu, they're going to hear you in Dar es Salaam. So they're going to hear you. So it becomes a very big, like through this 10 years ago, I was never going to meet Wyatt discussing the war in Mali. I don't think that was possible. But because of this war today, here we are. He's from Singapore, some of you from Europe, and other parts of the world, probably from Asia. And I'm here, wherever I'm at. We're discussing this war that's happening, and there are thousands of miles away in Niger. The people that are actually going through the war, we haven't had anybody here from Niger yet. I have a contact in Niger. I'm trying to get her to come online where she's playing hard to get. I'm trying to get her to come online. She's pro-West, but anti-France, if that makes any sense. Yeah, weird, huh? So I keep saying it. People hate the West, but they hate the French more. If that makes any sense. but yeah, just
everyone hates the French. I thought Chadwick.
Oh, Chadwick, tu es français?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Bonsoir. You are right.
Non. Il n'est pas simplement français. Il n'est pas simplement français. Il est français.
Closing.
Du Nord.
Closing. Don't make it into a conversation. Closing.
All right, man. So again, nice meeting you guys as always. I'll try to join the Telegram channel, but I'm finding some way around it. I will join it and I'll be in touch.
Yeah. Shadow V.
Just for my closing, so I'm just going
do it in French.
Enable things. I'm just going to continue to hope that the France is going to be able to get his uranium for free from Niger. Because honestly, I don't want to see my payment for power going up again. So please be nice with us and continue to give us for free your uranium. And I will be happy with that.
So you don't mind what that means, just stop or not?
Keep all the toxic nuclear waste in your country. We have enough of them already in France. That's all I wanted to say. And again, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Please never go to Africa and say that to them.
FCS
joke,
triggered me
course, okay?
when he said
I think everybody understands that.
He said for free.
Yeah,
yes, it's for free, basically, please.
No, if you want your free energy, but yeah, at what cost? You can't say at the cost of the deplorable conditions of the Niger. No, we want to sell it to you. We want to give it to you at a very cheaper rate, but let it be something. It doesn't have to infringe. It doesn't have to.
Why should I give you something if I get it myself? That's what happened in Niger. It's Orano which is taking uranium from Niger. Orano, which is a French company.
Oh, be nice.
We can continue
this
this conversation.
From Shadovi.
We can continue this conversation, but at what cost? No, so anything more to add, Shadowy?
Yes, I'm very sorry for the people who are living in Niger and the north part of Niger, because Orano is going to destroy everything.
All right. Thank you. Thank you everyone for participating, and thank you everyone from the
Okay, Commander.
Bye. Then
bye, Alpha.
Closing.
Bye, Commander.
Bye. But at what cost?
At what cost?
Oh, okay. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic 42, and I know you're watching this for those especially watching from the beginning, from 5 hours to 5 hours 40 minutes. But at what cost? Please press the like button. But at what cost? I also don't know. So it's the just some conclusion of this open mic. It started off really choking. It's like this is the most awkward open mic ever. The beginning is totally choking. It's like connection problems. We have new speakers that don't speak. They just come in and sit down here and just listen for 3 of them. So you guys need to come back on again because you all didn't talk. So yeah, and then then a lot like the conversations cannot flow. We keep going into quiet, silence. Like we talk, and then the topic just end, and then we can't move forward. It's so weird. This open mic is so weird. But then towards the end, towards the second half, like things start to flow, and then things start to move much better. So it also does shows that a lot of the things, especially when we come to Ukraine war or we have already fleshed it out so much that there is nothing to really much to talk about, and then it's like it's only when the Africans start to enter, then we start to talk more about the African issues and then we start to have more topics to talk about. Then after that, we talk about democracy, not about democracy, but about how politics works and all these things, and that's very interesting. And that's when I think the open mic start to really start for this episode. And today we kind of like overtime by very long because FCS entered very late, and but he triggered very good conversations. So I want the conversations to carry on, and to allow the conversations to really flesh out itself and fulfill its potential. And so that's awesome. So maybe next time I should start the open mic later. Yeah, a bit later, so that some of the Africans can come in to talk. And like today, like I said, it's a weird open mic because even my connection with StreamYard having a lot of problems. Like, for example, we are now dual stream on two sides. I want to show like the sticker. So what happened is that the chat that I can see within StreamYard, within this app, like I can only see like from the open mic channel. I cannot see from the main channel. Like suddenly just happened to become like this. So thank you Logizan for the super sticker. So that creates a lot of problems for me to show the super chats, which I kept going in and out because of the connection issues. So yeah, it's just a very interesting, weird open mic. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoy the conversation, and I thanks everyone for also participating in the debates and discussion within the live chat in the open mic channel and the main channel. I'm glad that at least towards the second half of the open mic is awesome. And yeah, so it is interesting. Once FCS entered the conversation, I can see that the viewers start to increase a little bit. So on the main channel. So anyway, the just to update in terms of the open mic channel, we are still not growing. We are still more or less the same views as per like even 3 months ago. So yeah, so I need you guys support and help to promote the open mic, because this is regardless what it is, it's really hard to get people to watch people that you never seen before to talk. And people who are new to this will never get into it unless they really sit down and actually experience it for 1-2 hours, and then they will start to realize the beauty of the open mic. So, and you guys are fans of this open mic. You guys love it. You guys are addicted to it, perhaps, and which means there's potential. But the thing is, it's going to be a very high. Is the slope to enter this interest into the open mic is going to be very difficult. Yeah, because this is not like a Joe Rogan thing, because there's at least there's Joe Rogan, and then there's not like Team Cast IRL, where it's always prominent figures that is coming onto the show. So we are all just normal people, including myself. No, to be honest, this is a passion project. Like, even though this actually takes a lot of time, a lot of energy, and not much money, to be honest, it's because just before the war, it's not too long ago, 1.5 years ago, I'm just like you. I'm just another person. I'm just doing DPA. It's just like a blog, almost like a blog. I'm aspiring media outlet that is posting news and opinions and opinion pieces on our website, and I'm trying to figure out how to do the YouTube channel, what kind of content I can create. And now I managed to have some kind of platform. I want to give voice to the people, where I hope that I had this platform, or at least have the voice that I can actually express 1.5 years, 2 years ago. So now I have this, I can help to promote. So this is why we can do this. And Bozo say hire Joe Rogan to be the host. No. Yeah. So but yeah. So this is ultimately the I think this is the future. I would say the future, one of the future important things, major part of DPA. And we should help to grow this platform, because it's for you guys. So anyone can come on, like literally. So I'm just around to figure things out. I try not to intervene too much unless I have something meaningful to say. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoy it. And thank you for the people watching on Rumble as well. Unfortunately, Rumble, not a lot of people is watching. It's seldom past 20 people. And thus the live chat there is also quite sad. It's like very quiet, but no, it takes time. And for those that are watching on Twitter, you are weird to watch on Twitter, but yeah. But I don't think most people don't watch on Twitter. Twitter is for people who have no patience. Anyway, thank you. I will just end these things now, and I will put the outro, and I'll see you in the next update.